Hello, everybody. Hi. Yeah, okay, there you go, buddy. There, you got some dog ASMR. Anyways, hello, everybody. Oh, God, it's bright. So bright outside. So, Clyde, up here. Let them see your face. Let them see your eyes, les yeux. Monsieur Clyde, come on, let them see your face. They need to know you can see. Yes, guys, you are seeing that right. He's got this little like slit of hair he can see through. He's getting a haircut. So, all right, guys. So that is it. Clyde, I know you went down. No. Okay. Okay. All right, Clyde, I shall put you down. Okay. Clyde was in the courtroom yesterday. Yeah, well. All right, guys. So welcome today. We're going to do Scorpio 4's new member. Thank you for the support. Day 3 of Nicolae Miu. Like I said, guys, this is. Do I think Nicolae Miu needed to do all this? No. Do I think it was? Do I understand him doing it? Yes. Do I think he's justified? I think so, given the situation. But do I think he's going to get convicted of something? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, remember when I said this about the dumpster bros? And I've had some more time to think about trying to give you guys the answer to this. Just like with the dumpster bros, you know, your jury's normies, and they're going to see a guy who got into this situation. And I know some of you had mentioned, like, well, if I was looking around for stuff and people ask me questions, I don't tell them shit either. You know, you sound like Chili the Couch when you're walking around. You're just like, and they're like, hi, sir. And you're just like, like, you're like, oh, hey, I'm looking for a phone. Maybe you've seen it. Did you guys see one? It's like, oh, yeah, we saw one like right back here. We picked it up or whatever. Any number of things. You know, assholes collided and people got hurt and people died. And you have people who their stupidity is so bad. I mean, the liars, I don't feel bad for the people who are just egregiously lying. But the guy yesterday who got split open, do I think he, you know, in hindsight, you know, he didn't seem to think like, I'm holding a guy down with both hands as people are hitting him and he's surrounded by a mob of people who want to fight. You know, and then he's like, how could I possibly be attacked? How dare he? It's like, come on, man. Come on. You know, he's trying to act like the smart one. It's like, you didn't seem to think that was a bad problem. Like I said, it's if they're not malicious, a lot of them are stupid. So that gives the jury an issue. They want to hate people. They want to find who the bad guy is. Well, the liars, okay, I guess they can ascribe that to, but the people who appear not to be lying and are just monumentally stupid, well, they might not necessarily find that person to be the bad guy. So that's why this is Nicolae still behind the curve on this. Have you covered the Supreme Court decision allowing people to practice in Washington State without passing the bar? No, I haven't yet, but that's entirely up to a court to decide. They're allowed to regulate their own lawyers. Yes, Wisconsin doesn't require passing the bar either. And as much as that's going to be an issue, eventually I think you're going to see more and more states do it, get rid of the bar. And you're going to see, like, it's going to be an option to take. And you're going to start seeing attorneys, I'd say within, like, in Washington State within the next 5 or so years, writing at the bottom, I passed the bar certified, or like, you know, I passed the bar exam, including in their things like in advertisements or things attorneys might say, like, by the way, I do this, I've been an attorney for so long, and I passed the bar. I think that's going to be something you're going to start seeing a lot more of. Because it's you know, and I agree, there are things the bar exam doesn't really test well. There are some issues with the bar, like the MPT, I think is a complete joke of a thing. And the way they do some things on the bar is a joke of a thing. But it establishes a basic level of competency and knowledge of the law. And as much as everybody says like, oh, well, you know, there's never a situation where you're forced to know the answer right then and there. Fair enough. You can always, I'd say you don't always you generally do have an opportunity to look things up, but there's going to be times where you're in court Like you're in the middle of a trial, you object. You're like, you have to know some basics. I mean, you have to know your stuff. You can't just every time go, Your Honor, I need like 20 minutes to go look something up. I'm a great looker-upper. Like in the middle of a murder trial. That's not going to work. You have to know some things off the top of your head. And if you don't, I mean, think about it. If you went and interviewed an attorney, so for example, you guys come into my office and I say, hello. I say, hello, hello, Mr. Sappington. How are you doing? Welcome to the office. I read through the intake notes and I took your call yesterday. I took some notes. Says you're having an issue with your landlord or you're having an issue with the sale of some land you're trying to do. Tell me what's going on with that. And you go through everything. And then I say, okay, that's great. Thank you. And I ask you a couple questions just to clarify stuff. And I say, do you have any questions, sir? And you ask me a question and say, I don't know the answer to that. Let me go look that up. If I said that to every question you had, would you feel comfortable about that? I mean, at some level, an attorney has to have basic knowledge of what's going on. And if they don't, it's not going to look appealing to a client. So as much as people want to say, yes, the bar doesn't do a lot of things right, it doesn't. But the idea of not having the bar does a lot of things wrong as well. So, sorry, bit of a sidetrack there. That means DAs won't have to either, but DAs are going to want people who pass the bar. So that's something to think about there. So anyways, we're going to get started. Nicolae Miu, day 3. And how far did, hold on, I got to open up my Snagit. Show me how far did we get? 4:35:03. Okay. 4 hours, 35 minutes. All right. Why did that not show up? But as I was just saying, guys, I think that this is very much against Nicolae Miu still. And that's just what I said. It's just the nature of it. You're already starting out behind the curve. As we get to his actions after this, where he tried to hide and deny what he was doing, that becomes an issue, I think. I think that becomes a massive issue for Nicolae Miu. So I think that's going to be I'll be looking forward to seeing how his attorneys work that one out, because I just don't think it's going to work the way they're anticipating. All right. Let's see here. Where did I clicked on the thing there. It was there. Oh, okay. This is, yeah, they also got a short lunch. I thought that was a little disappointing. Okay. Here we go, chat. There. Closed captioning. We're going to do a little bit of faster speed on this. Custom. There we go. So let's see where they are.
We are outside the presence.
No, they're back on the record. Okay.
Are back on the record. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Miu is present in the courtroom. We want to conduct a short voir dire of the next witness to see whether or not spousal privilege applies. General rule is that a person has the privilege to prevent that person's spouse or former spouse from testifying about something that was said between them in private. That communication has to be made during the marriage. Can we all agree that the Mius were married on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
They remain married today?
No, they divorced, I think, a couple weeks ago,
Okay.
2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. Were they married when the jail conversation took place?
Yes.
Can we agree on that much?
I guess I don't know.
Yes, we agree that they were married.
All right. So the question is whether or not it was a private communication.
Right.
So because the defense is asserting the privilege, I think they have the responsibility for establishing it. So I'll let them.
Real quick. Okay. So, Mikey, you're saying I don't understand how this is a first-degree murder. We'll bring this up real quick. I'll just go through this one more time real quick. It's, and I'm not saying this to make fun of you. I'm just bringing it up here. So first degree intentional homicide. It's because it's what they call it in Wisconsin. It's, whoever causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person is guilty of a Class A felony. So, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's, did you intend to do it this way? So there's not much to it. There's not much to it. It's very much the same way Kyle Rittenhouse was looking at things. And when you look at what happened with that, I mean, that's what happens there. So I guess I'm not trying to be a smartass there, but it's, yeah, he took that person's life intentionally. When you carry a knife, there's the idea that you are going to, he pulled out the knife and was going to stab somebody. It says Nicolae Miu versus Nicolae. I'll fix that. You carry a knife and you stab at somebody, a reasonable person would expect that to hurt them. Like, I'm going to stab you. I'm going to take a knife and plunge it into you. You're going to be really hard pressed to say, like, I didn't know that was a foreseeable action. A reasonable person would say that's foreseeable. You start swinging a knife around and you're going to put a hole in somebody and you're going to possibly kill them. So I don't think that's going to help. I mean, as far as saying, like, it's the intent to kill. It's intentional murder. It's murder with malice aforethought. You have to intend to kill somebody. Remember, though, you're saying, like, why isn't there, like, a special premeditated murder and all that? Well, because Wisconsin's never had that set up like that. This is their murder statute. And in Wisconsin, murder carries life. And they don't have the death penalty. And they've never had the death penalty. Oh, they had the death penalty until 1853. So that's why. I hope that makes some sense there. I mean, that's what it is. He intended to use the weapon. Well, it's not even you intended to use the weapon. You intended to cause the death of someone. He intended to cause somebody to die. And that's your actions are foreseeable to a reasonable person. You start stabbing people. That's his wife left him. I don't know if they got divorced because of that. I could see them also getting divorced because he's like, look, you need to bail. This is tough on the marriage. Save yourself. Who knows why they did, but it's tough on people. It's tough. It's very tough. And notice she hasn't gone running around giving press interviews or things like that. If she really hated him or something like that's what would happen. That hasn't happened here. So just defense attorneys say the reasons for the divorce is financial reasons. Yeah. Maybe to avoid civil liability. Yeah, but those lawsuits have already been in play. That's not really probably the biggest concern at this point. So let's not delve into it too much or dwell on it too much more. Let's actually hear them talk because there's far more they can say. So yes, to establish spousal privilege, it has to be conversations. So, for example, if Nicolae Miu's wife watched him do something, like watch the stabbing happen, she could come, like, that's not spousal privilege. Also, the same thing with George Kelly. There are things she could say he did, like he walked outside and, he fired off his guns. But she can't talk about sometimes, what he says is privileged. The privilege protects the communications, not what that person did. So it's going to be over the conversations and statements he has made, not his actions.
The voir dire, Mr. Anderson, you may ask some follow-up questions. We'll see where it ends up, and then I'll make a decision.
And the judge, and there was already motion practice about this. Well, the judge's like, look, we're going to just deal with it before trial, like before she comes up. We'll do voir dire. The jury's kicked out, and they're going to run through some basic issues. And this voir dire is going to be a little lax as far as the evidentiary rules, because they're trying to make sure that she could testify, period, or whether or not she could testify. So here we go.
I appreciate the opportunity to start. I don't know what they're trying to introduce, so it's hard for me to start because I don't.
Do you want to cede that position and let them do it?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Which would I think also mean they're trying to call her, so I want to be able to cross-examine her.
Again, we're not getting into the sub.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. That yes, I'm asserting the privilege, but I don't know what they're going to question this lady about, so I don't know what I'm defending against. And also notice he just said I want to cross-examine her. The judge is like, wait, guys, we're not getting into the hard parts here. We're just trying to figure out whether or not she could testify. So the judge is going to be a little fast and loose with the rules here, and that's what he was going to allude to.
It also mean they're trying to call her, so I want to be able to cross-examine her.
Again, we're not getting into the substance of the conversation. This is just to explore whether or not it was private. That's all.
Understood.
Okay. All right, and I'm sorry, Mr. Miu's wife's name is
Sandra Miu.
Sandra.
So as like I said, the guys, I mean, I didn't even watch this yet, but the judge is already getting to that point of, look, we're just figuring out whether this was private, if the privilege applies. So that's really what we're drilling down into here. I think that was kind of nice that I, kind of got a little vindicated there. Wasn't completely felted by the judge.
All right, is she in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Miu?
All right. Is she outside? She's outside, Judge.
What, Brandon? What did you say? Hold on here,
Judge, while
Brandon.
we're
I thought I
waiting, when she
didn't
does
see you ask a
testify,
question.
the defense moves that any information about the divorce inadmissible as it's irrelevant. It's going to open up.
Oh, you want to know if I was a bodybuilder per chat's unfounded claims? I mean, 15 years ago, yeah, I was, still a hoss and lifting weights and stuff. But I mean, not as much as I used to. And, I haven't really done anything in a long time. I mean, the only bar I've ever touched is one that you can drink at in the past. Yeah. I'm not, I was never like a bodybuilder, but I lifted weight, but I was a bigger guy, but no, I'm not, like Arnold, or I'm not, Ronnie Coleman or any of those guys. Never been. And it's been, like I said, the last bar I touched was when you get alcohol at it. I haven't touched a straight bar in a long time and all that. So no, but it's something I need to do again though. I've let myself, fall apart a lot, and I should get back to it because it's not good for you. It's not good for you to waste away doing nothing. So there you go. I hope you're done now panicking over it. So, yes, he did send a super chat, but I was trying to get through making sure we were set. So here we go.
Other reasons irrelevant to this.
Is there any relevance to their marital status?
I think it goes to bias or lack thereof because they're divorced now. The divorce is.
Well, here she comes. We'll talk about it later. Ms. Miu, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
All right, here we go, chat.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name?
Sandra Miu?
And Sandra, you were on the river with Nicolae on July 30, 2022.
Yes.
And do you remember him leaving your group at some point?
Yes.
And then do you remember some sort of commotion?
Some sort of what?
Some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Yes.
Did he come back to your group at some point?
Yes.
And was your group all pretty much all together then?
Yes, I think so.
And was Nicolae saying things when he came back about what happened?
I don't know if he did then or this when he came back the next time.
Okay, so he left twice.
Mhm.
So after the second time he came back, was he saying stuff about what happened?
A little bit, not much.
Did he talk about his knife?
Yes.
And was that when he was talking about that? Was that when he was back with your group?
Yes.
So did multiple people hear him talking about that?
Objection, no foundation.
It's the same.
Were you guys standing in a group?
Objection,
Or-
bag.
It's hard for me to understand what you mean by group. So
Yeah, sure. How many people were in your tubing group?
I think there was about 8 of us.
And when Nicolae came back, if you remember, were you guys sitting down in your tube, standing together?
Objection. My point is, I think it's about whether Nick was talking to Sandra.
Yeah.
He says you guys, is he talking about the entire group? Is he talking about these two?
When he came back and was talking about what happened, was it to just you or multiple people?
Yes.
I think it was just me and the
Yeah, this attorney is, look, you're trying to establish there's no privilege if other parties heard the conversation. It's just like attorney-client privilege, doctor-patient privilege. Were there third parties present? Yes. When he came to talk to you, was there anybody around you? Yes. You were with a group of people. When he came back, were they within earshot? Did they hear what he said? Did they respond to his comments? Yes. Boom. Then there's no privilege. I don't know why he's not, there's ways you can get to this, and he's kind of diddle fucking around on it.
beginning.
And then later,
I think he talked to someone else while we were on the tubes.
and you overheard some of that conversation?
Oh my God, listen to her. They're in the tubes. Yeah, in the tubes. Oh, that's like straight up. Hey there. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Oh, hey there.
Not much of it. I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Okay, but if
Oh my God.
do you recall speaking with law enforcement?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you recall doing interviews with law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you remember if you told them about hearing what he was saying when he was talking to other people?
I don't remember.
Okay, would it be in the transcript?
It could be.
And so when you said he was talking to you, where were you? Were you by other people?
When he came back to us, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Where were you?
I was standing on the little sandbar. They were in the water.
And where were the other members of your group?
In the water.
How
They
close?
were separated.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
5 feet, 10 feet?
Probably 10.
Was Nicolae speaking loud enough for other people to hear?
Objection. How would she know?
Was he whispering, talking in a normal voice,
I don't know.
animated?
How would he know? How would she know anyway what other people could or could not hear? That's speculation anyway. How would she have knowledge of that? The question should be, when Nicolae made comments, did other people in your group respond to his comments? And the other thing is, you subpoenaed those people who were in the tubes with them. Did you hear Nicolae say anything? Yes. You could have done it that way, but I don't understand why they're doing it this way. If other people in the group heard him, bam, no privilege. I just don't get it. There's ways that this can be done. There's ways he could do this, and he's just... Ariel saying because nobody else heard him. Sure. Hella, hi, Hella. I know you're... Oh, it's like 1 o'clock in... Good day, mate, land. But if you'd like a link, you can have one, but I know you're probably sleeping. This is your cat typing. But yeah, if it's... Okay, how close were people? Do you know? Were they within 5 feet? No. Were they within a foot? No. 5 feet? No. 10 feet? No. Yeah, they're trying to get her to agree with the kid's lies. Yes, that's fine. But there's ways you can do that. And he's just not... I think he could have... This is just... Oof.
I don't remember.
And if you have something to refresh, you can refresh a recollection with their testimony from transcripts and all those things and officer statements. If you have to bring in another party to impeach her, another evidence to impeach her, do that. Impeach her, refresh a recollection. It seems like they weren't prepared for this, and I don't understand why they wouldn't be.
Who was he talking to while you were tubing?
Amy.
Objection.
I'm confused. Tubing when?
Yeah. Is this the tubing beforehand? Because if we're all in a group before that, that doesn't mean that party heard him say everything afterwards. And what you guys talk about, when did you do this?
When you were tubing to the exit.
Amy.
Okay, and that's Amanda Torres.
Yes.
If other people talked about when Nicolae said when he came back, is that, if you know, did you tell them about it or would they have overheard it?
I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, so if other people knew what he said when he came back, it means they overheard what he was saying?
Objection leading inaccurate.
This is voir dire, so I'm going to give some latitude so we can get to the core of this. So overruled.
You didn't tell anyone else what he told you?
No.
Okay. And then while Nicolae has been in jail, you guys have spoken on the phone?
Yes.
And on those recordings, does it say these are being recorded?
Yes.
That's at the start of every phone call?
Yes.
And at points, Nicolae has talked about the case.
He tried. I stopped him,
And sometimes he'd say something about the case before you could stop him?
but I didn't. All I kept saying, if you're going to talk about it, I'm hanging up the phone. I don't want
Right.
to hear it.
Sure.
But
And
he never got out very much.
no,
Couple
but
words.
some stuff he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's it.
Mr. Nelson?
So you were asking questions about the conversations that you and Nick had after he came back the second time and you're standing on the sandbar.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
During that, you considered that to be a private conversation, correct?
Yes.
He was, you two were engaged, just the two of you, correct?
Yes.
And no one else was within 10 feet of you, correct?
Not that I know of. No.
After that, there may have been times where other people talked to Nick between the time you spoke with him until he was arrested. Agreed?
Yes.
You don't know what Nick said in those other times, right?
No.
Because you weren't a party to those conversations.
No, and I don't hear very well, so I went to hear them. I wear hearing aids, so I don't hear, and I didn't wear them on the river, obviously.
So all you know about is what Nick told you when the two of you were alone.
Yes.
That's what you remember regarding Nick's statements about what may or may not have happened.
Well, that's interesting. She doesn't wear hearing aids on the river. That's interesting.
Yes.
The phone calls on the jail, I want to ask you about that, okay?
Okay.
You still consider those private, agreed?
Yes.
There was you didn't know for sure whether somebody was or was not listening live, correct?
That I don't know. I just know they say it's recording.
What they do with the recording, you don't know?
No.
Doesn't say, okay, that's all.
Anything else?
You'd purposely tell him to stop talking sometimes because you knew somebody might be listening to those calls, right?
Only if you started talking about what happened, I do.
Okay. No.
Mr. Nelson?
The reason you stopped that is you weren't worried about somebody else hearing, you just didn't want to hear about the case. Fair to say?
Both.
Either way, it doesn't matter. If she knows that the jailhouse calls aren't protected, that doesn't waive privilege either. So I don't understand what, like, she's avoiding the issue. So you guys can't. That doesn't help you. Redirect. That didn't really help you. So
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Miu. Please have a seat in the back.
doesn't really help.
Do you have other witnesses?
On this issue?
Yes.
I have a 911 call where you can also hear Nicolae talking in the background.
Well, that's different. As far as this question of whether or not the statements to Ms. Miu were private.
No.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah. Why don't you have guys from that tube there? Why don't you guys from the tube? I got a feeling Sean will enjoy that about as much as he did when Daryl Brooks asked the lady whose kids got sent to the hospital. Yeah. Hey, Tom, how you doing? Dark Lotus, hello. You know, guys, this lady's been through a lot. Her husband's been sitting in jail for 2 years now. You know, she's famous in that area. Like her husband, this is a big deal in the Minnesota, Wisconsin area. This is a big, big case. And people know her. When they hear the name Miu, they're like Nicolae Miu? This lady's been through a lot, so I can understand she's not thrilled to be there. She probably still loves her husband and doesn't want anything to happen to him. So, Brandon saying because they don't speak English. I understand, but that's why was defense such a booger to her? They weren't a booger to her. This isn't that time where you come out and you do all the fluffer, like, hey, we're on the same team stuff. This is a short voir dire to figure out whether or not she could be there. And notice they brought the hearing aid stuff. Like, they did all the stuff that was necessary. And the state not bringing in anybody else to say, like, oh, I heard what they were talking about. It's because they don't have anybody else. And that's, I hope, the point. I hope Sheriff Fossey, and notice these guys are all bouncing between chairs. So I think they're co-counsel, not really like first chair, second chair. They should bring up, they don't have anybody else, so obviously nobody else heard it. If they had somebody else that heard it, that person would be testifying. So
No, assert the privilege.
All right. The privilege has been asserted. It's a statutory privilege. As I mentioned, a spouse may prevent another spouse, the other spouse, from talking about private conversations that were made during the marriage. We're talking about two different conversations between spouses. One occurred on July 30, 2022, shortly after the incident. On this record, I'm convinced that it was a private conversation because it was engaged between two people standing apart as far as 10 feet away from others. I consider that to be a private conversation, and will allow the privilege to be asserted for that communication. As far as the jail communication is concerned, that clearly is not private. Ms. Miu testified that she knew it was being recorded. If it's being recorded, somebody else has the ability to listen, and the conversations are taking place knowing that somebody else is recording and possibly could listen. So that conversation was not private, and the state may inquire about the substance of those conversations.
I don't see, I would object to those, because if she said don't talk about the case at all over the phone, then she's already stated there's no probative value in those phone calls. And I'm hoping these guys are going to bring that up. What's the probative value to this? But yes, that was a very easy that was an easy call to make for the judge. Nobody else heard it. You don't have any proof anybody else heard it. Bam. Privilege asserted.
How does I don't know how the court wants me to handle that. I know it's very publicized that he's in custody. The jury probably knows, but I know we're trying to not make it obvious. He's in civilian clothes. So should I just not ask a time frame so they might think it's shortly after the arrest, or I don't know, or do I just say jail phone calls? Did you say this?
Well, what do you propose to say? Well, you framed the question for me, and let's find out whether or not there's an objection.
Can I weigh in before that?
Well, you want to give him a shot? Give him a chance to, unless you don't care.
Well, I care.
Okay, let's hear what he proposes that he's going to say, and you tell me your thoughts after that.
I would just ask, while your husband, well, actually, I guess we got to address that too, but when Nicolae was in jail, did you have conversations with him? And did you talk about this? Did he say this? And essentially leave it at that.
I would permit the state to lead, and I don't think that there would be any reason why they would need to go beyond between now and July 30th. Did you have conversations with your husband? Yes. Did your husband tell you X, Y, Z? She says yes. She says no. If she says yes, we're done. If she says no, they play the recording. I mean, the fact that there's a recording, the fact that where it is irrelevant. The only issue is that there's a recording. Your Honor's already ruled on that, and if she doesn't agree with it, they can play the recording. I don't think we need to know why they have the recording.
Mr. Anderson?
That's fine. I'll just say
Use leading questions.
yes.
And if she deviates from the script, then you're going to be able to impeach her on things that may be more sensitive. All right, well,
I don't think there's any. My request is that we don't say it's a jail recording. It's a recording. It doesn't matter where it came from.
that's what I understood the agreement to be.
Okay.
Correct, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I'll just say, did you have recorded phone calls with Nicolae?
No, did you have conversation?
Okay, sure.
And in that conversation was X, Y, and Z said. All right, let's circle back on the relevance of the divorce. How is it relevant?
Well,
We'll come back.
for one, defense said in their opening she is his wife, present tense. So, I mean, I think they could have just,
I'm not his divorce lawyer.
well,
Good. Well,
also, I mean, it goes to bias.
That's really what you're gonna hammer on. Oh, listen, this is the part about prosecutors. They think this is gonna help them. Well, actually, he's not. They're not married anymore. They're liars. Like, come on, bro. If that's what it's gonna hang. Oh, also, that dude's got some gray hair. My homie. It's a little long for my taste, but he does it well. Although it's weird, he's got gray hair. He's got the Anderson Cooper thing up top, but then he's got the, he's in living color on his face. It's like, I don't get how that works, but hey, you do you, Short King. As another, I still have a little black going and a little hair too, so I get it.
For prejudice, and we're asking all these witnesses, what are their relations with each other? Are they friends? Do they still talk to each other? So they're divorced. The finances are done. She doesn't have a financial stake in this trial because the divorce is finalized. So it goes to bias or prejudice.
Well, she still has a financial stake.
We're not claiming the state claiming that she's biased because she's divorced. I'm not tracking the rationale behind the relevancy.
If
Are
she,
they going to?
let's put it this way. The relationship of the witness to the defendant is relevant. What is their relationship? That's where the relevance lies. You said that if we get into the fact that they were divorced, it's going to open up a lot of other issues. What are those issues?
Well, I think I get to ask her, you didn't divorce him because you don't love him anymore. You didn't divorce him because you disapprove of his behavior on 7/30. This was a financial decision. And other than the, state of Minnesota's financial you still care and support. I mean, I think I get to say all of those things if they get into that.
Okay, well, I think the relationship is relevant. I don't think there's any unfair prejudice if the jury knows that they're divorced. And it'll be subject to cross-examination if you want to explore these other topics.
The judge, I know you guys have already alluded to this, does come up. Judge is already, you notice he's saying, I'm not going to let you answer that. I asked that. He's all coming in.
To rehabilitate.
So there we go.
If you want to ask that question, that's what you're going to receive on the other end. I just want to point out one thing, though. At the beginning of the trial, when I was asked to make an exception for the sequestration rule, it was represented to me that they were married. And now I'm learning that they're divorced.
I didn't know that the divorce was final. I'm not his divorce attorney. I apologize if I was misleading. I don't believe she sat in the trial at all. So it was not my intent to. I did not know the status of their proceedings.
All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
I don't think so.
Mr. Nelson? All right. Let's bring the jury in. Ms. Miu, we'll have a seat in the back, and then we'll call you back up to the witness stand. She's not a victim.
I guess.
Just so everyone's aware, we can re-administer the oaths of the jury.
Sure.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to continue with the next witness. Who is that witness, Mr. Anderson?
Sandra Miu.
Ms. Miu, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you will offer in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Sandra Miu.
And Sandra, do you work?
No.
What city and state do you live in?
I live in Lakeville, Minnesota.
And obviously, you know Nicolae Miu.
Yes.
Where'd you two meet?
At work.
And is that Ritchie Engineering?
Yes.
Were you tubing with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of people?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you with a group of people?
Yes.
Commissioner Broach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12. You can take it. Are those the people you were tubing with?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 12?
No objection. And Sandra, can you see that? Do you go by Sandy or Sandra?
Sandy.
Okay. Far left person, who's that?
It's Ariel.
And how do you know Ariel?
He's Ernesto's nephew, and Ernesto used to work with us.
Okay. How many times were you and Nick, or just Nick, close friends with Ariel, just met him?
We sort of were close friends with him. We'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house, and he would be there.
Okay. And how about the woman next to Ariel?
I don't know her very well. That's Ariel's girlfriend.
Okay. And then guy third from right.
I don't know him. That was the first time he had been there.
Okay. And then that's Nicolae next to fourth from right.
Yes.
Okay. Where are you in this photo?
I'm in the inner tube in the middle.
Okay. And then where's Ernesto?
Ernesto is in between Amy and Rosie.
Okay. Maybe I'll go back. Can you still see it?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. And who's Rosie?
Rosie is Ernesto's sister.
And how do you know Ernesto and Rosie?
I know Ernesto because we worked with him. Rosie's been over at his house when we would go over there.
Okay. How long have you known Ernesto?
I don't even know, 10 some years, probably maybe a little bit more.
10 to 15?
Yeah, I go 10 to 15.
Okay. You and Nick, would you socialize with them a lot?
Yes, we go to their house.
Did they come to your house?
Yes,
Okay. So decent, close friends?
yes.
How about Amanda or Amy?
That's Ernesto's wife.
Okay. You knew her pretty well too?
Yes.
And Tatiana, did you know her?
I only knew her a little bit. I met her a couple of times when we'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house.
Okay. And
And
sir,
same with Peachy. I only met him when we'd go over there. And I only met him maybe 3 times.
and you, that's what you know him as, PG?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
When you were tubing in the beginning, did Nicolae have a knife on him?
I don't know if he did when we were tubing.
In the beginning, at the start?
He only did to cut the strings on the tubes. He went back to the Jeep and I thought he put it away.
Okay. And as you guys were tubing, so you didn't see him put it there, you just thought he put it in the Jeep when he went back to the Jeep?
Yes,
And is that what he brought it for, to cut the string?
yes,
So he could tie up at the beginning?
yes.
Okay.
Actually, Ernesto called Nick and asked him to bring it
Okay.
so he could cut the string.
Did your group stop on the way? Did you stop anywhere on the way while tubing?
While we were tubing,
No, did you stop?
before we got there?
Yeah, did you stop somewhere to eat or
No.
hang out on a beach or anything like that?
No,
You remember telling law enforcement you stopped and you were eating for like 30 minutes or so and using the bathrooms?
that was why we were tubing.
What do you mean? Can you explain that?
We were tubing down the river and there was a spot that is covered where they must have played a band or something there once in
Okay.
a while. It was on the river while we were tubing. We stopped to eat.
Gotcha. You thought I was asking about before tubing.
Yes,
Okay, sorry. And did Nicolae have snorkel goggles with him?
yes,
And was he snorkeling by a group of young guys at one point?
I don't know. He just took the snorkel and went out there.
Did you see him by a group of young guys at some point?
I did later
Okay.
when the incident started.
And was there actually a couple times that Nicolae went over to that group?
That I don't know for sure.
Did you tell law enforcement that he went over there twice?
I know I think he went to that group and he came back. And then I didn't know he went back to that group until later I saw him over there.
Okay. So he had gone to the group of the young guys, came back, and then at some point he went back there, but you didn't see him go back there again.
No, I didn't keep track of him.
Okay. How long was he back that you remember before you noticed he was gone again?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. I don't know for sure.
Do you remember saying maybe 10 minutes?
I may have.
And then when he went, Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
I don't know what we're doing. What, hold on here. What was it like? What could have been the issue?
When he went, Judge, can we approach? Do you remember saying maybe 10 minutes?
I may have.
And then when he went, Judge, can we approach?
There's gonna be. I guess it's. I don't. They know the next question. I don't know what it is. Yes, there's a TLDR in the description below. It'll kind of fill you in. He's accused of murdering a 17-year-old kid and slashing and wounding multiple other people with a pocket knife after there was like an altercation on a tubing river. Back in 2022. But there's a better explanation down below in the description.
And at some point, did Ariel's phone get knocked in the water?
I don't know how it went in the water, but yes.
And do you remember, in relation to the 2 times Nicolae went over to the group of young guys, was it before the first time, after the first time? Do you remember?
Was what before or after?
When the phone got lost?
Oh, it was before.
Okay. was Nicolae looking for the phone?
Yes.
What were you guys doing, the rest of the group, while Nicolae was looking for the phone?
I don't know what they were doing. I was busy sitting in the inner tube because I had a hard time getting out of it. And I was just looking at the sky and the trees and
I was in the inner
just relaxing and
tube.
enjoying my day.
You guys, I mean, your group was kind of by a sandbar, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay.
We were just tubing, yeah. Hey there. Hey there.
And when Nicolae was back at the group of young guys the second time, did something catch your attention?
I happened to, every once in a while, I'd sit up in my tube just to see where Nick was at. And the one time I did that, it looked like there was people around him, and all of a sudden I saw him on his hands and knees in the water, and somebody was hitting him.
Didn't you originally say that the first thing you noticed was all the young guys jumping out of their tubes?
I may have.
And it's that point that you alerted your group and sent some people over there? Or asked some people to go over there?
Yeah, I had asked 2 of them,
And who were those 2 people?
Ariel and Ernesto.
Okay. And again, Ariel in the group photos on the far left,
Yes, he's with the red, white, and blue.
and Ernesto is the only one without a shirt off in that photo?
Yeah, it's on the other side. It's like second from where I'm at on that side.
Okay. And so you saw, just to clarify, this is the second time Nicolae's at the group that you see them jump up? Yep, okay. And do Ernesto, after you see the boys jump up and you alert the group, do Ernesto and Ariel start walking over there?
Yeah, Ariel went first, and then Ernesto went.
And then I think you said the next thing you remember was he was on his hands and knees in the water and somebody hit him.
Yep,
And then did you see anything after that?
I did not.
And how, at some point after, what do you remember happening after that?
They just brought him back. And I
And,
saw the police come, and people were screaming, and kid was by a tree, I guess. And later, because we stayed there for about 20 minutes.
and I'm going to get to that in a second, but I just want to back up a little bit. So you said they brought him back. Did Nicolae come back before or after or with Ernesto and Ariel, if you remember?
With them, I think.
Did you actually see Nicolae walking back from the group, or was he just there, like next thing you noticed?
I saw him coming. I didn't see him leave that group. I saw him walking back.
And were you watching him the whole time he was walking back?
Not at the beginning when he left the group. I didn't see that.
And did you watch him? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Last sheet of paper.
Yes.
One of the bailiffs, I think there's another pack just outside this door, leaning up against the wall. Let's take that one down. We need to mark it in any event.
So if this is the river,
Mhm.
let's say this is the sandbar, okay, you with me?
Mhm.
Okay. Were you guys are somewhere around here?
Yeah, right next to it.
Okay, in the water? Or-
Yes.
Okay, like right here?
Yep.
Okay. And then do you remember where the young boys were, or young kids, or adults?
Yeah, they
whatever?
were on that side.
The other side of the river?
Yes, they weren't on the same side we were on.
And were they downstream a ways?
Yes.
Okay, so, right, I mean, there's no scale, so.
Yeah.
I'll just draw them generally here. So at some point, Nicolae walked back.
Mhm.
And you said you didn't see him when he left at first. Do you know, like, if you know, I don't want you to guess, that, like, when he was halfway, did you start to watch him come back when he was almost back to your group?
Probably a little less or a little more than halfway.
Okay, so maybe like around here,
No, the other way.
lower? Oh, this, down
Yeah.
here?
Probably saw him about in there.
And did he walk straight back to your group from there?
Yes.
And you watched him walk back?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember? You met with essentially the people sitting at this table prior to testifying, is that right?
yes,
And do you remember saying in that meeting that you weren't watching him when he walked back the whole time?
yes,
Okay. So do you know which one it is?
yes. I probably didn't watch him the whole time.
Okay. And after Nicolae was back by you, your group, what did you see? What did you hear? Not amongst your group, but downriver.
There was a lot of commotion down there. I saw the police arrive. I saw someone, I didn't really see the person laying by the tree, but I saw somebody give that person CPR.
And let me ask a question about that. So the person who's getting CPR, was that on the other side of the river from you?
Yes, it was by where the other people's troops were.
So somewhere down here.
Yeah,
And did you see that CPR going on? You said you were there about 20 minutes.
yeah, I think it was about 20 minutes. I don't know for sure, but it seemed like 20 minutes.
Was somebody getting CPR on the shore that whole time?
Pretty much.
Okay. About 20 minutes. Did you see and the commotion? Can you describe the commotion?
People were more frantic, it seemed. They were just going to people that needed help.
And what do you mean needed help? Did you see people who were injured?
No, just, like I said, I didn't see the one by the tree either. I'm just assuming, but no.
So what did you see to know they were doing CPR?
I saw somebody pushing up and down on the person's chest.
Okay. Did you see blood?
I did not.
And so you said you saw law enforcement arrive,
Yes,
and you remember seeing a couple of officers in the water?
yes,
Is that what you remember as far as law enforcement that you saw before you guys left?
yes, there may have been an ambulance, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember telling us in the meeting that you saw a police SUV, a couple officers in the water, and no ambulance?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. So did anyone from your group, once Ariel, Ernesto, and Nicolae are back with you, did anyone walk over to where the commotion was going on?
I heard somebody did. I didn't see them.
Prior to the incident, I'll call it, what was the atmosphere like among your group? Were you guys drinking, listening to music?
We were listening to music until the phone got lost because that was the one that was playing the music on.
Okay.
Some of them were drinking.
Okay. Was Nicolae drinking?
He had about 2 beers.
About just an estimate?
Yeah.
You were the designated sober driver home, right?
Yeah, I was just drinking water.
And that was pre-planned that you would be the one to drive home?
No, it was not pre-planned.
And then after the incident, what was the mood like when you're tubing down the river?
Quiet.
And I'm not asking what was said, but while you're tubing down the river, was Nicolae talking?
I think he was talking to Amy, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I didn't look to see.
So fair to say when you guys tubed down, the person was still getting CPR?
I don't remember.
There's the scene, was the scene still chaotic?
I don't think it was back then, no.
No, but it was before ambulances arrived, right?
I don't know for sure.
Well, you said you saw a police SUV, 2 officers in the water, no ambulances, right?
I don't know for sure. I didn't pay attention, but I told you before there was no ambulance, so I guess not.
Okay. You'd agree that when you told us that, we just asked you to tell us what you remember, right?
Yes.
You weren't
And
crying or,
no, but, I've been trying to block this out. So
okay.
since I talked to you, I don't remember. I'm not going to sit here and read the transcripts you gave me. I don't remember.
I imagine, and I want to be respectful, I imagine this is extremely difficult
Yes.
for you. So when your group left, you had to tube by the spot where the incident happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Since this incident, you've had conversations with Nicolae briefly about some parts of the incident, agreed?
Yes.
And Nicolae has expressed to you frustration with you and your group because you didn't hear him yelling for help, right?
Right.
And he cast some blame on you and your group for not coming in response to his yells for help.
Yes.
And you responded, you couldn't hear any yells for help.
No, couldn't hear it. Not over the water.
I'm reading chat, Brandon. I'm just listening to this lady talk right now.
Nick's knife, you described it as, you believed it was a silver blade, black handle folding knife. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. It could have been.
And you described that it had a clip and a clip on the knife, right?
Yes.
And he'd clip it into his lower pocket on his shorts.
Yes.
And Nicolae's right-handed, right?
He's right-handed.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you heard screaming?
I don't remember. I may have. I just don't remember.
You, would it refresh your memory to see a transcript?
Yes. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
No, but it says it, so I must have said it.
Okay. When you saw CPR being done on the shore, was the rest of your group looking in the same direction, watching what was going on?
Quoting Fargo.
I'm assuming so.
No foundation.
It's the same.
You were there for 20 minutes?
About, I guess.
Sorry, just wait till you
Sorry.
address the objections. That's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
I objected, asked and answered.
I hadn't finished.
Ask the question, start over.
So you were there for, you estimate about 20 minutes with the other people from your group. As you were there, did you make observations about the people in your group?
No.
No, you didn't see anything that anyone was doing or looking at?
No.
Where were you? Okay. And what about Nicolae? Did you see where he was looking?
No.
Did you see what he was doing?
No.
So Nicolae walks down to I'm talking about the second time now, the group of young guys. You see him get hit when he's down on his hands and knees. He eventually comes back, and you're not paying any attention to what Nicolae's doing.
Objection leading.
Sting.
May we approach?
Yes.
So during that 20 minutes, were you watching, after everything you testified about, during the 20 minutes you're there, were you paying any attention to Nicolae?
I don't recall. I must have at some point. I just don't recall.
Did Nicolae have any injuries that you saw?
I didn't notice any, but I didn't pay attention either.
And the people that Nicolae was downstream, were they bigger, smaller, same size as Nicolae?
I noticed some of them were skinnier, some of them were bigger. They were all younger.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they're all smaller than Nicolae? Nicolae's a big guy.
No, I don't remember saying that, but if I did,
You remember saying it didn't look like Nicolae got hit that hard?
I don't remember.
When Nicolae came back after you saw him get hit, did you go to him, render any aid, anything like that?
Did I what?
Go to him and render any aid or anything like that?
I just made sure it didn't have any, I didn't see any blood or anything, so I'm assuming he was not too badly hurt.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Miu, can you tell us when you and Nick got married?
When?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was June 4th, 2011,
Why'd you marry him?
because I loved him.
Still true today?
Yes, it is.
Over the course since, did you know him before 2011?
Yes, I met him. We started dating in 2008, and I met him at work a little before that, so
What did he do there at your place of employment?
he was an engineer.
What type of engineer?
I think he said it was a mechanical engineer.
What did you do at the place of employment?
I was a supervisor of a department.
Of what department?
I was a supervisor of the packaging department.
And it was through that you and Nick grew to meet each other and then know each other, right?
Yes,
It sounds like there's a group of other people that you guys got to know and hang out with from work, right?
yes.
So you've known Nick since 2008?
I knew him a little before that, maybe 2007.
And during that time, you eventually married him and lived with him, right?
Yes,
You worked with him often?
I did.
You interacted with him at work and at home?
Yes,
Imagine you really knew this man.
yes.
Would you agree that you know his character as to whether he's peaceful or violent?
Yes.
I mean, you're allowed to talk about his peaceful nature, but then the prosecution's allowed to bring up his violent nature if they have evidence of it. And yeah, you got to be careful about how you straddle this.
Do you have an opinion as his character for peacefulness?
Nick is a very peaceful person.
I want to ask you some other questions about what you know about Nick, okay?
All right.
Was there a time when
Uh-oh, I'm trying to figure out how to handle this. All right, chat. What the heck? What are we doing here? Why did it freeze? Oh, it's not frozen. She's just sitting there very well poised.
That's fine. No objection to entering addition of those photos.
What are the numbers?
I'll go through them. I just wanted to publish and ask you when they're on the Elm.
That's fine. We'll turn on the document examiner.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I'm going to show you some photos and ask you some questions about those, okay?
Yes.
This is exhibit number 106. You see that?
Yes.
What's that picture of?
It's a picture of Nick and I.
When is that from? Do you know?
I don't remember the exact date. Probably about 2009, 2010.
Okay. And you might not know, but roughly where are you at?
I don't remember. We went to some park and for the day and just decided to
It's
take some pictures
Minnesota.
of
There's
us while we were there.
10,000 lakes. I don't know if you know each one of them by heart.
We tried to when we could.
Sure. And so is this unusual in any way for you guys to be out someplace in the outdoors enjoying yourselves?
No, it's not.
Show me what's been marked as exhibit number 107. You see that sticker? Who's that?
It's Nick and I and our little boy, Tiki,
Okay. Who's Tiki?
our dog.
Aw, he got a nice buffer, a Yorkie.
Picture 108. There's 3 different pictures there. Do you see those?
Yes,
Is that Nick in all of those?
yes,
Is that Nick on the left-hand side and the right-hand side? Are those pictures of Nick working on some property you guys owned in South Dakota?
yes.
Nick, a bit of a handyman.
Oh, yes,
Does he fix stuff around the house?
yes,
Fix stuff around the yard?
yes,
Is he good with tools?
yes, he is.
Do his friends sometimes call him if they've got some sort of problem that they want fixed?
Yes.
He's the guy to go to?
Yes,
And does he solve it often with tools?
yes,
Have you seen him carry a pocket knife before?
all the time.
You see it, in this case, I think we called it a utility knife or a pocket knife, but it's a small knife that he puts in his pocket, right?
Yep.
Have you seen him use that before?
Yes,
Have you seen him solve problems around the house with that?
yes,
Solve problems around the outside property with that?
yes,
Have you seen other people ask him about, hey, Nick, can you do this? And he'll use the pocket knife to fix something or solve something.
yes,
Showing you what's marked as exhibit 109. See those 3 photos there?
yes,
Is that Nick?
yes, it is.
Is that Nick in the hospital on the 2 ones on the left?
Yes,
Why was Nick in the hospital?
he had a quadruple bypass done.
And when was that?
I think it was 2020.
Okay. And you see in the one on the left and in the one on the right, he has some sort of red pillow that's on his chest. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the red pillow?
So when he would sit up, he could hold that pillow against his chest to help prevent the pain.
Okay. How long was he in recovery as a result of that? Do you know?
I don't remember. I know he wasn't in the hospital long because they try and get you out right away. I don't remember if he was home 3 to 4 weeks afterwards.
Now, you knew him well before 2020, correct?
Yes,
And then you knew him till today, sometime after the surgery, correct?
yes,
Fair to say that since the surgery, he's had some more limitations
yes,
on his physical ability, correct?
yes,
He wasn't quite as fit as he was before. Would you agree?
yes,
And maybe this happens to all of us men when we get into our 50s, but appear to you that he lost some of his confidence in his fitness,
yes,
lost some of his ability to think he could go off and do anything and that he's invincible.
yes,
This certainly humbled him to that degree.
yes.
And did he limit himself to some degree?
He did to some degree, yes.
Did he at some point tell you, like, I just can't do this anymore, or make complaints about his own fitness?
No, Nick never did that.
He wasn't a complainer.
Not too much, no. And he tried, if he could do it one way or the other, he usually did it.
Okay, all right, problem solver.
Yes.
All right. Was he on any sort of like exercise regime that you saw him do, or is he just somebody that stayed like active working around the house?
It was just active working around the house.
He's not like a jogger, a biker,
No,
a lifter, or anything along those lines?
no.
Okay. There were some questions about alcohol use. And before I get into that day, just in general, Nick a big drinker?
No, not real big drinker. Occasionally he will, but not very often. He'll have a couple beers after work.
Okay. On this day, were you concerned about his alcohol consumption on July 30th of 2022?
Oh, no, no.
Was he in any way, did you seen him impaired on other days?
Oh, I've seen him, yes.
On that day, was he in any way impaired?
No,
Were you worried about his intoxication level in any way, shape, or form?
no,
And in your group, was there anybody in your group that was just like slamming drinks?
no. They had beers that everybody shared them. And I don't know how many they had, but there was nobody that was intoxicated in our group like that, no.
Showing you what's been, I think we talked before about that other exhibit. Now here's exhibit 110. You see that photo?
Yes,
And, is that Nick on the left?
yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm gonna, Nick there, is that what he wore on the way to tubing?
Yes,
His shorts, they're camouflage shorts. Does he have a lot of clothing in which is, camouflage?
yes,
Okay, that's just kind of his, I don't want to say signature, but he's got camo clothes.
yes, he does, lots of them.
Okay, and is it unusual for him when he's doing outdoor activities to wear some of those clothes that are made for outdoor activities?
No, it's not unusual.
Is it unusual for you to see him out and about in a camo shirt?
No.
And so that's what he wore there that day.
Yes,
We see in that picture there that he has a ball cap on, is that right?
yes,
And I think there's some other, the original picture here. Exhibit 12, he doesn't have a ball cap on, is that right?
he does not there.
Were there times when you guys were on the river that day that you saw him with the hat on and with the hat off?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay, other than what's documented in the photos, that you don't have any particular memory?
No,
Is it unusual, would it be unusual for you to see him with a hat on?
no, that's not unusual.
He wears a hat pretty regularly?
Yes,
And then I think in both of these photos, he's wearing sunglasses, is that right?
yeah,
Do you remember him wearing sunglasses on that day?
yes, I knew he brought him with.
Again, fair to say that it was sunny out that day?
Yes,
Anything that you thought was unusual about your husband wearing sunglasses on a sunny day outside?
no,
Were there times that you saw him take the sunglasses off?
I didn't pay attention.
He brought some snorkel and goggles though, right?
Yes,
And there was certainly a time when he would, before this incident that we're going to eventually talk about, there were times that you saw him in the water using the snorkel and goggle, correct?
no,
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. So has anyone ever showed you the photos or the video of him kind of just resting in the water with the snorkel and the goggles?
no.
Is that something that you've seen him do in the past?
Well, he goes in the water, but he usually doesn't bring the snorkeling and goggles with.
Okay.
He did this time only because I had mentioned that not to wear any jewelry because the water's cold, because he wanted to know why. And I said, because your jewelry falls off, your rings will fall off your hands because the water's cold.
Okay.
So he thought he'd bring it with and look for jewelry in the water.
Oh, okay.
That's why he brought it.
Okay. And that's something that you guys discussed prior to that?
Yes,
You'd also mentioned prior to, in addition to the snorkel and goggles, you said, I think on direct, Ernesto called and asked him to bring the pocket knife. Do you remember
Yes.
saying that?
yes,
Were you there present when you saw Nick answer the phone?
yes.
And did you know who Nick was speaking to?
He told me who he was talking to.
And it was Ernesto?
Yes,
Not yet.
And at some point after that phone call, did you see Nick go and do something?
I saw him leave the room.
Okay. And then when he came back, did he have the pocket knife that he often has?
I don't know. He told me Ernesto wanted him to bring the
Wait,
knife.
I'm sorry. This is Ernesto talking? It's a statement.
Did you eventually see Nick at the Somerset tubing parking lot using the knife to cut some strings?
Yes,
Were you surprised that he had his pocket knife with him to cut the strings?
no,
At other times during the day, did you see him using the knife to fix his shoes at all?
no, I did not.
So I want to ask you some questions now, focusing on really about July 30th, okay? At some point, there was a time when somebody in your party lost a phone, correct?
Yes,
And that was Ariel, correct?
yes,
And there was a discussion about what you guys were going to do, correct?
yes,
And eventually Nick went off looking for the phone, correct?
yes,
And when you saw him leave looking for the phone, you saw him with the snorkel and the goggles, correct?
yes,
And at that point, when he left, he didn't have his hat on or his sunglasses on. Agreed?
right.
And his shirt, had he been taking his shirt on and off that day?
He may have.
Do you remember when he walked away that time, did he have his shirt on or his shirt off?
I think it was off because he was going in the water.
Okay. Did you find it unusual when Nick decided to go help a friend and go look for a phone?
No,
Is that just kind of what Nick does?
yes,
Is, when he did that, did you think you needed to keep an eye on him?
no,
Were you worried about him, like
No.
his behavior?
no,
Throughout that day, had you seen him cause any conflicts that day?
no,
Engage with anybody in a way that made you like want to control your husband's behavior?
no,
Were you worried about that in any way?
no,
You were just basically like, look for the phone. I'm going to sit here and relax in the tube.
exactly.
And that's what you did.
That's what I did.
At some point, he came back and then he left again, correct?
Yes,
Do you know exactly what he was doing each time that he was gone from your group?
No.
You weren't keeping an eye out for him?
no, I would sit up in the tube once in a while just to see where he was.
Okay. And so this first time you saw him down in the same area that you eventually saw him the second time. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you couldn't hear what was going on?
no,
You didn't see any conflict, right?
No.
You just basically saw Nick in the middle walking around or occasionally putting his face in the water looking for the phone?
yes,
That's what you saw?
yes,
No conflict at all?
no,
Agreed?
yes,
And then at some point you said he comes back and then he leaves. Is that right?
yes,
And some point during the second trip is when you notice, when you sit up in the tube, at some point you notice that there's something going on down there, correct?
yes,
And it causes you concern.
yes,
Causes you concern for the safety of your husband
yes.
because you heard stuff, right? You heard like commotion noises.
I don't know if I heard anything,
Okay.
but when I sat up in the tube, I saw stuff.
And when you saw them, did you see him surrounded by other people?
Trying to think if I saw that. I don't remember if I saw him surrounded by people.
Did you see him raise his left hand and make a motion towards you or other people in the group?
No, I did not see that.
Okay. Had you seen that, would you have responded?
Oh, yes,
Is your husband somebody that takes calling for help lightly?
no,
You ever seen him in a situation before where he calls for help?
no,
This is the first time?
yes,
Have you ever seen a situation before where you felt like he needed help?
no,
So what you saw, that must have been pretty scary.
yes.
What exactly did you see that raised your level of fear so much that you said these other guys, they got to go down there?
I don't remember if I saw anything before, but I remember seeing him in the water on his hands and knees and getting hit.
Okay. Did he look to be in a safe space?
No,
And that's why you sent your friends down there for him?
yes,
And you were worried about him?
yes.
The prosecutor asked questions about what his injuries were. Why didn't you just wait to see if they like drowned him?
Objection, Judge.
Why'd you send the help when you did?
Because I wanted my husband back safe.
Why didn't you wait until you wanted it to get more serious?
Why? You don't do that. I wanted him safe. I wanted him back.
You wanted to get him in a safe spot before it got so bad that it couldn't be fixed.
Yes,
And you were worried that it might get so bad that it couldn't be fixed.
exactly.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson? Yes.
Skip ahead here.
Mr. Anderson?
Sandy, you testified on direct, the thing that you saw that caused you to send people over was the young guys jumping up, getting up out of their tubes, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay. And then that's when Ariel and Ernesto walked over.
I don't remember, I guess. I thought it was when he was in the water getting hit, but it may have been before that.
Do you remember what you said to law enforcement? If it was when the kids, or the young guys, however you want to describe them, got out of their tubes?
I don't remember.
And also on direct, you testified, you never heard Nicolae yell for help, right?
No, I did not.
And would you agree smiling and going like this?
No,
No what?
no, I didn't see that.
Okay. So you didn't see anything, you didn't see a visual call for help, you didn't hear a call for help?
No, like I said, I wear hearing aids. I can't wear them in the water, and the water's loud. I wouldn't have heard him.
Okay. When was Nicolae's surgery?
I want to say it was August of 2020.
So about 2 years before July of 2022.
Yes,
And you said the recovery was about 4 to 5 weeks?
3 to 4.
3 to 4, okay. And then after that, you said it didn't really slow Nicolae down. He still did what he did before.
Well, it slowed him down some because sometimes it took him a little bit longer. He always got everything done, but he just couldn't do it as fast as what he did before because he didn't have the strength.
Okay. Still did yard work, chores around the house, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Wasn't feeble.
Hmm?
Wasn't feeble.
No,
Could still run.
yeah, he just had the pain.
Okay.
He's going with this. That's not. Wherever he thinks he's going with this is probably not like going to help. I think.
Nelson?
Yes, sorry, Judge, I was trying to, thank you. What I understand you saying is you didn't hear him call for help, correct?
Right,
And you didn't see him call for help, correct?
right.
But you would agree, had you seen him make a gesture with his left hand waving you, you would have considered that a call?
Objection and speculation, it's hypothetical.
She's already answered the question.
I wasn't done asking, I guess, when I'm not
Good point. Finish asking the question, but I think we've already gone through this.
just following up on his redirect, so
I know, but I think we've already gone through this, so I don't want to waste time.
try to be really quick. You would agree, had you seen him raise his left hand in a motion like this, you would have considered that from your husband, who you've known for that long, a call for help?
Yes,
Ask and answer noted. Speculation.
Sustained, and she's already answered the question again. Next topic.
You were asked some questions about when you actually raised a concern, so much though that you sent 2 men over there to help your husband. Remember that?
yes,
And what I believe you first said on the first time was when you saw him getting hit, you sent the 2 people over, correct?
yes.
But we came to learn that you may have been concerned even before that and sent people over to help him even before that.
I may have, yes,
You were worried, you didn't wait until he got hit. You were worried about it even before that, correct?
yes,
You just saw a situation in which he looked like he was outnumbered by a bunch of young men, correct?
yes,
And that concerned you.
yes,
And that's why you sent some other people over there, correct?
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miu. You may step down.
Judge, if I didn't already, the exhibits that I showed, I just moved for their admission. I believe I did before, but
Were those photographs submitted?
111 was not included in that, so I'll have to do that later. I just want to make sure the clerk knows.
Ms. Miu, please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. We're going to keep going unless I need to.
I mean, what do you guys think happened there?
Everyone's
That
good?
wasn't super.
Who's the next
huge.
witness?
Larry and Davis.
I was muted. Damn. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Well, I was trying to read these chats, and they only show one at a time. Thank you. That's covered in trial. Thank you, Dagon, for the memberships. As far as what's going to happen here, I don't know. I need more time to read it, but thank you for the super chat on that. It sounds like the emulator community is full of lunatics. So it sounds like the emulator community is full of loons. And they drove one of their own to commit suicide, which is awful. So, you feel bad anytime somebody takes their life. It sucks. Certainly it's not the farm's fault. So, although people are going to try to make it that way. You're going to work on not muting her. Thank you, Charlie. Yes. Yes, that's like telling a wide receiver, you really need to work on not dropping the ball. Well, yes, there are a bunch of troons in the emulator community, yes. Oh. So, all right, guys, here we go. I should buy the chat hearing aids. That's a funny thing, guys. I have a StreamYard. I'm reading the chat in StreamYard. I'm reading as it scrolls. And when you switch over, there's two columns. There's a live and a starred. I was reading all the starred stuff. I still think Nier is a hoax. Yeah, Nier is completely a hoax. The whole Nier thing is a bunch of crap. There's no issue about that.
Judge, I guess I should know for the record that Mr. Davis has requested that he also not be recorded. I know how the court feels about it, but I'm making the request.
Is he a victim?
No, he's a witness.
The statute allows an exception for victims. Please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Can we state your name for the record, please?
Valerian Davis,
Mr. Davis, how old are you?
24,
What city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Were you tubing on the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of your friends?
Yes.
How many folks, if you remember?
It was 4 of us in total.
Were you drinking some alcohol that day?
Yeah.
Do you think you were impaired?
No.
At some point, did your group have contact with a group of teenagers having a confrontation with an older male?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't remember the specific time, but it was during the day while we was on the river.
All right. And your group of folks, do you remember how many tubes you had?
We had like 4 strung together.
All right. I'm going to show you. We have a video from parts of the river. I'm going to show you a still frame from that video. It's number 2670.
It's going to pop up right here.
You will in a second, once they're ready.
Mr. Davis, if you can look at the monitor on the jury box there, showing you still 2670 from our video. You see yourself in that still frame?
Yeah, right there with my hand up.
All right, is that you standing up?
Yeah.
Blue shorts?
Yeah.
Is that your group?
Yes.
In the foreground, you see a gentleman who's splashing down into the water.
Yes.
In this particular still frame, is your back to the person going in the water?
Yes.
What are you holding up in your hand?
My phone.
Were you taking a picture or something
Yeah, I was recording the video.
of yourself?
Yeah.
At some point when you were recording that video, did you realize something was going on behind you?
Yeah, when I was recording the video, and I was showing the whole, like when I was recording my video, I was showing my whole view, and that's how I noticed what was going on in the background.
All right. Did eventually you turn around and start actually recording what was happening?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first started recording, how many seconds or minutes was it after that picture where you're doing the selfie? If you,
I'll say I say it was like right after that because I was on Snapchat, so I saved that video and then I tried to take another video.
All right. I'm going to show you another still frame from our video. It'll be 3093, Judge. We're ready. Larry, and still 3093, do you see yourself in that photo?
Yes,
Are you standing or sitting?
standing.
What are you doing in this particular frame?
I'm recording the incident.
Um, we're going to play Mr. Davis's video here. It's exhibit. Oh, pardon me. Did you get a chance to come to our office and review the video that you took?
Yeah.
And did you put your initials on the flash drive that your video is located on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you if I can approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 21. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
Is that the flash drive you watched earlier today?
Yes.
Are those your initials on there?
Yeah.
And the date?
Yes.
And I guess before we play, I'll ask you a few more questions. At some point, after you were finished recording, and we'll get to that part, did you tell law enforcement that you had a video of the incident?
Yeah.
And did you try to transfer that to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Was there a problem with the transfer?
Yes.
With the video that you transferred, is it garbled in some sense?
It's the video. It's like, what's the word? It's like blurry because I sent it from my iPhone to the officer's Android phone.
After that initial transfer of the video, did you have an issue with your phone?
Yes, it had water damage.
Did you drop it in the river that day?
Yes.
Did you try to figure out a way to extract your original video out of the phone?
Yeah, I tried to do the iCloud because with iPhones you got your iCloud storage, and with Snapchat I tried to see with like with your storage on Snapchat it'll back up to the cloud too. I tried to see if that was going to work, but it never worked.
Did you eventually send your phone in to try to be repaired?
Yeah.
Were they ever able to retrieve the original video you took?
No, they only got that video.
All right. At some point, did you tell the police where your phone was, where they were trying to repair it?
Yes.
And then did you give them permission to take it?
Yes.
We're going to play it, Judge. It's Exhibit 21. I move to admit and publish to the jury.
Any objection to 21? The 21 is received. Go ahead and play it. Wait till they give us the cue.
We're ready.
Why are we watching potato quality footage? That's the big, like, what evidentiary value does this have?
As you were recording it, were you watching what was happening at the same time?
Yes.
What did you see happen?
I saw him stab the light skinned dude before and like slice his whole stomach open. And you could see him like push the next person in that video, but it's like real blurry. That's pretty much it.
Were you able to tell the people that had been injured?
Yes.
Did you and your group make any efforts to assist these folks that were injured?
Yes.
What did you do?
Me and my brother, we had helped carry. It was a girl, she had got stabbed, and then we helped. There was another dude that got stabbed in like his arm, I think. We helped him. We walked him out the water too because he was like hysterical.
I got a question, John.
Serious officer.
So, Mr. Davis, you provided 2 interviews to law enforcement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. One on August 10th of 2022, and then another one on March 7th of this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony correctly in terms of the video. Are you saying that you recorded, there was more video that you recorded, it was just lost in the transfer?
Yes.
And is what was lost in the transfer, I mean, you provided the police with information on what you said you saw, right?
Yes.
And you were asked today about what you saw, and you said you saw that a light-skinned dude got stabbed, right?
Yes.
Did you see more than that?
Yeah. It was like a tussle.
Okay, well, I'm going to get into that with you for a minute, okay? So what you've provided to the state in terms of what you say you observed, there's much more than that. True?
Yes.
And your, can I ask you this? Is your memory of events, so you give two statements, one about 11 days after the incident, 12 days, and one 21 months after the incident. Which memory in terms of the dates when you give those statements, is one better than the other?
Well, it'd be the one that was closer to the event. That'd be better. But I gave a statement to the officer that day.
Okay. So if I said to you, memory is normally better closer in time to an event, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now, on the interview that you gave in March of this year, though, you told the police that you remember it like it was yesterday. Remember that?
I don't remember saying them exact words, but
Investigator O'Keefe said to you, you said you remember it like it was yesterday, though. And you say, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Now, and you had described, at least in your interview with the police, that you were really kind of paying attention to what was going on.
Yes.
In your statement in March of 2024, you say, tell me if you remember this. I remember he had a hat on. He had on. Like, he looked like he wasn't supposed to be in the water. Like he just came out of the bushes. He just came out. Remember that?
Yeah.
So is it your testimony today, under oath, that the person involved in this incident had a hat on and came out of the bushes?
No.
You told the police.
I told them that, yes, but I don't, like you said, it could be foggy. I don't think that's what it was no more, though.
Okay, well, this is less than a month ago. You had this conversation with them, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you intentionally lying to the police?
No.
Okay. So where do you come up with the idea that he came out of the bushes?
Because that's why I saw him running to the bushes after the incident.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. You tell the police he walks in the water. He had pants on and everything. He had a jacket on, right?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Well, the police say you said it. Do you deny saying it?
If that's what y'all got, I guess, yeah, I said it. I don't remember saying it, I should say.
You don't remember March of this year talking to the police?
Yeah, I remember talking to him. I don't remember saying he had a...
Like, God, it sounds like this guy just wanted to talk for the sake of talking. I mean, yes, you're a potato phone. I don't know what you saw, but geez, dude.
a jacket and a coat on.
Okay.
I remember he had on a hat,
Okay.
and he had on shorts. I don't recall no jacket though.
All right, but you don't dispute that you told the police that.
No,
Why would you tell the police that?
like you said, our memory is a little
I'm an
doggy over
idiot.
2 years ago.
But you told them that you remembered it like it was yesterday. Right?
Yeah,
Do you?
that was a month ago. I said that though.
Okay. So a month ago, you remembered 21 months ago, like yesterday. In the 26 days that have passed since then, it's all faded.
I object argumentative.
State. You made-
Yeah, that's wow. What a dumbass.
You also said to the police, he came out of the bushes and he was taking pictures of the girls.
Yes, I said that.
You saw that?
No, I said that.
I understand you said it. Did you see it?
Yes,
So you saw Mr. Miu with his camera that afternoon taking pictures of little girls. That's what you're telling this jury.
Oh no. That's what I said.
No, like I said, I understand you said it. Is it true?
Oh, I don't know.
Why would you say it if you don't know if it's true?
Some Marita.
There was a lot going on.
A lot was going on March 7th of 2024.
No, that.
Question argumentative. Overruled.
Say it one more time for me.
To make sure you understand, okay, on March 7th of 2024, you have a recorded interview with investigators O'Keefe and Justness, I think is how you pronounce his name. They speak to you about this incident, right? Yes?
Yes.
And on March 7th of 2024, you tell these law enforcement officers that he comes out of the bushes and that he's taking pictures of girls, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I guess so. It's hard to say because like that's what I recall from the date that happened. That's what I was telling the officer.
This.
You'd agree with
You
me?
dumb
We're
son of a
interviewed
bitch. This never even remotely happened. How can you recall any of this? Yes, ask him the breakfast question. Yes, that should be a basic competency question for people to testify. If you didn't eat breakfast today, how would you feel? Yeah, I think this guy just wants to testify, and now he's like, oh my God, now I'm in trouble. It's like, homie, why would you do this yourself? Here's Mr. Worthless to sue for defamation. Well, this is all privileged. It's testified. You have testifying immunity. Anything you say on the stand, because we want people to be truthful, is generally, there's not really a way around that. Okay, Stacey's asking, what is the breakfast question? So the breakfast question is the idea that if I asked you this question, if you didn't eat breakfast today, how would you feel? People who lack enough intelligence can't process that. Their immediate thought is, but I did eat breakfast today. And it's it can be phrased better. It's a meme of it. It's a meme, and it's basically the idea is it's a counterfactual conditional. Okay, so the idea that people with low IQ struggle to, it's a hypothetical question that people with low IQ can't process, and they can't work their way through it. Okay, well, I never eat breakfast. Okay, if you didn't eat dinner today, how would you feel? So that's the thing. It's kind of like thinking outside the box, but people with low IQs are unable to process this type of hypothetical situation. And it's, an idea that they don't have enough IQ power to do that. And allegedly this came out through a 4chan meme that somebody was interviewing prisoners, and they would get mad when you would ask them a question like this because they say, but I did eat breakfast today. And they think you're trying to they think there's some trickery going on there. No, and it's just, if the thing hadn't happened, how would you feel? Well, obviously if I didn't eat breakfast, I'd be hungry. So that's, I mean, that's the point. It's just, you can't understand the hypothetical nature of the question. But also, if you don't eat lunch, it's like, okay, well, how would you feel if you didn't eat lunch today? Yes, it's basically like the Voight-Kampff test from, it's like you making fun, it's like Blade Runner. It's a litmus test for intelligence. Yeah, but I mean, it's basically how it works in one form or another. But it's the idea it's a counterfactual narrative, and it's whether or not you can process a hypothetical question. And people, you can't process conditionals. They can't process hypotheticals. You can't give them, Tina says, I had egg, sausage, and toast. Okay, but Tina, the question is, if you didn't have egg, sausage, and toast for breakfast, how would you feel? Probably hungry or tired or hangry for lunch. So that's the Shirafisi is just taking this guy to the woodshed. So he's doing a good job. When it matters on a plate or a bowl, no. Yes, it's basically an NPC test. It's a trap question. It's not really a trap question because it's if you're smart, it's not a trap. So Yeah, the fire alarm test is also a good one. Tonight says an abstract hypothetical requires some. It's below 90. Yes, it's if you have an IQ below 90, and 90 is kind of like you're getting to the bottom end of intelligence because Jordan Peterson even talked about this. The bare minimum IQ for the U.S. military is 83. At that point, they can't teach you any jobs, and even at that end of it, it's very hard. So yeah, the IQ spectrum, most people are around like 95 to 100. So 90, you're a couple points off. Yeah. Below 90, you have a lot of problems with a lot of things, and that's very, very true. Very, very, very true. Yes, it's very tough for a lot of people below 90. Even the high 80s is tough. Life's tougher when you're stupid.
The officer's back. Pictures
We're going to rewind it just a little bit and go back.
of girls, right?
Yes, yes,
That's not true, is it?
I guess so. It's hard to say because like that's what I recall from the date that happened. That's what I was telling the officer.
Okay. You'd agree when you were interviewed by the officer's back in 2022, you never said anything about him taking photos of little girls, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You don't remember ever telling them that he came out of the bushes either, do you?
I know I said that.
You certain that's right?
Well, no, it's over 2 years ago.
Okay. I just want you
But
to
I believe that's what I told them.
And you
I don't
didn't
know.
tell him that he was wearing a hat and a jacket and pants back in 2022, did you?
But also 2022, we were on the water, we were drinking and everything. What I saw was a scuffle and a man stabbing people.
What you saw, I don't think you know what you
Okay.
saw, buddy.
You said much, much more to the police on your interview in March of 2024. You
Yeah.
provided far greater details. Okay.
Okay.
And that's the stuff that I want to talk to you about. You told the police he walked into the water fully clothed. That's not true, is it?
No.
So then why'd you lie?
You told the police he got caught taking pictures of little girls.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Overruled,
That's
yeah.
not true, is it?
I guess not. No.
You guess not. No,
I say I don't know on that one.
you can say whatever you
With
want.
the pictures and the girl taking pictures.
Let him ask the question and please give an answer.
You could say I don't know, but it's too late now. You've already been so affirmative about it. Yeah, you can say I don't know. But you've already like now if you try to say I don't know, you're kind of backtracking.
Okay.
When this whole thing kind of starts, you're making a video, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think back in August of 2022, you said that you were taking a video, and I don't want to get this wrong.
Yeah.
You're recording your girl because you said she was kind of arguing with you. Is that true?
No.
No. So if you said that, that wouldn't be true.
Wait, you said I was recording my girl because she was arguing with me.
I can just tell you what you said, and you can tell
Yeah.
me. I'm recording me and my girl because she has an attitude.
That sounds
That sounds more.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Yeah, he's like my girl. She's crazy,
so you were
y'all.
recording the person you were with because she
But-
had an attitude, according to you. right?
But in a sense, I was still using this camera. So when I say I did that, it's like this.
Okay.
And that's how I seen what was going on behind me.
Okay. You indicated back in August of 2022, they asked you about what you saw when I say they law enforcement. And you said, we just drinking and stuff. I wasn't even paying attention. Is that true?
Yes.
So you weren't paying attention to what was going on. You were just, and that's okay. You were just drinking and stuff.
Objection, asked.
Look at him. He's just like he just doesn't give a crap anymore.
That was another thing that I said that was yes. But I can't just say you can't say I wasn't paying attention if I noticed in my phone camera. I was still paying attention. That's how
Mr. Davis, I'm not saying you weren't paying attention. That's what you said.
right.
Okay. So in August of 2022, you say you weren't paying attention. In March of 2024, you said you remembered it like yesterday and were paying close attention. Which one's true?
Both of them. That's how I felt when I said it, right?
So you have the ability to not pay attention and pay close attention at the same time.
No.
Then how can they both be true, sir?
Objection.
You made your point.
It's,
You don't have to answer.
There's an 80 IQ right there, guys. He can't process at all. He can't
Couple
figure it
questions
out.
and then I'll let you go. Your initial interview with law enforcement back in August, you indicated that you said the following: I don't recall like what the old man looked like or anything. I don't even know if it was an old man. Do you recall saying that? Yes?
yep.
So back in August of 2022, you didn't, if I'm hearing or reading what you wrote correctly or said, you didn't remember what the person who was involved in this, if they were old, young, what, right?
Yep.
Have you, as this has been going on, the case, have you been following it like on media, social media? I'm not just talking about the trial. I'm talking about from the time this happened up until now. Have you been trying to gather information from those sources?
Nah, the only thing that I ever seen was right after it happened, the little news article about the stabbing and stuff. And that was pretty much it.
All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Just one question. Mr. Davis, did you know any of these folks other than the people on your tube?
Didn't know nobody but my girl, my sister, and her boyfriend, my brother.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Trapassi? All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. It's 2:45. This is a good time for our afternoon break. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
I don't know what that did for anybody here. Yeah, I didn't know nobody but everybody. Yeah, like what did that get you? What did that get you? That Mike peeking is pain. Yeah, well, that's yeah.
All right, we are in recess until 3.
Yeah. All right, guys. So what is this? What does this all mean here? That guy had no value. The camera quality was potato quality. You couldn't really tell what was going on. I don't know why they introduced that. I don't. Yeah, I don't get it. That guy offers no probative. The fight, it's hard to tell what's going on because the fight's already commenced and now he's putting in the work. Nicolae's already got the knife out and he's tickling people's spleens. That doesn't help anybody because the fight's commenced. So I don't know what that does. I don't know what that it did for anybody, and it was shitty quality. He should. That was a waste of a witness. That was a waste of time. Bush is saying you were muted, Boomer, courtesy of Mr. E409. Well, thank you. Jim says, what would an IQ of 20 be like? I think you'd be dead with an IQ score of 20, or you'd be in a vegetative state. Ron says, I thought average is 120. No, average is about 100. It's like 95 to 100 is about the average. So I'm still wondering if being properly literate would automatically put a person above 90 IQ. Well, I mean, there's James being literate. Okay, great. But you know, it's not necessarily literacy that could be measured of your intellect, but it's more of like your vocabulary. Like, you know, what's your perspicacity? You know, are you verbose? Can you throw in the fancy words? Like that's a little bit more of an example of a I'd say probably a better indicator of IQ, although you get some dumb people who use fancy words because they hear them once or twice. But I do think that, yes, being able to read does establish a baseline IQ. It just all depends. Like, what are we reading? And is it being able to read it or comprehend it? Like, do I have to know how to read like Tolstoy or, you know, Aristophanes, or like what's your definition of literacy here? Yeah, why did the prosecution bring him in? I don't know. I don't know why. That was really I don't see why. So, yeah, I just heard 2.0. She's actually doing some work now. She's talking to somebody at work. It's like, I don't even know. It's like not the right thing. What was this guy's BAC? I don't know. Probably nothing. He's probably high as hell too. Oh, I'm sure he's high as hell. I'm sure that everybody out there that day was intoxicated in one form or another. Of course he's following the trial. Of course all these people are watching the trial. That girl who testified yesterday, all these people, those kids, they're watching the trial. They're following along on TikTok or on YouTube or on Instagram. Like everybody's following this. So he wanted not to be on camera. Yeah, and he didn't want to be there. So yeah, he didn't want his testimony to be streamed. Yeah, because he realized he was like fucking around. He doesn't have a second video. Yeah, I was gonna say if that's the only video he's got, it's just garbage. Yeah, this is still the state's case. This is still the state's presentation. Yeah, average is about 95 to 100. The average is always 100. Well, yeah. I used to have an IQ of 187. Oh, if you had an IQ of 187, you'd be like Lucy. You'd probably be able to like move shit with your mind at that level. You'd be one of the smartest people alive. I mean, you would at a 187 IQ. I know you're joking. You would be so intelligent. You'd probably be autistic just by the way you go about your day. Not even necessarily you'd be autistic, but it'd be very difficult for you to communicate with people. Talking to somebody like me, and I probably only got like 100 IQ. Like I'm smarter than the average bear, but not by much. So like, maybe my IQ is like 105. I don't know. It's never been tested. Maybe it's 95. I don't know. I just do really good. Talking to me would be like talking to a child. Like if I was talking to a child, and you talking to somebody who, like, you'd be talking to somebody with like a 140 IQ, that'd be like talking to you'd be talking to a slow adult. Somebody who I consider a fucking idiot, well, you would consider a 140 IQ probably in that realm. Even if you were able to really have meaningful conversations with people. Average IQ, they adjust to always pull towards 100, yeah. Yes, read and write. Well, the GM says sesquipedalian loquaciousness. I don't know the sesquipedalian. Sesquipedalian. Is it sesquipedalian or Dalian? Sesquipedalian, I don't know. I don't know that word. I do know loquaciousness though. I have an IQ. Whatever my interlocutor's IQ is +1. Yes. Well, I'd have my IQ is 101. You'd be like, mine's 102. Ooh. I hung out lawyers in the DC and they had an IQ over 200. They let me hang around. The gate program at 8 and the barrier to entry was a 147. Yeah. Some people might be watching Sean's streams. That'd be hilarious if some of them are, but I doubt it. Yeah, like I'd like that guy who got stabbed in the gut. He'd like, listen, I want to say that guy can fuck himself. He doesn't know what it felt like. And Monreza says he's so behind. I'm trying to catch up here, guys. Hold on. You're higher than 100. I get it, but I'm not. Like people like all these people, like all people all the time, like talking about their IQs or whatever it is. I never got tested, or if I did, I took the test when I was a little kid. I never got in the gifted programs, things like that. I don't know. Maybe it's like a 105 or something. I don't think I'm the smartest guy in the world. I'm far from it, and I probably won't ever be. So no offenses, but I got a 136. It's been tested. Oh, congratulations. Bush says, I said I used to be. Well, your IQ doesn't drop. Like, yes, as you get older, you lose a couple of points of IQ. But it's not like, I used to be able to, I could run like under a 6-minute mile when I was in high school. And I quit doing it. So I got fat and it just kind of went woof capability-wise. Your IQ doesn't do that unless you have suffered severe brain damage. So your IQ should still be very, very high, Boosh. Unless you got like your brain erased by like the feds. You have to have a 180 to appreciate one of these streams. That's funny because I don't have a 180. That's unintentionally highbrow. Charlie says, I want to take an IQ test just to see where I'm at. Well, there's ways you can study for them and practice them and take them, but it's, yeah, they're out there if you want to try. Yeah, Sean is not hovering at 105. You lose IQ as you age. Yes, you do. You take a little bit, it's not always like straight line, but like a steady decline. But yeah, like everything in life, you lose a little bit off the top. My daughter has an IQ of 125. She finds it hard to talk to people without getting frustrated. Yeah, I understand what loquaciousness means, Charlie. That's a shame, says the latter. I don't know what we're talking about. Took one years ago and got a 128. Sean, you're smarter than me. I am a dumbass. You don't really know me that well. No, I am a moron. I am the dumbest person. I wouldn't say I'm like the dumbest person I know, but like 2.0 is far smarter than I am. My brother is with an amazing intellect. My dad, very smart guy. My mom, very smart. I am not like in my house, like growing up as a kid, I'm not like if you ranked everybody, I am not the smartest person in that house. So, yes, loquacious is a synonym for gregarious. It is. I don't know what the sesquipedalian is or sesquipedalian is. Sesquipedalian. A person who uses long words. Okay, sesquipedalian. I don't think any lawyer DC is an IQ over 80. Yes. David says my IQ is 1 because I'm number 1. Yeah, is that how it works? It's like when you're playing hearts, if your IQ is so low, it's like shooting the moon. And if you get all the hearts, you shoot the moon and everybody gets points but you. 80 IQs watch long crime. Yes, that's true. Very true. Bifron says I had to take a real IQ test for a job. They never gave me the results. Ooh, that sucks. Name of sub source says I don't think I got the surprise. I don't think I did. Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, you scored a 97 on the ASVAB. Yeah. Army takes a score of 30. Yeah, well, a lot of branches take low scores. If you pay for the results of an online IQ test, you're already sub 100. Yeah. The lawyer average is around 120. Yeah, I've seen a lot of lawyers who are not that smart, so. Do you drink smoke? I mean, I drink sometimes. I'm not like Nick Rekieta drinking. Do I smoke? No, I can't. My allergies are bad, and smoke really aggravates them. I mean, like if I'm around people smoking, I'll start sneezing, and it'll get my allergies bad enough. I can have like kind of like it's not like an asthma attack, but my allergies get really really fucked up. Like the only thing worse than smoking is being around dogs who shed. Like long-haired dogs who shed and produce a lot of dander, that'll fucking kill me. Like, that's my kryptonite. So, like, going to animal shelters is rough. Like, when we went to go check out Clyde, walking into the back in the kennels and everywhere where there's just dog hair and it just, oh, God, it was rough. What's my sister? Don't use his sister's name. If your entire immediate family's smart, you're smart too. Like, I get that, but I'm just saying, I'm not the fastest gazelle. Like, I'm not saying I'm stupid, but I'm saying everybody in my family is very, very smart. Trump had the highest IQ in DC. Well, a lot of people do. Can we just skip ahead? Am I personally taking a break? No, I'm just see Chinny. We'll move ahead. I was just trying to use this as a chance to read some questions from people and give them a chance to talk. And everybody's been talking. I wanted to kind of be nice and give them a chance. So, and look, it's about to start. Oh, and she got purple hair. I'm sure this is going to be. That's a warning sign. That's a warning sign. If you have an IQ of 105, you can't be a cop. Yes. Do you even read Locke? Thanks, Chili. I went out in the battle of wits at Sheriff Fossey. Yeah. I should do a gummy stream. One point we will. One point I will. Yes, do you see? You're not getting the point. The point is drinking and smoking long periods impact IQ. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to say I don't smoke and it's good. So it helps me already. Jesus Christ. Now you're just trolling me. No, I can do cats generally aren't a problem. It's cat dander is different than dog dander for me. Cat dander really fucks me up. I'm sorry. Dog dander really fucks me up. Cats aren't as big a deal. Cats get me a little stuffy from time to time, but it's generally not a problem. That's why like Clyde is a non-shed, and that's why Laney is a non-shed. They're hypoallergenic. They're HEPA breeds. Fats will survive the apocalypse. Yeah, for a while. So let's see here. All right, guys, all right, we're done. All right, guys, here we go. We're all caught up finally. Here we go. Run, Clyde, run. All right.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Sheena Lowell, Lowell.
Sheena, where do you currently live?
Nebraska.
And
Sheena the warrior princess.
closer to the area?
Wisconsin, yes.
When did you move?
2 years ago.
And may I approach?
Yes.
So this is 26A. Were you with these folks tubing on the river on July 30,
Yes.
2022? And did you actually take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then is that you kind of cropped in there on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Quentin at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So that was your connection to other people in the group?
Yes.
Are you and Quentin, or have you guys separated since?
Yes.
And have you had contact with anyone from that group since you and Quentin separated?
No.
And Sheena, do you have any prior criminal convictions?
Yes.
How many?
3.
On July 30, 2022, were you drinking?
No.
You were sober?
Yes.
You just never drink, or were you a sober driver that day?
Hey, Dolly, check your DMs. I just sent you a link if you're interested. I know you're really liking this case.
Here.
I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Okay. And at some point along the tube, tubing route, did something catch your group's attention?
We were coming around, it looked like a bend on the river, and a group of younger kids were screaming for help.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember as we were getting closer, they were yelling, help,
What?
please get this person away from us.
Anyway.
The kids in our group got up off
No,
their
I told
tubes,
Dolly.
walked
join
over
us
to get in between
once.
to get him away from them.
God almighty. I hit the damn button. Dolly, I sent you a link if you'd like to join us, for fuck's sake. There, not muted now.
And do you recall who the first ones that walked over were?
Madison,
And did Madison make contact with the gentleman or speak with the guy?
she was pointing downriver, just saying, get away, go, leave them alone.
Okay. And what happened after that? Do you remember?
They all were basically doing the same thing. And then he punched her in the face.
Did you see which hand he used, right hand, left hand? Could you see from where you were?
No,
Okay. You saw hand go to her face, but you couldn't tell.
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you looking from profile or from straight on or?
From straight on.
Okay. And now I'm gonna show you some, let's see. And have you ever seen the video of the incident?
No,
And when did you get to Wisconsin from Nebraska for your testimony?
yesterday morning.
Okay, and you haven't, and when you spoke with us prior to testifying
Yes,
and by phone, not in person?
yes,
So you still to this day haven't seen the video?
no.
After the guy punched Maddie, what did you see after that?
After he punched Madison, Dante punched him twice. He went under the water the first time. He came back up. Dante punched him one more time. And then it looked like he was punching them back, but he was actually stabbing them.
And when you say them, who did you see? And when I say he, you didn't know who he was at the time.
No, sir.
Now you know him to be Nicolae Miu.
Yes,
Okay. And when you said you saw him, you thought hitting people, who did you see him hit?
Riley, Dante, Tony, AJ.
And when you thought he hit Riley, could you see what she was doing?
She was yelling.
Did you see her push or strike at Miu at all?
No, she turned around and started running.
And what about, what do you recall about seeing Dante hit?
When Dante was hit, it just looked like he was being punched, and he retreated also.
And did you ever see Dante hit Miu after those first two strikes you saw?
No, sir.
And when you thought hit, turned out to be stabbed, was that sometime after Dante had hit Miu?
Yes.
Sustained.
Why don't you, as best as you can remember, what do you remember do you remember this specific sequence?
No.
Okay. And I want to bring up some stills here. Can we bring up 1980? And do you see yourself in that image?
I do.
Can you describe where you are in that image?
Standing up behind the two kids.
And are you in the white bikini top there in the background?
Yes,
Was your hair light back then?
yes,
And you're facing pretty much straight on towards the cameraman and the person off to the left?
yes.
Okay, can we go to 2166? Where are you in that? Or do you see yourself in that photo?
Yep, in the same spot.
Facing straight on towards the cameraman, essentially?
Yes,
Can we go to 2564?
Melanie says it's surrounded like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. Kind of looked like that. Yeah, that's how mobs work.
See yourself in that still frame?
yes.
And
Standing up between the twos.
Can we go to
Wait,
3003?
Wait, hold on. She's saying that's her? Okay, I mean, because otherwise I was trying to figure out who the hell she said she was, but all right.
We go to 3003. $3003. Do you see yourself in that one also?
Yes,
Same thing, looking towards the incident? Okay. Do you recall seeing where,
Hey, Dolly, I want to make sure you heard me when I said this. I did send you a link. So everybody's like, you muted. I sent you a link if you're interested.
Nikolai went afterwards.
Straight back up into the woods,
Do you see him go towards the woods or into the woods?
towards the woods.
And then when you saw him going towards the woods, did you look away before you actually saw where he went?
Yes,
Did something else catch your attention?
yes, Riley did.
So you were basically standing by your tubes and watched everything,
Yes,
and you're stone cold sober?
yes.
Stone cold crazy, you know.
Do you remember, did the incident happen fast, slow? How do you remember it?
It happened really fast.
Is it hard to say exactly what happened first, second, third?
Yes,
You're sure you saw him punch Maddie?
yes,
Sustained.
And did you tell these, were you interviewed by law enforcement shortly afterwards?
yes, I was.
And did you tell law enforcement what you saw?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Tropesi?
Ms. Will, you say that do you hear this group of the six boys, young men asking for help?
Yes,
And do you look over and see what's going on?
yes,
And you see that there's one man there, right, Mr. Miu?
yes,
And you say to the police that this guy was harassing them, right?
yes.
What did you see him doing?
He was holding their tubes. He would not let them go.
He would not let the tubes go.
No,
Did you see Mr. Miu walk around the tubes and walk away from the boys downstream a little bit?
no,
You didn't see that?
no.
At that point, you say Madison gets off her tube and starts to walk over there. Is that right?
Yes,
And do you recall Mr. Miu walking over toward Madison
no, Madison met him at the tube.
at the tubes?
Yes.
So you're saying that Mr. Miu didn't walk towards Madison at all?
No,
If I told you the distance from where you were, where your group was to the incident is about 131 feet. Sound about right to you?
yes,
So you're 45 yards or so away.
yes.
Yes? Okay.
Come on up, please, come on up. Members of the jury, again, the remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. What the witness says is evidence. So if the witness says something different than what the attorney says, you may disregard the attorney's suggestion entirely. Next question, please. Please come on up. Next question, please. Something different than what the attorney says, you may disregard the attorney's suggestion entirely. Next question, please.
That was weird. I was trying to figure out what they said there.
Ms. Well, do you hear Ms. Cohen say, go, get your fucking ass, go? Do you hear that?
I do not.
You see her pointing downriver to Mr. Miu, is that right?
Yes,
And do you see at that point Dante?
yes,
Let me finish, okay? Next to Madison.
yes,
Do you see Dante pointing for him to go downriver as well?
yes.
Do you know where or if Mr. Miu has a group with him?
No,
So you wouldn't know if the group is actually behind you almost, right? And he's got to go the other way, upriver to get out of that situation, right? You wouldn't know that.
no,
And Would you describe Madison Cohen as getting in Mr. Miu's face?
No,
You wouldn't describe her as getting in his personal space?
no,
Do you see her put her hands on him?
no,
Do you know if she did?
yes.
You know she did?
I know she didn't.
All right, so you're testifying under oath, not only that you didn't see it, but you know she didn't do it.
I know she didn't.
Okay. Did you see Riley put her hands on Mr. Miu?
No,
And you've testified that you saw Mr. Miu punch Madison, yes?
yes,
You don't recall with which hand, is that fair?
that's fair.
Do you see Madison come back to your group?
Yes,
Is she holding her face?
yes, she came straight to me.
What side of her face is she holding?
Her right.
Do you have a phone with you?
I do. It shut off.
No, I don't mean right now.
Yes.
Back then, I meant.
No,
On that day, okay. On that day, you didn't have a phone with you.
no,
There comes a time when I think Madison is calling 911 though, so she has a phone, right? To your knowledge?
we found a phone and hit a button to call 911.
Okay, here's my question. Do you recall anyone taking
I love
photographs?
how she's like, no, 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 no. It's like, that's someone I'm asking. Oh, okay. She's so set about being hostile, she's not willing to be open-minded at all, listening to the questions.
Of Madison's face?
No, the police.
You saw the police take photos of her
Yes.
face? Okay. Can I ask you this? There's a gentleman on the end there with a beard. See the gentleman who was taking the photographs of her?
There were several police there, not just one,
Okay,
so I
do you
don't know.
recognize that?
I believe I spoke with him once, but I spoke with probably 6 or 7 officers.
Can you describe the punch? It's been described various ways in court. Can you describe it?
It was just a quick punch as you would see somebody punch somebody.
So it's been described different ways. So it was just a punch, like straight on punch
Yes,
with his right hand. No?
I don't know.
And at that point, you see Dante punch Mr. Miu in the face.
Yes,
And you see Mr. Miu go down. Is that right?
yes.
And you see Dante hit him again.
He comes back up and Dante hits him one more time.
Do you recall Dante hitting Mr. Miu while Mr. Miu was on his back in the water?
No,
Are you saying that you saw Mr. Miu rise to his feet and Dante hit him again?
yes,
When that happened, did Mr. Miu go down again?
no. That was when he just started punching.
Okay, so just want to make sure I'm hearing you. Mr. Miu gets punched in the face by Dante, and you see him go down. Yes.
Yes,
Then he rises up.
yes,
You being Mr. Miu.
Asked and answered.
He rises back up. Dante punches him again in the face, and then Mr. Miu, I think you describe it as gets to punching.
yes.
Do you know AJ Martin?
I very briefly met him before our tubing trip.
Do you, from your vantage point, do you see AJ Martin come up behind Mr. Miu and shove him?
No,
Do you see Mr. Miu, as you describe it, punch or stab AJ Martin?
yes,
Do you see AJ Martin, when that's happening, pushing Mr. Miu backwards into the water?
no,
Do you see Dante? I'm sorry. Do you see Anthony?
Then what exactly did you see? Because apparently you didn't see any. You only saw Nicolae Miu being violent, but you didn't see anybody else. And we clearly know. We know multiple witnesses saying, "Yep," and I did stuff. AJ Martin said, "Yeah, I did stuff." The video shows, "Yeah, stuff happened." No, no, no. What did you see? Were you suffering some delirium tremens or what?
Anthony Carlson get stabbed.
yes,
Do you see Anthony put his hands on Mr. Miu on Mr. Miu's kind of backside. When I say backside, like his back, shoulder area before that happens.
No, because he was facing him.
God, she doesn't want to just admit like stuff's not working out right here.
I know you don't know or didn't know Issac Schuman. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Miu and Issac Schuman?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Miu and Dante?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that happens in this kind of like sequential events?
Dante was the second or third person.
Okay. So you didn't see Dante and Mr. Miu have contact after everything was done when Dante
No,
was there?
because they had come running to me.
So to make sure I understand, in your recollection, Dante is second or third.
Yes.
Just 1 second, Judge.
Well,
Well, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Hold on a second. Might be another question. Mr. Anderson?
Yes. Shannon, you recall the questions I asked you on
hi, Dolly.
generally? I'll be more specific. Your interview.
Have you seen
with
this
law
already?
enforcement,
Not today.
has this gotten a lot more detailed, the questions you've been asked here, than what you talked about with law enforcement?
Yes.
So you're trying to remember back almost 2 years ago,
Yes.
trying your best to answer as truthfully as best you can remember.
Yes.
Given where you were about 130 feet away, your ability to see would it have been affected depending on if there's other people between you and what's going on?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you couldn't remember the sequence of events of when people were hit, turned out to be stabbed. So do you know for sure that Dante was the last one stabbed?
Objection.
No.
It's a state, but she's answering. If you hear objection, just hold your answer. Thank you.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Schaffelsy?
There was a group of people around that incident when it was going on. Is that fair?
Not until after the fight ensued.
What?
We were the only people at first.
I guess what I'm going to ask you is this, Judge Michael.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay. That
Yes.
Why do you need approach? I mean, she's saying that, but it's clearly that she's lying or she's mistaken. I don't know. I think he should be allowed to show it.
showing you what it is.
Good, he's
Exhibit
allowed to
number
show it.
104. Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you look at 104, there's a G1. I'm telling you that stands for the group of boys.
Yes.
Okay. And G2 is the general location of where I'm calling it the Carlson group, where your tubes were.
Yes.
These little dots have initials on them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And those initials are the names of people that were involved in this.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what RM would be?
Riley.
And MC?
Madison.
Okay. So I'm not going to quiz you, but you understand that's kind of where we're going.
Yes.
This has been, can I ask you this? Would you agree that, based on your recollection of events, that this is an accurate depiction of the general location of where people were at the time that Madison and Riley were standing in front of Mr. Miu?
Yes.
And so tell me if this is fair. You're around G2. Can you bring that up here? Can you bring up 104? Bring it up.
Maybe use.
Can I just use this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, can you see that okay? Is that okay, man?
Yep.
Okay. So you're standing in the general direction of where it says G2, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking toward what's going on, right?
Yes.
Right. And would you agree there are people between you and Madison?
Yes.
And having people between you and Madison could impact your ability to see specifics, right?
Yes.
Okay, and is that one of the reasons it was difficult for you to see how she was struck?
Yes.
So, Judge, can I approach real quick?
Yes.
So she finally admits, like, okay, I didn't know what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Which I understand that was so hard for her. Just to admit, like, yes, could you have been wrong? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, this woman is just a spasmatron. Really,
Is there any reason for her to be defensive?
I think she's probably just an asshole. Like, she could just be a bitchy person, but I think she also is just, she doesn't like the fact that her friends got all stabbed up.
Gotcha.
And I didn't watch day 5 yet. Are you watching it tomorrow? Yeah, we might get through it today. I don't know. We'll plow through everything we can.
Nice.
We started at 12:15, so to go. We wanted to get caught up, and then we'll catch up on the ranch stuff tomorrow.
That looked really good. I saw part of his wife testifying.
Oh, Meemaw Shark did really well.
Yeah.
There's an angry Meemaw. Oh, there's more questions. Look, they're just laughing. They're like, what a dumb, like, they're just like, I don't know what they're joking about, but although I will say this much, there are times where, like, I've been like second chair working with another attorney, and the defendant's sitting there and like something happened, you're funny. The defendant's like, the fuck are you guys laughing at?
Yeah.
But I've also had times where my clients laughed at something, and I'm like, that is kind of funny. And even when it's not, I joke, I laugh with them because I don't want them to feel like, dude, it's time to like be serious. Unless it's something like, unless I'm like,
well,
dude.
yeah.
But like I tell them generally, like, if everybody else is laughing, you can laugh.
Yeah.
If you're the only one laughing in the courtroom, that's not a good sign.
Yeah. That looks a little strange.
Yeah. Is there another round of questioning? I thought she was done. We did direct, cross, redirect, recross. What are we doing? Redirect? I mean, sometimes, like, there's no limit. There's no limit to what you're doing. Like, courts can allow questioning to go on and on and on.
But they can also limit it. Right?
Well, you normally don't get recross. Typically, that's hard to get.
Okay.
But there was the case I covered out in Connecticut, the Michelle Trakunis trial, where the judge let them go back and forth. Like, they ping-ponged this witness for a little while, but there was a lot of, like, they got a lot of mileage out of this witness on both sides. So, like, there was a lot of information to get. So I understand it, but I don't know what they're doing here.
Yeah.
Make her just sit there like she's having a panic attack, just waiting.
Frame 2166. Yes. Still frame 2. So in that still frame 2166, can you see Dante?
Yes.
Can you see yourself?
Yes.
And then can we have the Elmo? On this diagram 104, is Dante in between and would be obstructing view from G2?
Yes.
In that still frame, was he obstructing your view?
Yes.
Let's bring up 200. I object, Judge. She's answered.
Bring it up. I'll let both sides clean up from time to time.
I guess I'll re-ask it. Depending on what you're viewing, whether you're looking at something to the left of this frame or to the right of the frame or directly behind Dante will depend on whether Dante's blocking your view or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Schaffenstein?
Can you bring up 2166? That's this. So that one.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for it. Ms. Lowe, while you might have a clear shot without Dante in your way right there, you don't have any idea if anything's actually happening at that moment, do you?
No.
That's it.
Ms. Lowell, thank you. You may step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. Who is the next witness? Mr. Williams, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Thanks for bringing your best pair of jeans to court.
Just messed up.
I need 1 second here. I'm having a computer malfunction.
Muted. You're muted.
Sorry. That's a
Sorry.
typical courtroom attire to me.
Is it?
Yeah. Clean pant, like clean jeans, nice clean shirts. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Like he's wearing a button-down shirt and then he's got a collared shirt underneath. Like that's, I mean, I've seen trials where like it's like a serious like felony assault, almost borderline attempted murder. Witness coming in with like yoga pants on that are too small and like they're, they got the muffin top thing going. And like, yeah, I mean, like people dress up, like they're getting on an airplane.
Gotcha.
So I think that's, I mean, yes, we like to see everybody dress up spick and span, but hey, you know what? That's far from the worst. He's far from the worst person ever to go to court.
Fair.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Dolly, do you want to say hi to anybody out there? Just anything like that?
No, it's okay. You can keep going. I'm good.
So I heard you guys went through a little bit more at Chili's big day.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't got to when he was arrested yet, so.
You haven't got to where they try to tell him to kick him out, right? Either.
No.
He's still wandering around town.
Yeah. Oh, he's in the building now?
He's waiting for the judge, wasn't he? Part of that too?
Or the mayor?
Well, he's waiting for the judge to sign his thing. Yeah, and he's trying to get the permits to go down there.
But he doesn't have the permits yet.
Yes, and you can't just show up and get one that day.
No.
Now he's all mad at Mayor Sam Cramblett.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
All right, well, we'll keep going then.
All right.
I wonder if this guy was with the black kid. I wonder who he was with.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, sir, can you state your name? What town do you live in? How old are you? Were you part of a group of folks that were tubing down the river, the Apple River, near Somerset back on July 30th, 2022? Was part of that group, did that include Nicolae Miu? Did you know Mr. Miu? How did you get invited to their tubing party? Did you know all the folks that were in the group?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Miu a coworker of yours? Was he the only person that wasn't a coworker of yours?
No.
Right. Did you ever spend any time with him before that day?
No.
At some point, as you're going down the river, did one of your party lose a phone?
Yes.
You remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Was there any concern by the person who lost the phone?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you hear the person who lost the phone make any comments about that?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Is your group of tubes, are they connected together with rope?
Yes.
How many tubes did you have, if you remember?
Maybe about 8.
All right. Were you able, as you were going down the river that day, to converse with the other folks in your party?
Yes.
Once the phone was lost, were you able to hear conversation about the phone being lost?
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Miu at some point indicate that he wanted to go look for the phone?
Yes.
Did you see him do that?
Yes.
All right. At some point, well, first, did you see where he went?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
He went down river about, I don't know how far it was. It's probably good. I have it. I'll say about 20 yards, 30 yards.
All right. Did you see him near any other groups?
No.
Eventually, did you realize that he was getting close to a group?
Oh. Yeah. Seen him. I don't know if it was an argument. I don't know what it was. I seen him in confrontation. And pretty much all the same. I left away for a quick second. When I look back, that's when I see him going down.
All right.
I rushed toward him.
Well, you're getting ahead of me, Mr. Williams. So when you saw him go off and look for the phone, was he wearing snorkeling gear? All right. Did you have some concern about that?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with the police after this matter occurred on August 3rd of 2022?
Yes.
And that was at your home in Inver Grove Heights?
Friend's house, yes.
And do you remember telling the police that you had some concern?
Objection, leading and irrelevant.
Sustained. I don't understand why his concern is our concern today. So that's why it's not relevant. It is a leading question.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Very good point. No, it is entirely a good point. Like, why are they acting like why are they acting like they need to ask that? It is leading and it's irrelevant. Unless they're like, I don't see how they're going to go to show, oh, like, he's going to say it's not a big deal, but was it your phone? No. Well, that's. Yeah, why are they putting this back up? Why are they putting this back up? Also, now we can also see Riley and all the other girls, because one of these down here, one of those down, it's funny because one of them down there was one of these girls who didn't want to testify. I don't know which one of the two it was, but I think it was this girl.
Hmm.
But we don't know because I didn't get to see what she looks like. So let's see here where you guys are chatting.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Williams, if I showed you a transcript of your conversation with Investigator Sheppy from August 3rd of 2022, would that help you
Yes,
refresh your mind with
theater
regards
voice.
to any concerns you had that day?
Objection, he never said his memory's not refreshed. He's not been asked the question because the previous,
Did you have any concerns that day with Mr. Miu getting in his snorkeling gear and snorkeling down by these other groups? All right, and if you remember telling the officer what your concern was?
That people was gonna think he was up to no good as a predator or whatever. That's my thing. You know, that's like an eye on.
As you were keeping an eye on him, did you see him talking to two women? Did you see anything that may have happened between him and the two women?
No.
Did you see him involved in a fight with anybody?
I did look away for a second, and when I looked back, we did see a brawl in the water where me and Nesto start rushing towards him to help him out, break it up.
All right, when you saw that, was Mr. Miu in the water already?
Yeah.
All right. The group was one of the groups that he was snorkeling near. Did you see what the age was of the folks in that group?
And who was snorkeling with? Ask me the
When he was
question
snorkeling downriver from where your group was,
Huh?
are you able to determine the ages of any of the people downriver that he was snorkeling by?
No.
All right. Do you remember having a conversation with Investigator Williams, or pardon me, Investigator Sheppy about that?
I might have. I don't remember.
All right. I showed you the transcript. Would that refresh your memory?
What page?
I got approached, Coach.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, I'll ask you to read from the middle of the page down a couple lines and let me know when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
What did you tell the police you thought the ages of the boys were?
Say that again.
What did you think the ages of the people were in the tubes down?
17 to 20.
Is that what you told the police?
But yeah.
One thing I forgot to ask you. Strike that. When you first saw the physical altercation occur, what did you think was happening?
I don't know. We just rushed down and help him out,
All right. Did you have a belief that Mr. Miu wasn't involved in the fight at first?
Seeing people on him, so he had to be involved.
Is it fair to say it's been, I don't know, almost 2 years since you talked to the investigators back on August 3rd of 2022?
Yep.
You may not remember exactly everything you told them.
It's possible.
Do you have a memory of telling them what you thought was happening in the fight before realizing that Mr. Miu was involved in it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I think I may have told him that I was concerned about the young kids being intoxicated. We didn't want to stop by them. we want to stay far away from him as possible, but the pedophile thing, that's why I watched. I didn't want that, that's possibly what I could have told him. I didn't want to think, anyone to think that he was up to no good.
Sure.
He's looking for a phone.
Did you see Mr. Miu injuring anybody?
No.
By the time you got down to him, was he already up on his feet and heading back?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
No.
He wasn't bleeding?
I didn't see anything.
At some point, did you realize that there had been some folks that were injured in the river?
Yes.
Folks that were injured in the river in the spot where he was involved in the altercation?
Laying along the side of the river, yes.
As you walked up to Mr. Miu, did he say anything to you as he came up to you?
No.
Did he ever say anything to you about what happened?
We never spoke after that again. After that, everything was just quiet.
How serious were the injuries of the folks that you saw injured?
Objection beyond his opinion, I guess.
What did you see? Pardon me. What did you see as far as the injuries of the folks in the river?
Bad.
Did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
Did you call 911 more than once?
Probably about 2 or 3 times, but I'm not sure.
Why did you do that?
Concerned about the people on the edge, laying on the bank of the river.
Did you attempt to give other assistance?
No, I just went and met paramedics at the river, at the bridge, and kind of walked them back where everybody were,
With those paramedics, were there some law enforcement folks too?
Yes, it were.
And I think if I understand what you're saying, you sort of directed them to where these injured people were?
Yes.
Anybody else from your group do that?
No.
You're the only person from your group that came over to help?
I think so. Yeah.
At some point, did you end up walking back to your group?
Yes.
Did anybody say anything to you about what you saw?
No.
Anybody ask any questions?
No.
Did you eventually float away?
Got on tubes and we didn't listen to no music. We just floated and just ready to get off the river at that time. We didn't want to be there no more.
Was there any kind of conversation as you're floating down the river?
Never. No.
At some point, did the officers think that you had some videos on your phone of what had happened? Had you taken some videos that day?
Yeah, I took videos, just our party together. And when we stopped, took videos of each other, not of it. That's about it.
You didn't have any videos of this actual incident?
No.
You know how long your group stayed in that area before floating down the river to the end?
Could have been about 15 minutes.
How long did it take you to reach the end of the trip from where this incident happened?
Probably about another half hour. 20 minutes to a half hour.
What did you do once you got to the end?
Turn that tubes in and just prepare to go back to our cars, get on the bus and go back to our cars.
All right. At some point, was there more contact with law enforcement at the end?
Yes.
Did you witness that?
Yes.
All right. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Your Von Williams. I've seen it written both ways.
Williams. Yeah, well, it's Eric Von Williams. Yeah.
So your middle name's Von, but your last name's Williams.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So Mr. Williams, I'm Aaron Nelson. I represent Mr. Miu. I want to ask you some questions too, okay?
Yeah.
You were with Nick that day, right?
Right.
There's been some pictures that I think have been 106 through 110. Please. There's been some pictures of your party of 10 people or so on the river. Have you seen any of those photos from that day?
Yeah.
Would you call it a party of 5? Yeah, I don't. None of that made Nick look bad. Nicolae Miu look bad there.
So that's exhibit 112. You see yourself.
He
in that
called
picture?
911. I think I know that's why they're doing it. He called 911.
Oh, yeah,
He
yeah,
did.
yeah.
And next
Nobody
to you
else did.
is Nick Miu, correct?
Yep.
And in that photo, you see him wearing sunglasses. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember that day? Did he have sunglasses on most of the time?
Yes.
Were there times that you saw him? You said he saw him with a snorkel and goggles, right?
Yes.
He certainly went up to look for the phone, and I'm getting to get to that.
Yes.
Prior to looking for the phone, had you seen him resting in the river or using his snorkel and the goggles anytime in the river?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Had you seen him at times without his sunglasses on during that trip?
No.
And then here's a photo 110. This photo, you see Mr. Miu with a hat on?
Mhm.
Said yes.
Yes, yes.
That's all right. Were there times that day that you saw him with a hat on?
Not sure.
He knew better than to get around a bunch of crazy white people. So,
Thank
But
you.
I
I
think-
wanted to say that.
yeah, he knew better than to fuck around with that.
He's the only reasonable one here.
You could say it.
Yeah.
Man, especially white women getting drunk, it's never a good thing.
No.
I think ultimately though they could use look, at least one of them called 911. That guy who didn't do anything. Why? Because he was trying to help people. I think it's part of this. Although I feel like they're trying to get everybody involved in his party there because he mentions a bunch of I think a bunch of the non-Spanish or non-English speakers are part of Nicolae's team that was in the water, but we'll see.
With the hat on?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was? Do you remember not having the hat on or having the hat on, or you're unsure about either?
I'm not sure about either.
Okay, that's fair. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 111. Does that appear to be another photo of your group?
Yep, yes.
Move the admission to 111.
Any objection?
No.
111 is received.
And you see Mr. Miu in that photo there. He's got sunglasses and a hat on, correct?
Yes, it is.
You're not in that photo?
No.
Is that right?
No.
Okay. So sometimes people would wander off from the group maybe and do something else?
Yes.
Or you're just perhaps just not in that photo. You might be just behind the person or taking a picture.
I can't remember.
In all of those pictures, we saw Mr. Miu had a shirt on. Is that right?
Right.
And then I believe when he went with his snorkel to look for the phone, do you remember, was his shirt on or was his shirt off?
You want to take his face
I
off.
can't remember.
Did you have a shirt that day?
Yes.
Did you sometimes take your shirt off?
No.
Okay. You kept it on the whole time? Did you snorkel at all?
No.
Did you get in the water and swim?
No.
Okay. There was your group of people was generally people my age, your age.
Right, yes.
Okay. Some people were having a couple of beers.
Yeah, yes.
Did you observe, were you intoxicated?
No, no,
Did you observe anybody in your group that you thought was intoxicated?
No.
Were you worried about anyone being loud or obnoxious or rowdy or anything along those lines?
no.
You'd said that you had, I think, and I want to really make sure we get this, you were concerned people were going to think he was up to no good, that he was a predator. You said that, right?
Yes.
I want to really get into that, okay, a little bit? That's something that you had in your own mind, right? Yes?
Yes, yes.
And that's a concern that you had when you learned he was going to go snorkel down the river, correct?
Right.
You didn't think he was up to no good, agreed?
No, no.
You agree?
I agree.
You didn't think he was a predator, you agree?
I agree.
You had no reason to believe, based upon what you had seen him do that day, that he was preying on little girls.
No.
You agree with that?
I agree with that.
But you, like a lot of us, are able to kind of think about what are other people going to think, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And I would imagine on the river that day, you saw other groups of people, right?
Yes.
And some of those other groups of people appeared to be intoxicated.
Yes.
And some of the, you said young people, right?
Yep, yep, yes.
And you look about my age, like how old does somebody need to be to not be considered young by you?
You said how old?
Yeah. So when you say young people, do you mean like littles or do you just mean like 25 and under?
Teenagers and 25 and under 30.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So it's not like they're young.
No.
So the people that you saw on there, you saw some people in this age group and teenagers, 20-somethings that were intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
And based upon your observations, you were kind of worried about some of those people, right?
Yes.
Based upon your life experiences, you know a group of drunk young men might not be people you want to be around, correct?
Yes.
And that was a concern that you had, right?
That's a concern we all had.
Sure.
Mhm.
And that you're like, look, drunk young people, when they get together, bad things can happen sometimes, right?
Right.
And that's why you were trying to be kind of more conservative, like, let's just stay together here. Let's not mix ourselves up with these drunk young people that might be dangerous.
We had made agreement, not,
The prosecutor's got to be careful with this because he's trying to say, well, Nicolae knew that they were dangerous. He shouldn't have gone over there. So you're admitting they're a dangerous hazard and they were a massive problem waiting to happen. Like that you get where I think that's where he's trying to go. At least to me. And it's like, it's easy enough for me to go, I think there's, that's easy to turn. So it's like,
Yeah. You thought they were a problem.
well, no, you say you're the prosecutor during questioning. These guys were a problem.
Mm.
Also, apparently somebody said there's some burden shifting coming up in day 4 and 5. I don't know if that's true at all. Like the prosecutor commits some error, but we'll see about that. No, right now this is I thought it's still a prosecutor talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop by young people, stop a little farther down the river.
And why were you personally, all you can talk about is you, why were you concerned about not stopping by young people?
Intoxication.
Okay, and why were you're worried about young people that were intoxicated?
So I know young.
Do they cause
bucks.
problems sometimes?
Oh wait,
They
this
could.
is wait.
It's possible.
This is his attorney. This is Nicolae's attorney. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Cross. This motherfucker thinks the defendant has to do something. Well, no, he doesn't have to do anything. But yeah, this is also dangerous though. What the defense is going to paint that he says, "Well, you knew they were rough." It's like, well, then why'd you go over there?
Totally, but I see.
Do they have conflict sometimes?
Whoever brings
could
it
be
up in
conflict.
return.
All right. Do they sometimes, are you concerned about their decision making when they're intoxicated and in a group of young men?
I was just worried about what Nick was doing, looking for a phone. I didn't want anybody to think that he was up to no good.
And if there were non-intoxicated people, you wouldn't be worried about that, correct?
I'll still be worried about that.
What was that?
I would still be worried about that.
But you were more worried because they were intoxicated.
Right.
And I imagine you were more worried because there's more of them, correct?
Check, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You had said, I think you had said before, we were out there with his wife and these young guys, they're quick to test us. That's what you told the police, right? I think you're talking in general, not that day, but in general, did you feel as if sometimes young men as a group are quick to test you older men?
Well, yeah, I do remember that conversation that day.
You did say that.
Talked to me, yeah.
And that's because in your life experience, sometimes young men get a kick out of challenging perhaps an older guy, right?
Check, Your Honor.
Yep, they do. Having been a younger guy,
Answer.
I agree.
Yeah, I ran into it a couple of times. So
Yeah,
yes.
and that's why you were concerned,
Yeah.
right? When you saw Nick come back, is that right?
Yes,
Fair to say he was quiet.
it's quiet. Nesto grabbed Nick and walked him back, and I kept going forward.
Okay, so your interaction with Nick there on the river was very brief, right?
And Nick, well, with everything that went down, me and Nick didn't talk.
It sounds like you're walking in this direction towards Nick,
Mhm.
and then Ernesto gets there first, is that right?
Right.
And then Ernesto grabs Nick and helps Nick get back to the group in some manner, right?
Yes.
You don't know because you're not looking at it, right?
No.
Because you continue on in that direction to go down to see what all the yelling and the screaming is about, correct?
No.
And at some point, 15 minutes or so, you eventually go back to the group where Nick is, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Nick is sitting there quietly, correct?
Yes.
You don't hear him say anything, agreed?
No.
Do you make observations of his person?
Yes.
He appears to be somber. Yes?
Quiet. Yes.
Have you heard the expression white as a ghost before?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I did.
Did he have that look about him?
He had a look. Just say he had a look, and yes, he did.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
No, I personally, no.
Okay. Would you know what that looked like if you saw it?
Probably would.
You look like he was in shock.
Check, Your Honor. That's all nation.
Sustained. Wait for the next question.
That's all.
Mr. Smith, anything else? Thank you, Mr. Williams. You may sit down. Thank you. Please see the witness coordinator on your way out, and she'll give you further instructions. It's 4:10. Do you have a short witness?
Yeah, I just
Is there any administrative matters that we can take?
what do we get out of that?
Offering exhibits that need to come in?
Yes.
I guess.
Anything we can do?
I
in
guess
presence
like
of the
any
jury?
exhibits coming in, but that really didn't.
Mr. Shropsy?
No, I can't. I don't think we're in that position at this point.
So given the hour, I think we will simply adjourn. We'll send everyone home. I'll give you the same reminders as before. No talking about the case. Do not begin your deliberations. Not
Okay,
conduct any
day
independent
4.
research. Or
Day 4, so we get the body cam and the 911 stuff revealed. All right. This might actually get a little better, chat. We'll put that on normal just so it runs. And then we'll get back over. I mean, what are your thoughts on this,
Proceed.
Charlie?
I'm kind of
Wow, it's
sympathetic towards him.
This is a judge's worst nightmare.
So, I mean, is it kind of like these? Like you look at, it, you're like, wow, this sucks how this played out. But do you think he's gonna get? Like, what are you thinking? Like, is he gonna beat this right now, or is it just looking really bad for him?
I think he's gonna testify.
I think he has to.
Yeah.
I think he has to.
So it's gonna kind of hinge on that, I think.
I think it all comes down to that as well. But I will say right now he's still behind, and I say this: the state always has a head start, and it's the defense's job to catch up. And I think they're catching up, but I think the state's still ahead. So apparently something happened here. Let's see what happened.
Okay.
Oh,
this is a judge's worst nightmare.
oh, the jury might be
Okay.
missing some. Oh, are they missing a juror? Uh-oh.
When the remaining juror comes in, we're all going to rise out of respect for that juror. Because all jurors deserve respect. Please be seated.
Okay,
Oh,
that's a bit of a making a juror look like a douche.
Yeah, I would be uncomfortable.
Warren, now we have two humorous stories to share with jurors.
What?
Yes.
Warren and I have worked together for many, many years, and over the course of all of the jury trials, sometimes mistakes happen.
Somebody's bringing up a question about would the statements from the kids be like, are you talking about the kids that were involved in this?
Like 16, 17?
You know, they're protected. I mean, they were witnesses to a crime. They have. You mean like for being recorded? I mean, if they were still 16-year-old kids, maybe, but they're adults now, so they don't generally get that right. What are you guys talking about with the dead kid involved? I want to hear the statements from the drunken stone kids. Oh, you mean like, well, the police are talking to him in person. Well, that one guy who got stabbed up when he was outside the hospital, they had his body cam going. The other ones, yeah, I think we'll get to hear from them because it's evidence. I think we'll get to hear some of it.
Could even try to request them.
Oh, yeah, you should be able to get them at the end.
This is Kenosha, right?
I don't. Well, this is St. Croix County, St. Croix County, Wisconsin, the other end of the state. So this is over by Minneapolis.
Oh, okay. Well, that still shouldn't be
So
a
like
request.
you've got Kenosha down here, and then like St. Croix is like way over here. Wisconsin's a big state.
Yeah. Just most crimes happen in Kenosha.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, like, how far? Somerset, Wisconsin. Let's see here. Opening the maps. On the map. Yeah, because the Apple River. I think it'd be fun though. We could do like a live thing from the Go Tubing with a bunch of knives. And drinking Trulies on the river, like, woo, live stream.
White Claws.
Yeah. Be great. So, oh my God. Kenosha to Somerset is almost 5 hours. Like, geez.
So, and Trophy is from, I think, Racine in that area.
Racine's down here. I think,
yeah, by Kenosha. So, wow. He had to drive a ways.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's staying in a hotel.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
But, wow.
Holy shit.
Well.
But yeah, in case people didn't understand, this is the Minnesota Wisconsin border. So that's why we're seeing all these people here who are like, they talk about like, oh, like Nicolae Miu lived in Minnesota. Well, why? Because he lives over here.
He crossed state lines?
Yes, he did. He crossed state lines. Oh. Chad, he crossed state lines. He's the bad man. We need to punish him.
His mom drive him?
Sheriff Easey's from Madison. Oh, okay. Well, that's still a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yes. No, Nicolae's mom did not drive him. So, is the state of Wisconsin going to testify? I don't know. That would be great if they did. KJ said the kids crossed state lines. No, I think they're Wisconsin people. So, yes, he cruised. The Sheriff EC law office is in Madison, Wisconsin. Oh boy, that's a long drive.
Yeah.
I'm in a southern suburb of the Twin Cities. I'm 40 minutes from Somerset. Are you going to go tubing this year, Aaron? Are you going to go are you going to go travel the crime scene? Because if I lived close enough, I would go do it. Yeah, got to get in the nap for the late night F1 local stream. Yeah, guys, we are going to watch the F1 race, the Japanese Grand Prix over on locals tonight.
Nice.
Join us. So, Corey's law office is based in Madison, but he has other offices in the state. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have other offices in the state. I just have an office. So it's a little different. So anyways. All right. Anyways, here we go, guys. Here we go. That's enough bullshitting. Let's get back to the show.
One of the funnier ones. So, but Warren's one of our most experienced and most reliable bailiffs. So he does a wonderful job. We're back on the record. State versus Miu. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. The jury is present. We are ready to resume the testimony. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Janelle Duxbury.
Smestad, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How do you say your name for the record, please?
Janelle Duxbury,
How do you spell your last name?
Duxbury.
What do you do for a living, Janelle?
I work at a factory,
What town do you live in?
St. Croix Falls.
Wisconsin?
Yes,
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
yes, I do.
Were you part of the Carlson family group that was tubing down the Apple River on that day?
I was.
Is that a rain or herpes?
A friend of the family?
What'd you say, Dolly?
Is that a rain or herpes on her lip?
Yeah, that is a weird. Yeah, that's a weird lip ring.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was trying to see, like, does she have two separate studs? I don't know.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, I guess, 26A.
It's like, why do you have to look different, lady?
Tell us what it is.
It's a photo of all of us together.
All right, and are you in this picture?
I am in the black swimming suit.
All right. Are you drinking or not drinking?
In that photo, I am not.
Okay. It's fair to say that you did have some drinks that day, though?
I did.
Can you tell us what you had to drink?
We had stopped at a riverbank. I got offered a shot of some butterscotch schnapps, and then I had, I believe it was a Truly's or Budweiser. Actually, it was probably both. I cannot remember exactly what I drank.
You know how many drinks you had?
For sure, the one shot and probably a total of one beer. I had been trying different flavors of everybody else's, but I never finished the full beer of my own.
Oh,
You feel
I'm
like you were
sure.
impaired that day?
No,
All right. At some point, while your group was going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some sort?
we did.
What did you see when you first noticed the disturbance?
She-
I
like
was
her.
laying back in my inner tube and I was taking a little nap, and all of a sudden my friend Riley had tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Hey, let's go check it out." So I got up and I followed behind her. I could hear a lot of commotion, but I could not make out distinctive voices or what they were saying or anything. And yeah, that's how it started.
When you followed Riley over, did you hear any specific words or phrases?
I did not hear anything specific.
It was fair to say there was some yelling going on.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Did you see Madison Cohen when that occurred?
I did. She was already up there
All
by
right,
the
what
time
was,
I had gotten there.
what was Madison Cohen doing?
I actually did hear Maddie yelling, swearing at the gentleman and telling him to get the F out of here.
Okay, which gentleman was that?
Huh?
Who was she yelling
Oh,
at?
it was Nicolae Miu.
All right. At the time, did you know who he was?
I did not.
You know now?
Yes.
Did you see Maddie yelling at Mr. Miu?
Yes.
You heard it?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Miu react in some fashion?
At first he was just standing there kind of like looking at everybody, and then I could not see his hand punch her, but I could see like his left shoulder had dropped like a little bit, and then I could see, I believe maybe it was part of his elbow because Maddie was impairing my view of everything. But I had seen the right side of her face turn towards me and she kind of stumbled down. and got back up and then walked away.
Did you see Mr. Miu's hand or fist make contact with Maddie's face?
I did not see it make contact. No.
Right. You saw the reaction?
Yes.
After Mr. Miu did whatever he did to Maddie, what happened next?
A lot of chaos and yelling broke out. I remember seeing Dante run up immediately and punch him in the face, yelling, "You never hit a woman." I saw Nicolae punch Dante back. Then I believe that I saw Dante hit Nicolae once more. I thought it was a punch, but I did watch the video and later found out that he was smacking him.
All right. Whereabouts were you standing when that all occurred, when Dante hit Mr. Miu?
I was a little ways behind Riley. I don't know any of the boys in the group that I was standing next to, but I was standing back a little ways.
All right.
To the back and to the right of Maddie and Riley, a little ways.
Did you see AJ Martin get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Dante get stabbed?
I did not.
Do you know who Issac Schuman is?
I do. I know of him now, but no, I do not know him.
At the time, did you see Issac Schuman get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see Riley Madison get stabbed?
I did.
Can you describe what happened when you saw Riley get stabbed?
She had backed up away from the commotion a little bit, and I had seen Nicolae walk up to him, and then he came and I thought it was like a little punch towards her ribs, and until he had removed his hand, I saw the knife come out of my friend's side.
All right, can you describe the knife?
It was no more than like 2 inches. It was very small. That's all I could see.
And just so I understand, you didn't see the knife until he removed it from her body?
Correct.
What did he do after he stabbed Riley?
I didn't pay too much attention to him after he did that. I was a little preoccupied and trying to grab her and remove her from the situation. I did take one last look at him. It looked like he was coming towards me, so and walked away with Riley.
All right, did you render assistance to Riley?
Yes, I did. I got her back to Q and Sheena and told them to take her downriver and get help. And then when I turned back around, I had seen Tony standing next to AJ, so I ran up to them and I helped Tony drag AJ to the shore. Tried to make sure that they were as okay as they could be before I went to try to go help as much as I could.
Did you see Tony get stabbed?
I did not.
Did you see that he was injured when you?
I did.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. We're going to start at 28:59. Your Honor, I guess I'll caution there are some graphic portions of the string I'm going to play, so just fair warning to everybody. There's people in the courtroom who want to leave or whatever.
Thank you for alerting everyone to that fact.
All right, now I'm showing you still frame 28:59 from the video. Who's the woman up in the upper left corner with the blue and pink swimsuit?
That is Riley Madison.
All right, in this picture, is she bleeding? Yes.
No, it does not appear to be so.
And who's the person in the middle?
Nicolae.
All right, we're showing you photo 28:59. Who's the woman in the black swimsuit up in the upper right corner?
That is me.
Is that where you were standing when this all occurred?
Yes.
Pardon me, Judge, it was 28:71. In this frame, is Riley off to your right
Yes, she is.
behind Mr. Miu?
Yes.
All right. At the time that Mr. Miu stabbed Riley, had she done anything to him in this context?
From what I remember seeing, no, I would have sworn that she did not touch him, but after seeing the footage, I saw that she did.
Well, I'm talking about this portion of the.
I would not be able to pinpoint if that was before or after she was.
All right. We're going to continue to play the skills here.
Okay.
All right, we're going to scroll forward here. Stop. Showing you 29:26. Is that you still in the frame?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking at Mr. Miu?
I believe so. It looks like I am, yes.
Did you notice anything in his right hand?
At that time, no, I did not.
You see his right hand? Did you see his right hand moving out like?
I did. I did.
Sustained.
What's shown in the picture? Did you see that happen as far as Mr. Miu's hand?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What you see in this still, is that what you saw on the river at this point in time
Oh, yes,
with regard to Mr. Miu's body?
yes.
Scroll forward. Stop. We're showing still 29:47. At this point, is Riley back in the frame?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, this now, what does she look like? Is she injured?
Yes, she just got stabbed.
All right, and that's my question. Is this the point in the video where you saw Mr. Miu stab Riley Madison?
Yes.
And you're standing how far away?
What would that be? About 4 or 5 feet?
All right, and as you watched the stills go through, we'll strike that. Is Riley facing away from him?
Yes, she is.
Prior to Riley being stabbed at this point in time, was she laying any hands on him?
That I remembered had seen. No, I did not.
You had testified that at one point you do remember seeing you testified that when you reviewed the video, you saw at one point Riley touching Mr. Miu.
I did.
What was it at that point or at some earlier point?
It was earlier.
After, we'll strike that. You answered that. We're going to continue to scroll through from where we stopped. And we're stopped at 3024. Did you watch that string of frames?
I did.
Did you see yourself in that string?
I did.
What were you doing?
Judge, can we approach for 2 seconds?
Yes. Let's continue. Excuse me, let's continue.
Did that string of frames show what you did after she was stabbed?
Yeah, you can briefly see me grab her arm and try to get her out.
All right. After this all happened, did you call for help?
It was after I had turned and told Riley to go to Q and to Sheena. After I turned around and saw AJ, I ran up to him and I was helping kind of hold him together. And I had looked at Gabby, Kay, and I had yelled 3 times to call the police. I did not have a phone on me that day.
I don't have another questions.
Mr. Troffice.
Ms. Duxbury, in terms of, you watched the video in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
What I'm going to ask is that you tried your best to testify from your memory.
Understood.
And do you recall, so I guess I'll ask it this way. Initially, you said that you were kind of laying in your tube with your head back, just kind of relaxing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided a statement to the police on the 31st of July 2022, right?
I believe it was, I provided 2 of them and I thought they were the same day, the 30th, but I did provide a statement, correct?
Okay. And do you recall initially when you're sitting on the tubes, you're near Quentin Carlson, is that true? When you're on when you guys are all kind of floating down the tubes?
I honestly don't remember who all I was really sitting next to. I remember I was sitting next to Riley and my husband at the time, but I really don't remember who I was like right next to.
I guess my point is Quentin Carlson's in your group.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right. Do you recall him asking Dante and Anthony to go over to make sure that Mr. Miu's not going to get beat up?
I do not.
Your first recollection is, if this is fair, is Riley saying, let's check it out.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Right. And you tell police on the 31st that your first recollection is Dante running up to the suspect and standing between him and the other people.
Correct.
Is that your memory today?
Yes.
Okay, so Dante, your memory is Dante's the first one out up to the group of other tutors, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you believe, based on your statement, that you, Madison, and Riley then followed Dante.
Yes. Yes, I wasn't too familiar with Madison at the time. I had only met her maybe like twice.
Okay, but my point
Yes.
my point is, your recollection is Dante goes up first, then the three of you follow him, right?
Yes.
And I think you hear somebody yell for Anthony Carlson to come up as well, right?
Yes, there were several people that were yelling for Tony to get up there.
And the goal, according to your statement, was to build a wall, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea what's happening, do you?
Not a clue.
And you say that Dante runs up to Mr. Miu. Is that true?
Correct.
To your knowledge, does he have any information as to what's happening?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
And you're going to build a wall without having any information as to what's happening in that situation, right?
Correct.
And you don't hear anybody yelling anything prior to you going up to build that wall, right?
I could hear the commotion, but I could not make out distinct words.
Okay. And you don't know if Mr. Miu's with any other group, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You see him alone though, right?
What appeared to be alone, correct.
Okay. And you say that today you say Maddie goes up and is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
And is that what you remember telling the police?
I guess I honestly don't know if I had told them that or not.
You go up to build a wall. Why?
Because there was a very clear confrontation between the group of children and then Nicolae. So at least to divide the conflict was at least my idea.
So you believe at that point there was a confrontation that was taking place, is that right?
Correct.
And you hear Maddie yelling at him, is that right?
I do. Yes.
And you hear she's swearing at him, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you initially said that Maddie went up there to quote, try to mellow things out. You recall that?
I do not remember using those choice of words, but
If I told you that your interview with investigator Schultz is recorded, and on that interview, those are the words that you used, do you have any reason to dispute that?
oh, no.
So when you say, or when you told investigator Schultz that Maddie went up there to try to mellow things out, is that true?
I had to have said that. That is true, yes.
I understand that you said that. Do you believe that's what she was doing, was mellowing things out?
No.
She was yelling at him, swearing at him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her pointing at him to go down the river?
I recall her pointing beyond him, but yes, she was pointing and gesturing.
And yelling, go,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you took that, if this is fair, as her telling him where she's pointing, go that way, right?
Yes.
And you say that you believe there's a confrontation that's going on, right?
Correct.
Do you recall after Maddie, let me ask you this. Do you see Mr. Miu attempting to speak to Maddie about what's happening?
I do not. Like I said, I really couldn't see much. I am vertically challenged and I couldn't see past people's heads and shoulders even, so.
Tell me about that for a minute.
Vertically challenged.
What channel?
I'm vertically challenged. I'm short. I couldn't see everything.
Right.
Sorry.
So your height, or lack thereof, it makes it sometimes difficult for you to see things.
Yeah, I couldn't see past people's shoulders or heads or anything.
And do you see these other tubers, the people that you are saying he's in a confrontation with Mr. Miu? Do you see them after Maddie's there and you guys are there? Do you see them kind of surround him and start to taunt him?
Check Your Honor, the term surrounds.
I did not notice that. I did definitely notice like it did seem to be a little taunting, yes.
Okay, and the taunting was going on by the other tubers in the park, right?
Correct.
But you don't have a recollection specifically of what they were doing in terms of the taunting?
No, I heard some people still yelling. It sounded like some laughter, but
Hmm.
it wasn't necessarily distinct. And that was by the time that we had actually gotten up there.
Right, so when you get up there, then is when you can probably see a little better and hear a little better, right?
Correct.
So in terms of the confrontation, you agree that it is this group of 6 plus your group, yes? Together,
Correct. Yes.
and Mr. Miu's alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, is it fair to say that you have some concern because Mr. Miu's alone that this confrontation can go poorly for him, right?
Oh, I still had concern it could go poorly for either party, but I see what you're saying. And yes, he was a part of the concern.
And to be fair, part of that is based on him being by himself, true?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that Maddie was in Mr. Miu's face? You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. She was in his, as it's been described, in his personal space, true?
True.
And tell me if this is fair. When you see Mr. Miu make contact with Maddie, I know that you had said that it was, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember specifically, you said he dropped a shoulder, right? You mentioned that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see specifically what happens?
I could not see, but putting puzzle pieces together, yes, I could tell that he had punched her.
Okay, so you didn't see the
Together.
punch, you just believe based on reasoning that that's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. When that happens, she's standing in front of him, right?
Correct.
She's standing in his face, correct?
Correct.
She's in his personal space, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember Riley standing next to her?
I honestly do not. I thought I was like right behind her the entire time.
When you say her, I'm sorry.
Riley, I thought Riley was like right in front of me the entire time. I do not remember Riley being so close.
Okay, but having watched the video now, you know that your recollection from your memory isn't correct.
That is correct.
All right. So now do you know that Riley's standing next to Madison?
I do.
Okay. And you don't see this punch in particular or this movement, but you see you see Madison do what?
She had, again, her back was facing me, and all of a sudden I saw her turn, but it was leading with her head. So her head had turned, so I saw the right side of her face, and then her body had followed, and then she had stumbled down to her knees, and she got back up and then started running. I believe it was her and Gabby that started running back to Q and Sheena.
You described Mr. Miu in your original statement to Investigator Schultz, you described him as standing over her. Remember that?
Yeah,
After you say she goes down.
yeah, I would still stand by that.
So you would say that you see her head move,
Yep.
she goes down to a knee or goes down.
Mhm.
He then, does he move toward her?
Oh, I wouldn't say he necessarily moved towards her, but he definitely just stood above her.
And how?
So I was just gonna say, she didn't get like launched. She literally just kind of did like a little 180 and fell down right where she was standing.
Okay. She's, if you remember, I'll ask it to you 2 ways. From your memory, you remember that she was holding a drink at the time?
I didn't, I know that she was holding stuff, but I could not tell you what she was holding.
Okay. And how long, in terms of time, passes from, so this is your memory, how long passes from the time that you see her make her movement and go down until Dante gets involved?
Oh, that was like a second.
Okay. And do you agree on the, you've watched the video?
Yes.
Do you agree on the video, it doesn't show Madison falling down or going down, right?
No, I would agree with that.
And you'd agree that what you've seen on the video, she doesn't drop her drink either, right?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay, and she's holding, I don't know if you remember this, she's holding not only a drink, but a vape in her hand as well. Right?
Okay.
Got that
Those things
douche
don't
flute.
fall, right?
Correct.
Even though she falls, they stay in her hand, right?
Correct.
And her cell phone, do you remember her cell phone is like up in her swimsuit?
But I don't recall, but I'm not surprised.
Okay. And do you remember on the video, her cell phone doesn't fall either, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Now, do you ever see her being nuts? Do you ever see her stop and pick up her sunglasses?
No, that wasn't anything that I picked. No.
Okay. prior to Madison getting in Mr. Miu's personal space and in his face, you don't see him being aggressive, true?
True.
Okay. He doesn't verbally say anything that you would describe as being aggressive, right?
Correct. He said nothing at all that I heard.
Okay. And you don't see him doing anything physically that you would consider to be aggressive either, right?
Aggressive, no, but the way he was standing there and just, it was a very expressionless, hollow, almost like a demonic look in his face. Like I don't know how else to describe it other than his eyes did not look human. Very daunting.
You would agree at that point there's approximately 13 people around him, yes?
It had to have been somewhere around that number, correct?
Okay. Based on what you saw, now I know that you said you didn't see Mr. Miu being aggressive or saying anything. Based on what you said he looked like, were you fearful of him?
Yes.
Okay. You then say that you see Dante strike Mr. Miu, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe from your memory that Mr. Miu goes down, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Miu stands back up.
Correct.
And then you believe that Mr. Miu punches Dante.
Correct.
Okay. Then you believe that Dante punched Mr. Miu again and knocked him into the water again, right?
Correct.
You know that's not true after watching the video, right?
I do.
So can I ask you this? You had mentioned that you were fearful based on the way that Mr. Miu looked, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that at that point, you've already said there's 13 people around Mr. Miu, right?
Mhm.
They're in his face, some of them.
I would.
Objection, Your Honor, Mr. Characterization of the evidence.
Again, members of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence.
Mhm,
Rely
but
on
he's
what the
doing
witness says,
good.
not what the lawyers say.
You've testified that at least Madison Coleman's in his face.
Correct.
She has people next to her and around her, right?
Correct.
They're clearly supporting her, right?
Correct.
He's alone,
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
yes?
Correct.
She's yelled at him, swore at him, and she's, as you say, she's screaming at him, right?
Correct.
Reasonable that he's in fear as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Too much speculation there, but it's good. You ask it.
AJ Martin come in after Mr. Miu is punched in the face. Do you see him shove Mr. Miu from behind?
I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not see it.
You know after watching the video that's what happened, though, right?
I do know that, yes.
And you did or did not see when Mr. Martin, I know you said you didn't see Mr. Martin shove him.
No
Did
relation.
you see Dante come up and strike Mr. Miu in the face for the third time? Did you see that?
I did not see that.
But you know from the video that's true, right?
Yes.
And you were asked by investigator Schultz, when the suspect was stabbing people, what were those people doing? And your answer was, nobody was touching him, right?
I believe that was my answer, correct, yes.
Okay. And you know that's not true though, right?
Obviously, yes.
You know from watching the video that everyone that we can see on the video that's injured had put their hands on this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Characterization.
I'll say the same thing. Jury, you are the judges of the facts. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Listen to the witnesses.
You know that from watching the video, right?
I know that Tony did not touch him in a violent way, but that is correct.
Okay. And you didn't put your hands on him at all, right?
I did not.
And nothing happened to you, right?
The way he was looking at me and the way he was starting to step towards me, it is all speculation, but I was 1,000% sure I was going to get a knife in the back as I was running away with Riley.
Did you get a knife?
I did, obviously did not.
Did he touch you in any way?
No, he did not.
And you also agree that you told police that your group had formed kind of a semicircle around him. Is that right?
Correct.
And you stand by that? True?
I do.
So, did you, at the time you gave your statement to police, did you view Madison Cohen as kind of the peacekeeper here?
No.
Okay, you mentioned that you said that she was there to mellow things out.
Again, that was just a very poor choice of words. But yeah, I remember saying that. Sorry.
Because it was actually the opposite, right?
Objection, Your Honor, this is Drew.
Let's move on.
Do you have a specific recollection of seeing Riley get stabbed from your memory?
I remember seeing the knife exiting her body.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of what Riley was doing prior to that?
Prior to that, I'm sorry, do you mean like moments before the knife entered? She was just standing there from my recollection.
You don't have a recollection of her moving toward Mr. Miu?
No, I do not.
You also didn't see everything. So how do you know?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You do or do not have a recollection of seeing Issac Schuman?
I do not know.
So when you say you don't have a recollection of seeing the interaction that he had with Mr. Miu?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Smithstead? Okay. Mr. Smithstead, do you have any more questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, now, Ms. Dexter, you may
Thank you.
get up and leave. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next. Who is the next witness?
Call Andrea Baldazzo.
Is it Baldazzo with a B?
B-A-L-D-A-C-O.
That wasn't the another drunk kind of douchebag witness.
Ms. Baldazzo, would you please come forward? Keep coming. There you go. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer.
They were
the
just trying to hug it out with him.
oath. Please have a seat. In the
Oh, he
witness
looks
chair.
far less intimidating now that he's lost weight. It helps a lot.
Yeah.
And there is
Mr. Smithstead.
there are some questions here though. That's Shame says it's important to remember the one girl's name is Riley. Yes. Like oof. Yes. And then Costco says, the question you're asking. How many times do you think the defense will mention underage drinking in the closing for the defense? I've seen so much screeching about it. No one in Wisconsin cares. They don't care the kids are drinking. They care about these kids are drinking, and then they try to go get into a fight. Like they're being drunk assholes is the issue.
Yeah, it's the second part that's
Yeah,
issue.
nobody. It's not against the law. They're not saying what they're doing is against the law. But these guys were heavily impaired, and they fucked around. Is going to be the main point. Yeah, but I love how she's like, well, I didn't see, and they're all trying to avoid saying something that helps.
Yeah.
Which is not how you just tell the truth, and these guys won't tell the truth.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. The new witness is a racketeering agenda. Oh, let's see what you mean by that.
Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Andrea Baldazzo, Baldazzo.
Oh,
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where do you work?
Fairview Lakes in Wyoming,
What town do you live in?
Forest Lake.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing on that day?
My family and I had gone boating on tubing on the Apple River.
Do you recall where you put in on the Apple River?
Tubing,
Where
yeah,
we put in? The river's edge is where we parked and we got in there.
We went to the beer bar.
Who were you with, generally speaking?
My husband, my 3 children that are teenagers, a group of friends with us, and my husband's cousin.
Were you folks having drinks?
Yes,
Did you specifically have some alcoholic
I
drinks?
did.
You remember how many?
I think it was 2 to 3. I had 2 White Claws and I think I had a sip of Shelley's Keeman Jacks.
Do you think you were impaired?
Shelly.
Buzzed, not drunk.
Yeah, I was
Right.
buzzed.
At
Yeah,
some point,
bud.
as you're floating down the river, did you become involved with an incident where some folks have been injured?
Yes.
Tell us how that started.
We had grouped our tubes together. We had tied them together. And so I ended up kind of on the back end and I was floating down the river backwards. And my husband said, those people are having a good time or they're having quite a party, something along those lines. And I turned my head to the right and I could see one person laying down on the river's edge and another person further down. And people were, what I had thought was laughing, but turned into screaming, yelling.
What did you do when you saw?
I knew somebody was hurt, and so I jumped off the raft and ran across the river. It was so slow, I was trying to run fast, but the water was too thick. So then I ended up kind of falling forward and army crawling across to him. And when I got up, there was
army crawling,
a blonde boy.
Did you know who that boy was? Did you find out later who it was?
Yes,
Who was it?
Isaac.
Did you approach Isaac?
I did.
Where was he located by the time you got to him?
He was on the bank, kind of with his right arm in the lake or in the the river. There was a kind of a copse of trees right before where he was laying, and kind of up into the edge there, and then a little further down there was somebody else sitting. I thought was sitting,
By somebody else, do you mean somebody else?
like another somebody hurt.
Did you focus your attention on Isaac?
I did.
When you arrived to where Isaac was, did your nurse training kick in?
Yes. So he was lying on his back. His eyes were open but not blinking. He was not breathing. So I started chest compressions right away and continued that for a long time.
Did you make a primary assessment of his wound?
I saw that there was a large cut. At first, I thought he had been impaled on the set of roots and branches that were hanging down just prior to that. But then I looked and it was a slash mark, not an impale thing. It was a long and thin and clean cut.
Where was it located on his body?
On his left chest, upper chest, kind of his ribs.
Right. So what?
I asked, I was doing compressions and people were screaming and it was making me lose count. So I think I yelled out to somebody, shut up or stop screaming, so that I could count. There were other people around. I asked for somebody to get me anything that I could use as a chest seal, Ziploc bag, anything to put over that wound. I didn't want any water or anything getting in there, but I looked down at Isaac and there was some vomit coming from his mouth at some point. So I asked the kid up front to turn his head, which he did, and the kid splashed some water, which got in his eyes, and I said, don't splash water in his face anymore. And it just continued forever. It felt like forever that we did compressions. I kept asking, where's the rig? Why isn't it here yet?
By rig, do you mean, what do you mean?
Ambulance.
Bambalamps.
Do you have an idea now, as you sit here, how long you performed chest compressions on Isaac?
I said 45 minutes because I think I thought that's what it was, but somebody corrected me later that it wasn't. It felt like forever. I mean, we were going and going round after round. Other people were performing compressions. We were singing Baby Shark to keep people on the rhythm.
Baby Shark?
Yeah. And at some point, when somebody had taken over a round of compressions for me, I got up and went to check, walked just a few steps further down the river to check the other victim, but it looked to me like they were up and speaking and conscious. So I went back to Isaac because he was not.
Do you have experience dealing with trauma cases?
Yes.
At the hospital where you work, are you involved in trauma care?
I'm primarily a med-surg nurse, but I do float down to the emergency room and involved in code situations.
What's a med-surg nurse?
Med-surg, it's a medical surgical floor. So typically we have post-op patients, anybody from pancreatitis to just a little bit of everything.
Eventually did law enforcement and EMTs arrive?
Yes.
Were you still with Isaac at that point?
Yes.
Was he taken off the river?
Yes.
Did you see any of the altercation prior to you giving care to Isaac?
I did not.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No.
Oh. So when you testified earlier that your husband had alerted you that he thought there was some kind of party going on,
Mhm.
you know whereabouts in the river you were?
So where Isaac was laying just a little bit further I guess if I'm looking at Isaac laying on the ground and the second person was a little further down, just a little further up where those roots and branches that I thought somebody had gotten stuck on.
Were you bend in the river in that location, if you remember?
I don't remember a bend. I mean, the whole thing is windy, so, yeah, I mean, I could show you on a map or a picture.
We do have a blow up of the map. I can get that too.
Guys, I had to look away. Did she say Baby Shark was playing?
Yes.
Oh, she
Yeah.
was doing Baby Shark for the rhythm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's a real thing, though.
Yeah, because with CPR, it's about.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So it's like Baby Shark, do. Like you got to do it fast, and that's
Yeah.
how they teach people. So Baby Shark is the thing now.
I thought it was like always the Bee Gees or whatever, Staying Alive.
It's you got to do faster than that.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a faster thing.
Yeah.
Oh, they were
that's-
singing it too, but yes.
Yeah, they were singing it.
Peddler says, "You don't know what Baby Shark is? It's a little kid song, like for 3-year-olds."
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Yeah, some people think staying alive, and that's the old method. It's
Okay, that's why I
really
learned
about
watching The
keeping your
Office.
body pumping blood is the bigger thing.
Sure. And you want your heart to do what, like 80 beats a
Yeah,
minute?
well, I'll do Baby Shark I can't do Baby Shark. I'll get copy struck.
Yeah.
Yeah, staying alive is what I was taught. Yeah, but it's compressions. And if you're doing real chest compressions, guys, you're breaking ribs.
Breaking ribs,
almost.
yeah. And yeah, you gotta, and then you can be sued for that.
What's that?
Haven't people been sued for that?
Yeah, well, if you don't know what the hell you're doing, but generally, if you are providing aid for somebody who's in distress, you're not going to be held liable for most Good Samaritan laws, but you have to be properly applying the aid. Can't go like, I learned this like 20 years ago, and now I'm just trying it. You have to be competently trying.
Gotcha.
If his heart wasn't beating, I don't know if there have been a solution without shock paddles. Problem is, paddles don't restart the heart, guys. A defibrillator gets rid of the arrhythmias. So when your heart's not beating right, it shocks it back into rhythm. If your heart has stopped beating, the shocking doesn't do anything.
How does it restart then?
I mean, there's other ways they can do it, like massaging the heart. Like they will literally take their hands and like massage your heart like it's a set of balls. And sometimes that can help.
So that can restart it?
Yeah, massaging the heart can restart it. Yeah.
But there's no way to do it with the paddles.
Not really. I mean, it doesn't work that way. Because if there's no heartbeat, like when you use like one of the automatic defibrillators,
Yeah.
it'll say no heartbeat detected, no shock advised. Because it'll check for your heartbeat when it's got the sensors on,
Yeah.
and it'll say, checking, and it'll say, yeah, we recommend it'll automatically start doing it. You could try to override it
Yeah.
and shock somebody, but generally that doesn't really do anything.
Huh. Okay.
And there's also just like smacking the chest, like you've seen people try that once in a while.
Sure.
It's kind of like a last ditch effort.
Last
You just
resort.
yeah. There's I mean, if the heart's not working, that's a big problem there.
Okay. I always assumed that's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, if the AED says like it doesn't detect a heartbeat, it'll say no shock advised.
Are you usually considered dead then?
Well, it's gonna say like do something else. You're not dead yet.
Okay.
I mean, you're not dead till your brain. I mean, in most places you're not dead till your brain dead, but some places that would count as being dead. Some places if you flatline, if you're riding the flat line, you're dead. But people do ride the flat line and come back, so it does happen.
And if your heartbeat stops and you're doing CPR, is that still pumping blood then?
Yeah, it keeps pumping blood, keeps the body going. Yeah.
Till you can get somebody there to try to restart the heart.
Yeah, as long as because CPR just keeps you alive till life support can get there.
Or keeps your brain from shutting down.
Well, no, because at that point at some point you're going to have to provide oxygen to the brain. But generally, yes, it's about keeping. At some point, you're going to have to start providing oxygen. But the immediate thing is getting the oxygenated blood in the body, what's in your lungs into the body.
Gotcha.
Mr. Sniper, a new member, thank you. And President Phil Swiss says, "Imagine screaming Baby Shark as your friend is dying." Yeah. Yes, as you're screaming, you're crying, "Baby Shark, do." Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
asking everyone around to start
Yeah.
singing Baby Shark.
Yeah. He'll say, no shock advised, begin chest compressions. And that's all you can do. And you can, I mean, if as long as you can get air into that person and you keep chest compressions going, you can keep somebody alive to keep them there. Yeah, CPR is still 100 times a minute. Yeah,
100 times. Okay.
You've got to fucking do it hard.
Yeah.
So.
And don't you have to like switch out because you get exhausted?
Oh yeah, you'll get
so-
exhausted doing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. No, there's a whole. Yeah, they do not recommend doing first aid to do the breathing part. They tell you to do chest compressions till the ambulance arrives. Yes, but like, let's say you do that for 10 minutes, the body is not at oxygen for 10 minutes, so that's bad.
Yeah.
If the ambulance is like a couple minutes out, yeah, you might want to do some rescue breaths in the meantime. I would want to give that person oxygen because I don't want them to turn and go and like they come to and they're like, nah, because the brain's starving.
Yeah.
There are chest compression machines, yes. And if you've never seen one of those in work, have you ever seen one of those before?
No.
Oh, this will make you lose your lunch a little bit here, but
oh fuck.
Yeah, okay, here we go. It's called an Alvin, I think is what they're called. Yeah, the chest compression machine. What are they called? Yeah, like a Lucas. I'm sorry, it's a Lucas. Yeah, here's what it looks like. Here's basically a CPR. They have it on you and it keeps running so it doesn't tire out.
Oh,
but
Jesus Christ.
it's like when it's running hard, it's working. Like look at your chest. Like it's working the body. And some of them, like that's obviously that is a person they're working on. Like when it works in real life though, like here's it working in real life. Look how hard that chest is compressing. It takes a lot because you got to get to the bot, like you got to get the heart going. Yeah, it's rough.
I mean,
so that one they show where the guy's laying there, that guy's just a model because like if it was really doing, he'd be like, oh my god, it's killing me. So yes, it's a very serious thing. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you've really got to do it, guys. If you're doing CPR right, you're breaking ribs. My ex-wife at the time, she worked in a dialysis lab, and a guy coded, and her supervisor came in and barreling in with a crash cart and like started doing CPR. She had actually never seen it like done for real, and she was like, "You can hear the guy's ribs breaking." Like it's very intense. It's very intense.
Damn.
Yeah. CPR outside of a hospital only works 10% of the time because most people don't do it right.
Sure.
They say compressions alone are enough to induce enough air to continue. Yeah, but I don't know about that. I don't know.
But you need a seal though, don't you?
Well, if he's leaking, yes. But if it's just like if you just keel over and you don't have any holes in you, yeah, it probably would work. But I would be concerned. Yeah, those chest compression machines are $30,000. They are.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Sorry to derail.
No, you're good. You're good. That's, you know what? That's almost more important. People actually learn more about that's more important for anybody here to know than whatever the hell we're going to learn here. So, C3PR. Yeah, geez. Yeah. Those are the fabled masturbate. Yeah, that's the Sibian. That's the Sibian when it like that. That's the evolution chain for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can work. Can you jack someone off of that too? I don't know. Carrie said, "What is this painting you have here? What painting? Oh, hold on. This? That's from one of the courts of appeal in New York. And obviously I added my little bit of a touch to it because it's like the three guardians of justice, but they're, you know, all acting like gangsters. You know, one's got her AK, the other one's got the one strapped up, and they all got their Ray-Bans on. I just thought it was kind of fun to mess with it, but it's been like that forever. It's like the first court of appeals in New York It's like in New York City. They have CPR machines that tell you how well you do it. I'm sure they do.
And there is a difference for women.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, doctors
Yeah.
cut your heart open and massage it. Yeah, like I said. Where are you guys getting to here? Do boobs work as a cushion to stop? Yes, that's extra shit in the way. Yes. Yeah, get CPR certified, guys. It is not hard. You might help somebody.
Yeah.
And instead of just some random dude, somebody you actually give a shit about. So, although helping random people is never bad.
Well, it depends who they are.
Well,
The Apple River.
You indicated you started at River's Edge?
Correct. So we came down this way. I would have been right here. We came around.
Yeah, let me just
So we were floating this way, and I guess, yes, then we must have just come around a little bend because I'm guessing that copse of trees was right here. And so I was floating backwards and it was on my right.
You pointed at the area on the exhibit that says incident location.
Correct.
So your testimony, you were coming
Oh,
around.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is the highway. So,
Coming around that bend.
yeah, this bend. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is the end down here, and this is the start, but you've been going this way. I know it's hard to see.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know which way the river goes. Oh, so yes, so this is the start and this is the exit.
Right.
Yep. So we would have come down this way, and I would have been going backwards here, and it was on my right.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Truffleson?
I just have a couple questions for you, man. I think you said that you were tubing with your family, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your husband was with you, is that right?
Correct.
And your group, or you and your husband and your children, your husband brought a knife, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us what was that for?
We bring paracord with us when we go tubing. So if we don't bring paracord, we'll use the twine at the river's edge, and we pull our tubes together to carry our coolers, our food, just kind of generally keep the group together because it's a bigger group when we go.
Okay.
And he uses the knife to cut that paracord. Apologies.
That's okay. And do you remember, or can you describe the knife that your husband had?
It was a flip one where you flip it open and it locks into place, and then you move the lever and it relocks.
Okay.
It had a clip in it.
If I said to you, it's kind of like a pocket knife that is closed, and then you can take the blade and you can open and lock the blade. Is that fair?
Correct.
And only answer this if you know.
just like Nicolae's
Your
knife.
husband followed you after you jumped off your tube to run over to see what was going on or to render aid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not your husband pulled out his knife?
I don't.
Have you talked to your husband about the case or about the incident?
Previous, but we were asked not to speak about it later, so we didn't. But we've talked about it off and on over the years prior to this.
Okay. Do you know that your husband's knife was lost?
I did after. I found out after that it had been lost.
Ooh. Okay, well that excuses Nicolae losing his knife.
What'd you just say?
That the knife had been lost. She understands it later that it got
Do
lost.
you know? Well, I'll ask it to you this way. His knife was lost near the incident, right?
I don't know at what point it was lost.
Oh.
He is. I don't know.
Okay. Do you? Your statement talks about that your husband picked up a snorkel. Did you see that?
I saw him pick it up. Yes.
And the water would move it around.
When he picked it up, did you see a confrontation happen then,
When he picked it up.
or shortly thereafter? When I say confrontation, did you see people starting to yell or confront your husband about picking that up?
No.
No. Okay. Did you see your husband give that snorkel to the police?
No, he picked it up out of the river after Isaac was going, and it was just like a clear white plastic mask. And then I don't know what he did with it afterwards. I don't know if he dropped it. I don't know if he gave it to somebody.
So thank you.
Mr. Smestad, do you have any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Baldozio. You are excused. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Anybody need a break?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just take a short 5-minute restroom break. Let's come back about 9:05. All rise for the jury.
so what do you guys think? Nick dropped his to dispose of it and then lied to his friend that he used one of the many knives the boys had. Okay, well, we'll get to that.
We are in recess, 9:05.
So, Justin for says baby CPR would be the most traumatic. Other than a baby choking, yeah, that's like both of those are really fucked up. I've only seen a baby choking before, and holy shit, that's intense to just watch when you're seeing it happen.
Yeah.
And somebody's like flip their baby over, and they start holding it, and they're just boom 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 and smacking it on the back and all that.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I'm never gonna do baby CPR. That would be fucked up. It's it. Yes, just remember, you have no obligation to assist, even if you are certified. That is very true. But if you can, might not be a bad idea to try. After all, you'd probably want somebody to help you, presumably. Ignoring my good question, Charlie, what? There's been a million questions. I'm trying to read here. Where's your question? What question is it? Because I can't tell then. If a stranger had a DNR and you helped them, no, you couldn't be, because how would you know? And even if they had DNR, this has been a lawsuit thing. If they had DNR on their chest, or they had a thing on their wrist saying, "Please don't save me," you know what? You're not a hospital. Maybe you can say I can't read. You're not going to get sued. You're not going to get sued. I would defend you for that.
That actually
get a fucking life.
Happened to
happened before.
It happened to my ex, where 2 weeks before her father had
happened.
a huge car accident, he told his family he didn't want to be resuscitated.
Yeah.
And then he went to the hospital and he flatlined twice during surgery, and the doctors just saved his life, and he was in a wheelchair now.
Yeah.
And he blames his family for that.
Well.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
We need to pick this back up because I'm speeding.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name for the record?
Terry Anderson.
And is Anderson E-N or O-N?
Ian.
He's got to be a medical examiner or something when he's got a badge on, I'm assuming.
And how are you employed?
I'm the emergency communications manager for the county.
How long have you?
Oh, we're getting the
been in that
911
role?
tape in.
Since 2007.
And what are your duties?
Managing the 911 center, making sure all the equipment operates, making sure it's staffed, and control.
Do you test it by calling 911?
Audio logging of all the radio and phone audio.
So you're also the custodian of records there?
Correct.
And are 911 calls, dispatch logs, are those maintained in the regular course of dispatch?
Yes, they are.
Were you asked to retrieve 911 calls in the dispatch log for this case?
I was.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's office?
I did.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Any new what's been marked as Exhibit 40? Can you identify what that is?
This is the log from the 911 system of all the phone calls that came in during that time frame.
And what was the time of the first 911 call?
1547, which is 3:47 p.m.
So is that accurate, what I wrote up there?
It is.
And Exhibit 40, does that have some handwriting on it?
Yes,
Is that your handwriting?
it is.
What are you identifying or indicating, or what's the handwriting indicating?
That is the referencing the records management system, reversing that phone number as to the name of the person that's related to that phone number.
And so who was the name of the person for that first 911 call?
Gabriella.
Yes.
Yes.
Kazrain Azinpour?
Yes.
And can you go through the names of the other callers that or owners of the numbers that you identified that called into 911?
Ashley Stryker, Emma Alexander, Madison Cohen, Ashley Stryker, Titania Lava, Madison Cohen, Ashley Stryker, Titania, Eric Williams, and I believe the last one was the subject, Takano from Minneapolis PD.
And it looks like Eric Williams called a couple times.
Correct.
So I want to direct you to a specific call. The call from Tatiana Leva at 15:48:52. You see that one?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hand me what's been marked as exhibit 63. Is that phone call, 911 call from Tatiana on that flash drive?
It is.
Have you listened to that?
I have.
Did you initial that flash drive when you listened to it?
I did.
We'll move to exhibit 63.
The objection? 63 is received.
May I approach?
Yes.
Anyone that's been marked as exhibit 14. Are the rest of the 911 calls, or are all the 911 calls on that exhibit?
Yes,
Does it also have digital versions of the dispatch log?
it does.
So that moves to exhibit 14,
Any objection? All right, 14 is received.
also exhibit 40.
Any objection to 40?
40 on the, oh, no, no objection. Wait, approach actually quick.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Yeah, do you know that Wisconsin, if you graduate from either Wisconsin Law School or Marquette, you don't need to take the license to become a, yeah, that's been that way for a very, very long time. Been that way for a very long time. Wisconsin was traditionally for that.
So I'm sorry, we're on 40, no objection, correct? 40 received.
Judge, I'd move to publish a portion of exhibit 63.
These guys, all they eat are cheese curds. So.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a duck out. It's been a lot of fun though.
All right, thanks,
will,
Dolly, for stopping
yeah.
by.
Appreciate it. See you
See
guys
you
later.
around, yeah. Now it's just us chat.
Judge, timestamp is 1:20.
Pulled the knife. Okay, so we're on the river. Do you know where the man with the knife is? And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends. Do you know where the man with the knife is? Okay. Everybody calm down.
Pause at 1:38. Judge, now I'm just gonna play the whole thing from the start.
Yeah, Johnny! Hello! Oh, hello! You don't need that! You don't need that! Yeah, Nicolae County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Hello, Nicolae County 911. Where are you at, ma'am?
Y muchos niños están heridos con cuchillos. No sé, eso está feo aquí. En Wisconsin,
I don't understand this.
Ma'am, are you on the water?
I don't know what happened.
You need to talk to me.
Yeah, but calm down.
Somebody's got to talk to me.
We're at River's Edge.
Was somebody stabbed? Is that what you're calling about?
I don't know what happened. Somebody pulled a knife.
Okay.
So we're on the river.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
And we are here, and somebody attacked one of our friends.
Do you know where the man with the knife is?
Okay. Everybody calm down. We're fine. We're fine.
Can somebody tell me where the man with the knife is, please?
Okay, so we're on River's Edge, on the river. Someone pulled a knife on our friend. So our friend has a knife because we used it for the rope. Someone take I don't even know. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, do you know where the person with the knife went? The person that stabbed the other individual, do you know where they went?
Oh my God, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, we have people help. Started your way. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Sir Shropsy?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Anderson. So, in the job, tell me if this is fair, the job of the people that you kind of supervise is to try to get as much information as possible about kind of what's happening.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that in your experience, sometimes you get calls like this where people are just yelling and screaming, and it's difficult for the dispatcher to really get any information about what's going on? Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And can be for various reasons that's happening, but in this particular case, is it, I don't know if you can answer this question. At one point, the dispatcher says, we've got people coming, and then I think says that, and then kind of disconnects the call. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, are they trained to try to keep people on the phone, to disconnect calls, depending on the circumstances? How does that normally work?
Depends on the circumstances. In this case, there was numerous 911 calls, so the dispatchers were triaging, trying to gather the most pertinent information, the best information they could. And if they weren't getting any more information, they had to move on to the next call because there were other 911 lines ringing.
Sure. And it sounds like, at least from the information we have, there had been previous 911 calls about this incident. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down.
Can we approach again?
Yes. We'll come back. Good news is we're running ahead of schedule. So the next witness hasn't arrived yet. She'll be here at 9:30. So take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and then pick up the trial. Please take the jury out.
I'll rise for the jury.
All right, guys, body cam footage
Jameson.
time.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
John Farrell, F.
That is a kind of an ugly patch. Oof.
A-R-R-E-L-L.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Somerset Police Department
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since June of 2013.
And do you also have training in first aid or emergency response?
I do. I'm currently licensed as an emergency medical responder.
Were you working on July 30th of 2022?
Yes,
On that day were you dispatched to the Apple River stabbing?
I was.
What was if you recall, what was the initial information from dispatch?
Initial information was people stabbed on the river, possibly one dead. I believe it was 3 victims as we were responding to the scene.
And did you head immediately to the scene or did you have to go somewhere else first?
I had to grab a set of bolt cutters out of the PD garage, and then I went to the Sunrise Camp entry and had to cut the lock to get in, and then I went directly to the scene.
And is that the Sunrise Camp entry? Is that private property?
Yeah.
And was that the best access to get to where the incident was reported to have happened?
Yeah, there's a road that you can get on off Sunrise Drive in Somerset, and then it'll take you back to where the scene was.
And is that a campground that's in operation or no?
No.
And the owner is given permission for law enforcement to use that when needed?
Yeah, we had spoken to him in the past about it.
Were you one of the first officers to arrive on scene?
I was.
And how many officers, if you recall, arrived there originally?
I don't recall a specific number. I know as I was approaching the scene, I saw a Deputy Durand come down from the highway, and then Officer Stumo was behind me. And there was also another deputy that was behind me that was at the gate when I opened it.
And so can you kind of describe what the situation was when you got to the river?
Yeah, there was, I was being flagged down initially by people at the river bank. As I approached them, I saw one guy come out that was holding his side. It was later determined that he had a stab wound on his side that was being directed down into the river, where a female was sitting in a tube, whilst bystanders were holding pressure on her left side. When I got down into the river, when I looked at her, I had noticed that I could see what I believed to be her bodily organs outside of her body. Deputy Durand and I worked with bystanders to get her out of the river. During that time, we were trying to determine what was going on. Where's the suspect? There's a lot of information coming in at once, a lot of people in one spot. We were able to get her out. The other person that was there that was stabbed came up as well. I retrieved the medical kit from my squad car, provided some medical equipment to the other officers before I went into the river, and then headed upriver to where the other victims were.
And while you were at the river, when you initially got there, were there still groups of tubers going down the river?
Yeah.
And was there a good crowd of tubers around also?
Yeah.
Did you know who was witnesses, who were just bystanders, or was it kind of just people everywhere?
There was people everywhere. I didn't know who was who. I mean, it was obvious to me who was injured, but other than that, I didn't know who witnesses were, suspects were, what anyone else's involvement was.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
Does your body camera indicate the date and the time of the footage on the bottom of the screen?
It does.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
And what's been marked as Exhibit 22? What's that labeled as?
Feral BC video?
BC body cam?
Yes.
Judge, I move to publish portions of it. I'm going to skip around a little bit to not show some of the up close graphic parts.
So first, any objection to Exhibit 22? All right, received. Go ahead and publish the portions you wish to show.
Sorry, muted. Yeah. Muted, unmuted. If you're calling 911, as soon as you call, it's being recorded, dude. Assume every time you pick up the phone, it's being recorded. Yeah, it's normal. 911's your emergency. Like, you can hear people in the background. Oh my God, it's so dangerous and horrible. Yeah, like, 911's always working. 911 is always working. As soon as you dial it, like if you say something like, "Oh my God, I can't believe," like I hope they fucking fall for this. Guess what? That's recorded. So don't do it. Your phone calls are always being monitored. It's easier that way. Easier that way. So my kid isn't required to report into him as a chaperone. Yeah. The FBI is recording this right now. They probably are. The NSA is. Yeah, you want them to record right away if you have a little time to ask for help for evidentiary purposes. Sure. So they're saying recording before ringing. Yeah. Yeah. And star 67 doesn't mask your number. Yeah, that's meant to be that way. Yeah, they're collecting chats. They're scraping all this stuff up. Yep. Yep. All right. Well, whatever. Since you guys are saying I'm muted and you don't want to fucking.
Tell us when you're ready.
Well, and I'll ask another question. If we watch the first minute, would it just be you driving there?
Yeah.
We're going to start at 57 seconds, Judge. We're going to play to about the 5-minute mark for this first segment.
I got a cutter.
A19 to rescue. Call the uncle.
Cut the wrong side. There. Right. Good enough. Reach you up there.
KD-100 will be working on getting the investigators out. Check receipt handle ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. That's wrong. Give me a pretty picture. Dispatch sunrise after that gets open. Sunrise access. Correct. Looking down the river. That's what you do.
45 will be dispatch should be on scene. Just underneath getting flagged down by people.
So we're paused at 2:53. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom there?
I can.
What's the time?
15:54:45, which was 3:54 p.m.
The time of law enforcement's first arrival on scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have a screen again, please? And 15:54 would be 3:54 p.m.
Yes.
Is that right, what I wrote up there?
Yes.
We're going to keep playing until about the 5-minute mark.
They're all down where? We have to take the river down.
We got someone who can't move.
Yep, come on up.
We got someone who can't move. Help him.
Please. Where the fuck that go?
I don't know. No, but we got. She got stabbed. Her right there. She got stabbed. Yeah. And there's two down there yet too. It's shallow water. So
Yep, we're going.
Shallow.
We're going.
Shallow.
Robbie, step. Just, we got one stabbing already up here.
The one kid that walked by you missed too.
Yep, we saw that. Chase, you got a knife on you?
I can't breathe.
Gotta go one more cut here. Keep one back here.
I know you do. I know you don't.
We're doing good. Keep holding pressure. Okay. Helicopter is overhead. I think we can just pick her up. She's got a destination here. Get this underneath the building.
We stopped at 4:52. And did you end up assisting to carry Riley out of the river?
Yes.
Where'd you bring her?
Just up to the paved road there by the squad cars.
What'd you do after that?
I retrieved medical equipment from my squad car and provided it to the officers who were tending to her, the other subject that was stabbed next to that was sitting next to my squad car, and then I headed into the river.
And we're going to play from about the 8-minute mark. 7:59 is the timestamp.
have to get your butt up a little bit here. Yep, yep. Way up. Yep, we're going. Okay. Ready, Chase?
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he's also had a knife out. He was still carrying up the river.
4502 dispatch just received information. Suspect still has a knife and heading upriver on foot. Dispatch, I'm just getting up to 06. It does appear that EMS is clear to get up here. Just make sure they know the suspect's still alive. We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay. Seals. You got we need a seal.
Yeah, I need
Okay. Yep.
We stopped at 10:50. That first victim you stopped at and dropped off a chest seal.
Yeah.
You later learn that was AJ, or don't you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You know who that is up in the background there?
Which
on the bank to the right, that kind of obstructed by other people, but
the person that's being tended to medically and CPR is in progress. I don't remember his exact name, but I believe his first name was Isaac.
Okay. What did you do after this point?
I went up to the group that was doing CPR on him, and then assisted with that.
Did you eventually assist getting people off the river?
Yeah, when paramedics arrived, they came up the river, then I assisted in getting him out of there.
How did you get Isaac off the river when you had to wade up like that?
Yeah, a backboard was placed on air tubes and then floated down the river.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Thompson?
Just briefly, sir. So it appears initially you're in kind of responder, trying to assist mode. Is that fair?
Yes.
And at that point, I'm assuming you're training. You're not. I don't want to say you're not interested, but you're focused on kind of what's going on, and the investigation can kind of happen at a later point.
That's correct. That's correct.
At some point, your report indicates that you make it to the village park. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So from what we saw there in the times, how much later or how much time passes until you make it up to village park?
Oh, I don't know the exact time. It's not immediate. It's a significant time, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. And we heard on the tape that you're getting information as it's kind of coming in. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you go to Village Park, are you then starting to maybe switch over from emergency situation to kind of investigative situation? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you made contact at Village Park with a gentleman by the name of Eric Williams. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And does he come up to you or you go up to him?
I had directed him out of the crowd to come talk to me. There was a group gathered together.
Okay. So did you have some information that he might have information?
I had information that the people in the group may have information, but as to who knew what and who was where, no, I didn't have that until I started talking to him.
Okay. And he had provided you at least some brief information about kind of what was going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he had provided you information that he was with Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, in the same group, yes.
And he had provided you information as to kind of what Mr. Miu was doing previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. That he was looking for a phone, right?
That's correct.
At that point, do not take this as critical. At that point, you don't have any other information as to what had actually happened. Is that fair? What I mean by that is, I know you saw people that had been injured, but how they were injured, the circumstances surrounding that, you didn't have that information, right?
Some of the witnesses on the scene had mentioned stabbing, that's what had happened. But other than that, no.
And you locate let me if this is fair, you locate various pieces of what may be physical evidence
Yeah.
in your mind.
Yes.
And that was a shirt and a pair of swim goggles.
Yes.
Okay. Are the goggles like you would see, are they snorkel goggles or are they goggles like a swimmer who's competing?
I don't remember exactly what they were.
After your interview with Mr. Williams, and you're walking kind of in the river, is that your involvement in the case?
Yeah, that's the involvement. Yeah. I was, well, I had been given a ride back, and that's when you said, when I assisted with finding the evidence in the river, the t-shirt, the goggles. So there's that space between Village Park and where the incident actually had occurred, where I initially responded to. So I had gone from there back to that spot, and that's when I assisted in that searching where I found the t-shirt, swim goggles.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So after that's done, your involvement in kind of what happened here has concluded. Is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
Chase Duran.
Sergeant Duran, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
Chase Durand,
How do you spell your last name?
D-U-R-A-N-D,
What do you do for a living?
Patrol Sergeant with Sheriff's Office, St. Clair County.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
About 10 years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 5 years, I believe.
Can you briefly describe your training to be a police officer?
Basic recruit school, 720 hours. And then attended several other FTO through the department, and then several other schools following that. SWAT school, boat patrol, several other trainings.
Do you have any EMT training?
Yes.
Was that included as part of your law enforcement training or something you did separately?
We receive a basic first responder level training in the academy, and then through our emergency response unit, we receive follow-on medical training from our tactical medics assigned to our unit, and have attended a 3-day trauma care training.
Were you working back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to the incident on the Apple River?
I did.
What information were you given in the initial call?
It was aired to us from dispatch that there have been several people stabbed on the Apple River, and dispatch said it was near the 64 bridge in Somerset Township.
Where were you located when you first got called?
I was in the Holton area,
About how far away? About how far away?
9 miles.
Did you drive over to the area where the call was coming from?
Yes, I responded emergent, and the area I'm familiar with, there's a private road underneath the bridge with no off ramp on the highway there on 64. I parked up on top of the overpass and then went down the embankment to the river.
When you arrived, were there other officers on scene?
I first saw Officer Farrell or Sergeant Farrell from Somerset PD.
Do you remember any other officers you saw?
Once I got upriver, when we waded to the river, and then came across Officer Stumo at that location where the 2 victims were in the water still.
All right. So before you get into the river, did you get involved in some of the activities that were going on shore?
Yes. When I first arrived and made my way down the embankment, I came across, it was hectic and there was a lot of people near the bridge. There was one male subject who was able to walk, who observed what looked like a stab wound. And then I was directed with Sergeant Farrell to to another female laying in an inner tube that had a wound to her left side. We used my soft stretcher with help of bystanders, to evacuate her out of the water up to the road, where I passed her off to another deputy arriving.
And after you did that, did you enter the river?
Yes.
At that point, had you been given any information as to who the suspect was or what they looked like?
Once I entered the water, people were yelling that it was a guy wearing scuba gear and he went back upriver.
You didn't have a physical description?
At that time, no.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time that you responded to the river?
I was, on my first arrival with the first two victims I came across, it wasn't recording. And then when I checked it going upriver, I had to open up, it was our old body cam system. I had to open up the phone app and activate it. It wasn't turning on with the button.
All right. So if I understand you, part of what you did isn't on your body cam.
Correct.
Would that have been the activities that you were involved in with Sergeant Farrell?
The initial response with the first two victims you located, and then once I entered the water to go upriver, that's when my body cam turned on.
I approach you, witness, John.
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 43. Details what that is.
Flash drive.
And how's it labeled?
Durand evidence with 43 on the.
Does it BC at the top?
All right. Durand BC video.
And DC stands for?
Body cam.
I'm going to ask move for admission of 43 and ask to publish.
The objection to 43? Exhibit 43 is received. Go ahead and type.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to just give a warning that some of the images on this body cam are graphic. So anybody who may be concerned may want to leave.
So members of the jury, what you're about to see is difficult. It is evidence. You may consider it. Watch as much as you can. If you need to avert your eyes for a moment, you may. But I ask that you pay as close attention as you can because this is evidence in the trial. Mr. Smith.
We're going to start at the 29-second mark already.
What? Okay. What is you see what the suspect was? Yeah.
Have him hold it. You hold it. You hold my hand. Squeeze my hand there. Squeeze my hand. So good, Issac. Oh, good. Oh, good. Squeeze my hand right now. Squeeze it right now. Right now. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, you're right here. You're right here. We're right here with you. Right here with you. Ready? 29 to 19. I know, Issac. I know, Issac. You're right here. All right.
We're up for 19.
We're here for you. We're here for you.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now? I'm also looking for the suspect. I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear. 47 went through dispatch. We're doing CPR. You guys see what happened? Who did it? You know who it is?
No, it's just some random on the river. Look, 5'9", 5'10", Russian looking guy.
He went somewhere over there.
What's he wearing?
Hey, see him?
Hey!
I think he's up there. You get out of there.
Get out!
Hey, where you guys going? What? We need to know what it looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like? Hey, we got K9 coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole central. 36.
What's our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
10-4 believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went into the woods at the initial location, a quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4.
Did he go up on the north or south bank? South bank. The cider cars are on.
Shane, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my slot up the road further into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. Section. Eric, go to the woods. We need this EMS here. Get these people out of here.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
Okay, great. And when you hold his hand,
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road ahead of you up along the riverbank. If you can get guys, and that way the road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold up there, okay? Just leave up there.
Hey guys, I'm back. He is so lucky he didn't get like flesh-eating bacteria or something in that from the water. That alone, he's very lucky.
Yeah, you hold on, okay? 10 4. Go have to squeeze past their slots and stuff. Copy, I'll point that way.
What the fuck wearing? Swim shorts, clothes?
Swim shorts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
White t-shirt.
Oh, no, you gotta keep it off.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s.
No, guys, it was a phone call from. It's a phone call I had to take. Did I miss anything important?
Pressure on his stomach.
I saw the one cop testify.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise Trail and we'll link up there.
8019 dispatch. Suspect information.
8019, what's the suspect?
Being told a white male, swim shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife, possibly 50 years old. One this person described him as Russian looking.
10-4, do we have a color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, two of the friends of the person ran up into the woods and are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
10-4, adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts with a knife, and two friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8019 dispatch.
8019.
Disregard. Where'd the suspect go into the woods at? This way. We got a canine coming. Yeah. I know.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's gonna help, but if it's gonna help anybody.
Okay. One here, one there. They don't know. No one knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I have these two trauma bandages. I got a tourniquet and some quick clot.
His butts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on.
Here.
We're just getting out of the 6 where it is you need us. 29 up the road here farther.
Yeah.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and circle down that way. 10-4, we'll be up the highway. 26 is best number, you want to know Somerset? 26 up.
Hold on to me, okay?
8019 to the dispatch.
8019.
Our two most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. You guys see them? Yeah, 8019 has two critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. One, no vitals. CPR in progress.
Definitely 19. I believe I have EMS in the area.
Do we have any helicopters en route for Lake 2 or Lake Link?
Affirmative. 2 helicopters this time. 8821 dispatch. About a tenth of a mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male subject with a abdominal stab wound and a left face to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral lash across his abdomen. And we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. 10-3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver. Leg stab, abdomen, and a chest stab.
I know.
168019.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know, take what those helicopter was in the area of Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If nursemen's available and see if Polk County can set some deputies on. For nurseman cars, copy.
Sergeant Rand, were you able to watch that as we all watched it?
Yes.
At some point in your body cam, did you run up into the woods?
Sorry, guys. Guys, we have a new guest. Some of you guys may have seen him on his channel, but this is Dylan. He does the alternate corner versus the normal corner, I guess. Um, and he's been covering Nicolae Miu quite a bit, among other things. It looks like he's obviously a fan of Karen Reed. It looks like a little bit, just a little. Anyways, how are you?
Thank you for having me, Sean. Really appreciate you having me on today.
Mhm.
How are you finding the trial?
I'm finding it pretty good. I still think Nick is behind the curve on this one. Because I would say it like the state already starts out ahead. Even though all these jurors say they would find not guilty, after the first witness, the scale already starts on guilty, and the state is already running really far ahead, and the defense has to catch up. So
Yeah. I've been following this for quite a while. Well, not quite a while, a couple of months. So I was waiting for this one to come in. It's an unusual. It's a toxic one. It's actually it's a good trial, but it's very polarizing, and it seems to be moving a lot. My chat is very how can I say, divided, shall we say? It's either they bang on guilty, bang on not guilty, and then there's a group in the middle going, I haven't got a clue.
Of course,
and yeah, it's a difficult one. I find it quite difficult. I keep moving the goalposts a little bit with this trial, but it's definitely interesting.
Well, you've seen up to day 5. You've seen up to day 5 already, right?
Yeah.
So you have a bit of a different opinion, I think. Do you think there's a, how are you looking at it right now, overall?
So this is where my head is blown a little bit, because I think I would personally right now, this very second, no gun to my head, nothing. I would vote not guilty, not even a question in my mind. But based on the charge, and that's purely based on the charge. Jesus Christ, I didn't know I was going to get closer.
Well, I just wanted to see the Karen Reed shirts. Everybody could see those.
Yeah, so that's the Welsh translation, free Karen Reed, and then the others are free Karen Reed. With a little bit of a,
if you guys can't tell, he's not from America.
I am not from America. I'm not from England either. I'm from Wales.
Yes. Well, I was going to say yes. You're not. You're not. I would never dare insult you. Call you an Englishman.
Well, that's why Erin Hack does all the time. So she's my agent, so she's allowed to. No, I would definitely be voting not guilty right now. But I do think a lot of it is based on the charge. If there's a lesser charge, and this is where I get confused, because obviously we have your fiance who's joined us in chat and everything, and she mentioned who she was, and obviously I got to know who you were, and all of a sudden my chat blew up and like, Sean is the man, Sean's the guy, Sean's. I was like, Jesus.
I had,
well, I've got to pick you up a little bit here, but I actually did watch one of your videos because of Matt Moore. You interviewed him, and I'm doing a series with Matt now.
Yeah, no, Matt's a really good guy to talk to. Yeah,
he's a great guy. We're on like week 19 now or something. But
nice.
Yeah, well, it's long, but it is good.
Yeah.
But there's something that Branca said about, and this is where I get confused, and I don't know. I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but so obviously for me the charge is wrong. I do not think that it should be first degree intentional homicide, and because of that, I have to vote not guilty.
Well,
I do think so.
I mean, I guess to say it like this, your intent can be discerned. Obviously, if he said he was going to do it, that would show intent. But your intent can also be inferred from your actions, okay? And the idea is that if you undertake an action, a reasonable person would presume its likely outcome. So, like, if I stab somebody, a reasonable person would be able to conclude that I was causing serious bodily harm or possible death. So that's how they can kind of discern the intent, that he grabbed that knife and he started tickling everybody's spleens, because that he was trying to do that. He was trying to cause, like, get them back. And if I've got, if this goes in you, fine, as he was pushing them back. So that's how, it comes to that. I mean, I could see this becoming manslaughter after a while, but I understand why they charged it the way they did.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's where I struggle with it, because I've gone through all the charges for second degree homicide and also manslaughter. I think it's a manslaughter charge. I think you're speaking of something different here, and I think that the likelihood would be probably guilty based on what I've read. But for first degree, I just don't see it. Everything I read, you know, from what I see on it from the video, I do agree with people. I try and be balanced with this because it is quite toxic at times. Because if you are heavy guilty, there's no changing your mind. If you're heavy not guilty, there's no changing your mind. I do see the point of him going over and engaging first with the group, but I then see the disengagement of that group when he does walk away from it, and that's how I view that. So I separate that and go, that's a separate. Oh, that's great. I see that as a separate incident.
I'll let you
good.
Keep going.
I'll keep talking. I'll keep talking. I'll talk to the group. Hello, chat. Hope everyone's well. I see some friendly faces in here. Hope you're all well out there. Sorry, the chat's going too quick. I can't even catch up with it. So this is, and I could be wrong with this, Sean, and you could correct me, but I see that now. For me personally, that's a separate issue because I do think that he disengaged then from the group by walking away. I then think that on the first day when I watched the video, I said he can't continue walking away because everyone said he should have just continued walking as well. If you notice, the water keeps rising. So the further he goes, the higher the water goes. So I think it's reasonable he did turn around and he went back towards the direction of his group. Then obviously that group made a beeline and came around him. So for me, they engaged with him. They did not give him the right of way. And people that say that he should have turned around and he could have gone back. I disagree because he's going back into the deep end of the water, and that presents more danger. And I also feel like the first interaction was the girl pushed him, put her hands on him. A lot of people say, well, a girl can do that. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what your gender is, you do not put hands on anybody. So again, I feel they instigated it, and that's where I struggle then, because like, well, is the force justified with the knife? Again, in my opinion, he's just had a quadruple heart bypass 18 months ago. I can 100% imagine that he is shitting a brick, if you don't mind my language.
Well, you can swear on here. It's fine. But yeah, it's not only that, but there's a massive disparity of force. It's a bunch of people on one.
13v1.
Yeah, and it's and the thing is, yeah, like the idea that the women who jumped over there, I hate to say this, but I think they now understand that's not how the world works. Like, honey, you jumped into it. You jumped into men doing men stuff, and you got treated like one of the boys. Like I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's how it goes. You like, how dare I get punched? I jumped into a fight, and
I agree with you. I totally agree with you because I think there's a misconception there that if you are in that moment, because it's very clear, you can see that she did push him. Even if she didn't put her hands on him, they still came around him first and all that. So again, I believe that they instigated that. Now people will say no, we disagree, whatever. But that's up to you.
I mean, here's the thing: like half the people are saying one thing, half the people are saying another. One guy's saying it happened, another guy's saying it didn't happen. Like, I don't think we really know what happened here. A lot of people are lying and saying whatever they want. And Brandon does a super sticker because he wants to make fun of Ferrari because they didn't race well this weekend. Thank you, Brandon.
That's good. Yeah, no, I don't think the video speaks for itself. I think that's the thing. You just go by the video. Because I think it's proven. I know you're on day 3 or 4 now. The witness, that the purple hair witness that came on, I'm sure she's been on, and she was very nervous and she was very matter of fact on everything. She
wanted to fight the whole way through. She fought the whole way through.
She was adamant. He never laid hands on him. But well, the video doesn't lie. We see it. Do you know what I mean? So I think you've got to go with the video, not testimony. You've got to go with the video. So,
well, it's don't believe your lying eyes, I guess. And Dave, yes, he is wearing a SWAT emblem, and the thing is, it's meant to be like their knockoff version of the Navy SEALs emblem. They had a lot of departments had to change them because it looked kind of cringe and gay because it was like on knockoff of the SEALs. So yes, they've changed it in the meantime, but it's still kind of cringe. So you call those guys like it's like CFST or the CTSFOs, like the the SWAT guys would be like that for you guys over in Britain.
SAS. Well, not quite SAS.
Well,
but
no,
they-
yeah, these guys would be the cop, like the like SO19 guys, like the CT SFOs, like the guys who are
Yeah.
the cops who do it. So I was just, in case you didn't know, I was just.
No, I didn't know. So that's why. That's
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
good.
yeah. That's all right. It's like, well, say, he looks. So yeah, guys, here we go. It's we'll keep going from here. But yeah, if you have anything you want to let me know, we'll pause when we get a second.
We're on day 4 now. Day 4, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep,
Yeah,
day
I mean,
4.
yes.
Yep, we're chugging along here. So for some reason, I don't feel like it's going fast because we're trying to get
It's
caught
the same
up.
testimony. It's the same testimony from
Yes.
all of them.
What's
so,
that all
yeah.
about?
Yeah.
There was movement up in the woods, people yelling at somebody. I ran up there, determined those 2 people that were going to go try to find the suspect. I told them to come back due to us having a canine coming, not to mess up the scent for the dog, and then confuse the perimeter or any type of aerial drone or helicopter assets coming to assist searching.
Did you know who those folks were up in the woods that were looking for the suspect?
No.
Did you see yourself on your body cam saying that they were friends of the victims?
Yes, through the yelling in the crowd, I determined there was some type of relationship with the people.
But as of today, you don't know if they had any connection to these victims.
I don't know their exact connection.
And when you went up into the woods, you asked one of the people up there what the victim or the suspect looked like.
Yes.
And what was his response?
He didn't know.
So it appears that from your body cam, at least, you were coordinating the response to this incident.
Yes.
Part of your duties as a sergeant.
Yes, it is.
At the same time, were you trying to get any info you could gather about who did it?
Yes.
And you were able to get some bits and pieces of that information?
Yes, there was a lot of information being thrown at me or people yelling, but one person I talked to in a yellow shirt had the most more information about the suspect.
Were you also in the process trying to set up a perimeter to make sure that the suspect didn't get away?
Yes.
At some point, did you call for a state patrol helicopter?
Yes, when I was in Holton, I saw that Minnesota's state patrol helicopter was over Stillwater prior to coming to the call.
And what was the purpose of calling the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter?
Their air assets have thermal cameras. Wisconsin's airplanes do not.
Did the Minnesota State Patrol helicopter respond to the area?
I do not know.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shropshire.
Good morning, Judge. You had indicated that on direct examination that you saw those, as you said, people that were friends with, you said friends with the victims who were up in the woods, right?
Yes.
And you asked them, now, they tell you what they're doing, right?
Yes.
They say to go find the motherfucker, right?
Yes.
And you took that to, I mean, if this is fair, you took that as they wanted to go see if they could locate where this person was, right?
I interpret it as they're going to look for the suspect.
The way they said it, did it make you think that they were angry?
His
objection relevance.
Sustained.
You say one of your tell me if this is fair. One of your concerns about them running up into the woods was that you were sending a canine, right?
Yes.
Was another one of your concerns what might happen if they run into them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you tell them to stop?
I asked them to come back. Yes. I don't remember my exact words, but I asked them to not go into the woods.
Okay. And they tell you they're going to look for them, and then you come back down into the river, right?
Yes.
Did you see any of the people that were up in the woods? Did you see any of them with a weapon, a baseball bat?
No.
And you were initially told that this suspect was wearing, and I think you said scuba gear?
Yes.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
I interpret it as some type of swim mask and unknown with past that, like ranging from a snorkel and a mask to scuba tanks and a type of gear.
Okay. And it looked like to me, the people that were, some of the civilians that were tending to a person that we know as AJ Martin, told you that the suspect had gone up into the woods. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you describe that situation? I don't know, you've been an officer for a while. Would you describe that as a pretty hectic situation?
Yes.
All right. And you're getting a lot of information kind of thrown at you at once. Is that fair also?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you're getting different descriptions of the suspect in scuba gear and and then he's got on shorts. So you're getting all kinds of things thrown at you. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Are you having some, I don't want to say difficulty, but are you trying to process what's happening in terms of the information you're getting?
I'm taking all information in that is being yelled by people in the water, bystanders, and disseminating out to the rest of the officers on scene and dispatch what seemed to be the most accurate information I was getting.
Okay, in terms of making that determination as to what's the most accurate, what are you basing that information on in terms of what's true and what's not true?
People that said that they saw the actual event happen versus ones that saw the aftermath of what happened.
Okay, and so the people that are telling you what happened were, in your mind, the people that were near, people that were being tended to? Is that fair?
Some people,
Your Honor,
Overall, you can
some people that I had asked in passing by, they said they didn't see it actually happen. And then the people that were attending to and in the area, the man in the yellow shirt was giving me the most information that had detail.
Okay, and so those people that were giving you that information, that was the information that you were trying to relay out. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so then did you relay out that the suspect had run into the woods?
Yes.
Do you know now whether or not that's true?
I do not.
Sergeant, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Everyone okay continuing? Anybody need a break? Let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
Levi Stumo.
Last name again?
Levi Stumo, Stumo. Making sure he's here.
Yeah.
I know. You got it.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Levi Stumo, Stumo.
And did you previously work for the Somerset Police Department?
Yes,
You employed by a different law enforcement agency currently?
yes,
So back in July, on the 30th of 22, were you dispatched to the stabbing on the Apple River?
yes,
Did you respond to that bridge area?
I did, yes,
And did you arrive with some other officers?
yes.
Do you recall who they were?
Sergeant Farrell and another deputy.
And of the three of you, do you know who the first one to head upstream was, upriver?
Are you referring to after getting onto the river itself?
Yes.
I believe that was me.
And did you have body camera on at the time?
I did.
Have a, may I approach?
Yes.
42, what's that labeled as?
Stumo body camera.
To admit and publish portions.
All right, 42 is received. Go ahead and play the portions you wish to show.
I'll just do it. While I'm doing this, did you, after you were at the scene of the stabbings, did you go out to another location also?
Correct.
What was the second location?
The village park.
What'd you end up going there for?
Um,
to assist with apprehending the suspect if he was located at that location.
And Village Park, is that the exit for the tubers?
Correct.
I got the tubes. You hate air. So you might not get that.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Can we have the screen? Looks. I'm on a minute, 54 seconds. If we would have watched earlier, just be you driving to the scene.
That is correct.
8100 will be working on getting the investigators out. 10 for you guys, those ready to. I wasn't aware of that when I talked to him. 10 for you. Did you 30 minute trip? That's Sunrise access is open. Sunrise access?
While this is playing, is this that private road for an old campground?
Open down the river.
Yes, it is.
10 for 50. I will do this match from the on-scene system. Flag down, maybe one more.
You have to take the river down. He punched me in the face. I don't know what the fuck.
Please,
we're going to help. We got a gentleman down there.
He's just guts are out in the fucking open. Okay.
Yes,
I'm
the
stopping at 3 minutes 30
finding out's
seconds.
never fun, guys.
Jump ahead. I'm gonna mute the screen, please.
Yep, no Mark still holding her drink. I know. Got punched in the face, did drop her beer. That's top tier Wisconsin though.
I'm gonna play from
You know,
4 minutes,
yeah, hey
29
there.
seconds.
I was right in the groove.
How far ahead?
Johnny. Well, Erin probably sounds like that. I shouldn't make fun of her. She'd be like, I have that voice.
Free down there?
Erin, do
We
you
got
say
3
hey
individuals
there?
down the river. Significant stabbing. Okay, how deep? Not deep? All right.
It's been got the person's balls out. He's about to be conscious.
All right.
We're doing CPR on the one who's going. The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on the side. Right down there. Right there. Yeah, you're right next to each other.
All right, you want to help me out here?
I'm gonna pause at 5:36. That gentleman you just made contact with, did you have any idea who that was at the time?
I did not.
I just want to write down, look like 1557 on the bottom there.
Correct.
That'll be 357, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm gonna continue playing.
Where's the guy? Okay, where's the stabber?
Yeah.
Can't go fast.
I'm pausing at 6:41. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Sir, the video showed you getting out of the car, walking toward the river. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a blonde woman in a blue bathing suit, correct?
That is correct.
You body cam captures her, correct?
Correct.
And as you know, body cam, you're absolutely able to like take a screenshot of that, correct?
Correct.
And
Oh.
on the body cam, the blonde girl in the blue swimsuit, her face is fully visible, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were you ever asked to take a screenshot to zoom in on her face?
No.
Did you ever do that?
No.
You aware if anybody else ever did that?
No.
Did you ever come back and have contact with that blonde woman in the blue swimsuit?
I don't believe so.
And again, there's a lot going on,
He's
correct?
got a great Wisconsin
That is correct.
accent too.
She wasn't, she didn't have any injuries that you observed, correct?
Golly.
Correct.
Had she had injuries that you observed, you probably either would have told somebody else, tended to it, or tried to document them in some way, correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're trained to do as a law enforcement officer, correct?
That is correct.
In that moment, again, I don't mean to imply I'm critical of you, just you didn't have any awareness that she had an injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe one, correct?
Sustained.
You, at some
Love
point,
this
it's not
judge.
on the video, it stopped, but
What's
we
that?
continue on in the video, you.
I love the judge.
Forward.
He's
continue
not bad.
is that right?
He's not bad.
I like him. I do like him.
And as you go up the river, you have contact with a couple, a married
Not as
couple,
good as other
who's
ones.
rendering CPR aid to one of the people who's injured, correct?
That is correct.
You've now come to know that that's Andrea and Robert Baldoza.
Correct.
At some point, did you see, you were speaking with them, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldoza?
Correct.
And
Baldozo.
did you observe him
Oh
pick
no,
up
Chad.
a snorkel and or goggles?
I don't believe so.
Were you the one that collected those?
No.
Did he tell you about those?
No.
Did you make any observations of the snorkel or goggle?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Baldozo about his knife?
I did not.
You want to ask you a little bit about the search for the suspect, okay?
Sure.
You heard different things, or let me take back. You were a part of that, correct?
Correct.
At some point, right?
Correct.
At first, it was all about rendering aid, correct?
Yes.
Taking care of people's safety, right?
Yes.
And making sure you could secure the safety of everybody else, considering you didn't know what was going on, right?
Yes.
You at some point learned that there were citizens that were looking for the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you came to learn that at least one of those citizens had a bat, correct?
I apologize. Had a what?
Had a baseball bat.
I do not recall at this time.
Okay. When you were at Village Park, were you aware of that? You didn't remember that guy looking around for Mr. Miu with a bat?
I do not remember.
You certainly remember that there were non-law enforcement citizens that were looking for Mr. Miu, correct?
Correct.
And did you, you didn't know what their intent was, correct?
That is correct.
You, as a law enforcement officer, wanted to secure the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Both to keep everybody else safe from the suspect, correct?
Correct.
As well as to keep the suspect safe from everybody else, correct?
Yes.
You certainly don't want a lynch mob going after somebody, correct?
Correct.
And that was probably one of your concerns, is that the temperature on that river on that day at that time was extremely high and intense, right?
That is correct.
Lots of strong emotions, correct?
Yes.
And when you have and there were strong, intense emotions coming from numerous people, correct?
Yes.
And you, as a trained officer, were concerned about how those strong and intense emotions from numerous people could kind of escalate each other, correct?
Object on relevant speculation.
Sustained.
You have concerns about the suspect's safety as well as everybody else's safety? You can say that. Did you help in eventually finding and handcuffing Mr. Miu, correct?
I assisted with the very end portion of that, I suppose. Yes.
And he was,
I
fair to say,
suppose.
compliant with law enforcement's
suppose.
requests, correct?
Correct.
You didn't resist in any way, correct?
Correct.
At the time, I would imagine you didn't know whether he had a weapon or didn't have a weapon, correct?
That is correct.
I would imagine when at some point, if you find out somebody has a weapon, that changes things from your standpoint, correct?
Correct.
Would it be, again, trying to summarize me quick, you're thankful that he didn't have a weapon when you had contact with him? Did he have a weapon when you had contact with him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did he have a phone when you had contact with him?
I do not recall.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
When we're responding to this incident, what was your primary concern?
My primary concern was the victims on the river.
Stabbing victims?
That is correct.
Were you looking to see if other people had bruises or scratches or slight swelling or anything like that, or not paying attention to that kind of thing?
Only
I
what
go
was
through-
immediately directed to me.
Take care.
So significant injuries?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Officer Stumo. You may step down. Who is the next witness?
I just like the judge for his matter of, like, he's very quick in making decisions. That's why I like him.
Deputy Trebian, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You muted. You muted.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
You muted.
So the case out in Connecticut, the Michelle Trakunis one, the judge there was very good. He would talk out the objections on the record, but he made very fair rulings and very good reasoned rulings. I don't know if you saw any of that. He was a judge, always wore a bow tie. He kind of sounded like Morgan Freeman when he talks. That was a really good one. That was actually probably one of the better judges I've ever seen. Little unorthodox on things, but I thoroughly enjoyed him.
I think I've just come from a trial for 4.5 months where the judge was completely the complete opposite, very slow, very, it was just like, so for me, it's just refreshing after 4.5 months to watch a judge make decisions.
What did you watch for 4.5 months?
Craig quadruple homicide, which is
okay.
it was I was the only one streaming it. It's brilliant, but they made me delete all the videos.
Well,
so
did the
that's
court
fantastic.
contact you on that one?
Yeah.
I would have told them to pound sand if I were you, because I understand though you did what you did, but I would have been like, you are a government entity. The idea you actually hold the copyright is nonsense.
Yeah, they warned me. They warned me after day 12 to take them all down. So I could have finished there, but the family
court
wanted
sent
to
you an
carry on.
email though. I find that
email.
I find that crazy that they did that. So like, was it the judge himself or like the court staff?
No, court staff. Staff that I was dealing with.
Oh, I
So
understand.
it's-
And the neat thing is, you could be like, "Well, I'm in Wales. Hold me in contempt." And
It
then
was a bit like that. It was a bit, but at the same time, I was like, I'm not gonna try and spoil it for everybody else. I'll just comply with it. And they were good in the sense of I can keep them up for a certain amount of time, but then I got to take them down, which lost me everything basically as a channel. So, but it is what it is. We're back. We're back on these trials, so I'm not going to dwell on it.
Let me know where it's at. I'll upload all that crap to my channel, and then I'll see what they do.
Happy days. Happy days.
It'll be
Maybe
a
I just
happy
listen
day.
to your advice. Yeah,
What's
maybe.
that?
I don't know the rules. I've just done it because I'm complying. But
No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, really though,
Yeah.
I mean, like for them to argue that's theirs or it's copyright infringement, they're a governmental entity. So yes, the government owns the copyright, but for the judge to act like they can enforce that, it's like,
I'm just a pussy. I don't have that.
No,
legal
no, you're
background.
fine. You're fine. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying they're the assholes, not you.
No, I know.
Yeah, Isaac was a sacrifice to the culture. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, there's when you say like Isaac was a sacrifice, like if the biblical said Isaac was a sacrifice for the culture, Abraham was willing to sacrifice him for the culture too. So, yes, Isaac was a sacrifice for the culture in more ways than one, Zabin. What do you think
You're
about
a
it?
deep channel. You're a deep channel here.
Yeah.
Every
once in a while we
don't
can.
get into this. Yeah, I was gonna say we don't get into this stuff. Jesus.
Yes. Oh, yes. That's a very like more than one way. So, all right, guys, here we go. Let's see more of the I can't wait to see the body cam of them talking to Nicolae, but let's get to it.
It's interesting. That is
Your name for the record, please.
Deputy Benjamin Trebian, last name Trebian.
And what do you do for a living?
Patrol deputy with St. Croix County.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 4.5 years.
What are your general duties as a patrol officer?
Patrol, take calls, respond to calls.
Were you on duty back on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Were you one of the many officers that got dispatched to the stabbings on the Apple River in Somerset?
I was.
What was the information you were given initially?
I was given that there was multiple people that were stabbed on the river. I was sent a photo, was asked to respond to an area and set up a perimeter.
What was the photo you were sent?
Male, 50s, he's described as Russian, wearing camo swim trunks.
Who was supposedly the photo of?
Nicolae Miu, or the suspect in the stabbing.
Thank you. Were you given a specific assignment in relation to your response?
I was just tasked with responding to perimeter. I set up on near I and 170th and was moving there.
All right. At some point, did you get called away from where you were trying to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
And before we move on, when you say you're establishing a perimeter, what are you trying to do?
Just contain the suspect into a certain area.
At that point, had a suspect been located?
Not at that point.
At some point, you moved away from where you were assigned to establish a perimeter?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I responded. We were advised that possible suspect was seen at the tubing exit. I responded to corner of Sunrise and Parent Street in Somerset, where I then ran down to the tubing exit.
Were other law enforcement officers there by the time you arrived?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Were you recording your actions at that time?
Yes.
Can approach the witness, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47. Recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my body cam flash drive.
Is it labeled?
Yes.
What's the label say?
Tribune PC video.
That's your name?
Yep.
All right. Permission of 47 and that's the published.
Any objections to 47? It is received. Go ahead and play the persons you wish to show.
This particular segment judges the whole video. It's less than 2 minutes. I'll start from the beginning and play to the end.
Tell us when you're ready.
It's 2 minutes, 8 seconds, Judge. We're starting right at the beginning. We're ready.
Camera recording started. Oh. Holy cow.
I'm sorry, yeah. No, it's okay. Yes.
Precinct dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. Believe we have the detained at the time.
No, no weapons were looked at.
36 has a possible suspect detained. Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can start this. I'm coming up on the cross bridge right now.
Like I said, you need to take this one, okay, boss?
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches. Shorts.
What's your name? Nick. Nick what? Nick Miu. Okay.
What did he do?
This way.
Double lock at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
He's got a silver
It's a mattress.
silver blockchain.
Same shorts.
Let me double lock this quick. Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. Got some pretty good markings on his hand, too. All right. So let's take a picture of that.
Deputy, was that your body cam or portion of your body cam from that day?
Yes.
When you made contact with Mr. Miu at the park, did his clothing match what his clothing was, the photo you were sent with the suspect you were looking for?
In the photo, he was just wearing shorts at the time. And the video there, he's wearing a camel button down shirt. He's got glasses and a hat on.
When he was first detained, did Did you know for sure that he was the person you were looking for?
Not initially when I observed him, but once we pulled up the photos and confirmed the markings, then we did.
Did you have to remove his hat and his glasses to confirm that?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated in the body cam that he had some markings on his hands.
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Just cuts and nicks on knuckles and on his hands.
You take some pictures of those?
I did.
Yes. I've shown you what's been marked as exhibit 48. Can you tell me what that is?
Pictures of Mr. Miu's hands that I took.
How many pages?
2.
Actual photographs.
2.
Is that what you described as the markings that were on his hands?
Yes.
Are those the photos you took that day?
Yes.
In permission of exhibit 48?
Any objection? 48 is received.
Ask for permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
I'll do it on the channel.
Try, oh, clear, let's start again.
I can.
No, that's working.
I'll say for the record, that's page 1 of the exhibit. That's page 2. After Mr. Miu was taken into custody, did you have any more involvement in this case that day?
Once he was taken into custody, I then searched his person, didn't locate anything on his person. I also assisted with canine search of the area where the stabbing took place, and evidence collection at that point down by the river there.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
I want to ask you some questions of there at Village Park, okay?
Yep.
Village Park is where the exit is for the river, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much everyone who gets on the river gets off at Village Park, right?
Yes.
Today there, or on this day, there were some exceptions that people were diverted over to another place to exit, correct?
I don't recall if there was a secondary point to exit.
And it wasn't like, there was an ambulance that came, people exited where the ambulance was.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
There was a small group of people that exited there. Fair to say?
Yes.
When I say small, it might be multiple groups, but it's like less than 50 people. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay. Were you there at that point where the bridge goes over, Highway 35, 64 goes over, and where they brought the people with injuries out? Were you there ever?
Later after, with helping with evidence collection.
Okay, but not until, by that time, I would imagine the people that had exited in that place were essentially had gone. Fair to say?
Probably.
Okay. You didn't observe them at least, correct?
I did not know.
You don't have a memory of it at least?
No.
So at the exit at the Village Park, you'd gotten a description of the man that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
And it was based upon this photo that somebody had provided and distributed around, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that photo may have also been distributed to some citizens, some non-law enforcement people, for all you knew, correct?
I can't say that for certain.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of that now?
No, not until you said that.
Okay. And in addition to the photo, you had somebody's physical description, correct?
Yes.
And when you get a physical description, you in that position, you have you rely on it, correct?
Yes.
It may or may not be accurate, right?
Potentially.
It may or may not be helpful, correct?
Possibly.
You're not there to judge the accuracy of it. You got that information and you're going to process it for whatever value it's worth, right?
Correct.
So in this situation, somebody said he looks Russian, correct?
Correct.
What does a Russian look like?
Sustained.
Was that helpful to you in any manner?
Not particularly.
Okay. When you were there at the Village Park, did you gain knowledge that there was a man with a bat looking for Mr. Miu?
I remember hearing about that. Yes.
And in fact, that man with the bat had confronted Mr. Miu just before the arrest, as far as you know. Is that right?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know?
I do not recall if he ever approached him.
Okay. Were your the handcuffs placed on Mr. Miu?
I did not place the handcuffs, but I was there. Yes.
Somebody else placed the handcuffs on him?
Yes.
Their other set?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Somebody else's set of handcuffs were put on Mr. Miu?
Yes.
At some point, were you there to see that pair of handcuffs taken off and another pair of handcuffs put on him?
Yes.
And in that exchange from Mr. Miu one set of handcuffs being taken on to another set of handcuffs being taken on. Do you remember the talk at that point in the presence of Mr. Miu about there's a guy looking for walking around with a bat? Do you remember that?
Maybe. I don't know if that's what we were talking about at the time, but
Do you remember that during one of the body cams?
yeah, I remember hearing about it.
Okay. And do you remember how Mr. Miu reacted in your presence when he heard that there was a man on the river looking for him with a body cam? Do you remember his look of surprise?
I do not know.
Do you remember his look of shock?
No, I
Do you remember his look of fear?
No, I don't recall that.
So were you the person that essentially, for lack of a better term, identified Mr. Miu, like, we think it's him?
We saw him, yes, and then looking at the photo that we were sent, we confirmed it, yes.
Okay, and I understand you're using the word we. You're the one here talking, so I'm not going to use the we. I'm just talking about you. Agreed?
The royal
Yes.
we.
You saw him, and you're like, I think that's the guy.
Correct.
And at the time that you saw him. Can I get exhibits? It's 110 and 111. 112. All of those, if I could. Okay. When you saw Mr. Miu, he had on a hat. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the day on that trip, he had a hat on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, you saw him with glasses on, correct?
Sunglasses, yes.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had sunglasses on?
I do not.
When you saw Mr. Miu, he had a shirt on, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if when he started that trip, he had a shirt on?
I do not.
He also had shorts on?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had shorts on?
I don't for sure, but I assume so.
And when you saw him, he had a necklace on, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if when he started the trip, he had the necklace on?
I don't.
And then when you saw him, he had shoes on, correct?
Yeah, sandals.
And do you know if he started the trip with those shoes on?
I do not.
Essentially, those are the 6 things that you saw that he was wearing at the end of the trip when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what of those 6 things he was wearing at the beginning, correct? When you saw him, you saw the necklace and the shorts. I'm sorry, the picture showed him with necklace and shorts, correct?
Correct.
You were still able to say, when you saw him wearing all 6 of the items, you were still able to say, I think that's the guy, correct?
Yes.
And when you and other law enforcement officers said something along the lines of, come with us, right? You verbally told the person who we now know as Mr. Miu to, like, stop, something along those lines. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he was given that verbal command, he complied, correct?
Yes.
He was very, as we saw through it there, very cooperative, correct?
Yes.
The first words out of his mouth were something like, I'm sorry, something like that.
I don't recall. That's what it was.
And then you had close contact with him, correct?
Yes.
And you're a trained police officer. You're trying to both make sure everybody's safe as well as at some point maybe do some investigation, collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
All going on at the same time, right?
Yes.
So at some point during that, you make observations of his hands, correct?
Yes.
And when you made those observations, you made a point to document it, correct?
Yes.
Because that's what police do, right?
Yeah.
When they see evidence, they make sure they document it, correct?
Yes.
Can you imagine a world in which if you saw a mark on his hands, you wouldn't take a photo? You took a photo of his hand.
Yes. Evidence of potential evidence of crime.
You would agree the marks on his hands, you don't know how he got those, right?
I do not know.
They'd be consistent with somebody perhaps falling in the river and having their hands hit the bottom of the river.
Sustained on foundation.
Have you seen people with marks on their hands before?
Yes.
Have you seen people fall in the river before?
Yes.
You've seen people's hands hit rocks and dirt and ground before?
Yes.
Would you say what you observed on his hands are consistent with someone obtaining those marks from falling in the river and having their hand hit rocks and dirt and ground?
Potentially.
As a law enforcement officer, I imagine you have times where you deal with people who have drank alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes that's relevant evidence that you want to, again, document, correct?
Yes.
Some of those things that you would document would be something that you smell, right?
Yes.
Or some of the things that you document might be the speech that you hear that somebody says, correct?
Yes.
Because if somebody's intoxicated, they often smell of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
If somebody's intoxicated, they often have slurred speech, correct?
Yes.
When you notice those things, you might document them in a report, correct?
Yes.
And then you might do further investigation to try to collect additional information to confirm your observations, right?
Yes.
That might be simply to ask somebody a question, right?
Yes.
Might be to give somebody a chemical test, correct?
Yes.
It's very relevant.
We get to the point.
Yep. And if you have that observation, sometimes you don't only document it, you might give it on to somebody else that you're working with, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you passed none of that information on to anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you didn't document anything regarding any particular smell of alcohol or signs of intoxication or alcohol use, correct?
I did not know.
You didn't document those because when you were in close contact with Mr. Miu, you had no evidence, no reason to believe that he'd been consuming alcohol to the point that it would have been relevant evidence for you to collect, right?
My contact with him, I didn't notice any signs.
Sure. You were certainly, appropriately so, in your role as a law enforcement officer, you were right there next to him, correct?
Correct.
For at least several minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Smith?
Deputy, was part of the other information you had, in addition to what he looked like on the river, the picture, were you told whether he was alone or in a group?
I don't recall that.
When you made contact with him at the village park, was he with other folks?
Yes.
How many?
Roughly 12 to 15 maybe.
Had you ever been given information to look for a group of 12 to 15 people that he might be in it?
Not that I recall.
Is it fair to say there was a number of law enforcement officers located at Village Park when Mr. Miu came up from the beach?
Yes.
Did you see him approach any law enforcement officers?
I did not know.
Did you see officers approach him?
When we approached him, yes.
So then a situation where you surrendered?
Yes.
Did you, once he was detained, Mr. Nelson had asked you some questions about his, I guess, his expression. Do you remember any shocked expression on his face?
I do not know.
Do you remember, what do you remember about what his face looked like?
That he was kind of in a trance, didn't really say anything. I just remember him saying his name, and when he was told he was detained, he said yes, and kind of in a trance-like state almost.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Your experience as a law enforcement officer, I imagine you've dealt with victims in the past, correct?
Yes.
Victims of violent crime, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes when you've dealt with victims of violent crime, you've seen them in ways that you observe to be expressions of shock, right?
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but just like shock as in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Relevance, Your Honor.
And sometimes in those observations that you've seen of people who have been victims of violent crime, that can be expressed in a manner of like a trance-like state, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's what you saw from Mr. Miu was consistent with that shock-like trauma, correct?
Shock or something similar.
That's all.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't too bad for Dick.
Who is the
So
next
he wasn't shocked that he was in a trance. So a trance-like state, like a shock. So
It was traumatic for him too.
Speed.
Mitch Thompson.
we have to talk about his body cam?
Yes.
All right.
This is
Members of the jury, I do need to speak with the attorneys about a matter, so we're going to excuse you to the deliberation room. I hope this won't take very long, but please be patient.
So this video is quite crucial. Sorry, Karen.
Yeah. Oh no, you're fine. This, I mean, here's how it reacts though. I mean, yes, the police are the victims. Here's how it works. Whoever calls 911 first is presumed to be the victim. Why? Good guys call for help first. Okay. So yes, all these people are lying there all stabbed up. And of course, what are they saying? We didn't do nothing wrong. The crazy man just done stab us up. They're not going to go, oh, wow, we were acting like dickheads right now. No, we were just like, good sir. Could you please stop accosting these youngsters? These naive adolescents. They don't know any better. Sure, they might be have fallen to prey to the drink. But they mean you no harm, sir. So please move along. And then he pulled out his knife and he began stabbing us and screaming Heil Hitler as he stabbed us. I mean, that's what the police are responding to that.
Oh, I love it.
A crazy guy started stabbing everybody. That's what they're showing up for. So that's what they're reacting to.
What was that a Texas accent at the start?
Oh, at the beginning, no.
That...
Oh, we just simple. Crazy man, stop stabbing us. We've done nothing wrong. No, that's actually more of the I like to call my John Coffey from the Green Mile voice, like, I don't know no better. Help me, boss.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Help me. Oh, Lord. So police have someone in their sights and they choose their target. Yeah. So, yeah, it's always a race. Nick was screaming for the culture as he stabbed. He's like, this is for my culture. Here's how we do it in Romania. Is evidence of a victim's propensity for violence allowed? You have to know about their propensity for violence. That's why that's the only time it's allowed. Like if I knew, like if let's say Dylan's my neighbor, and I know Dylan is a violent, angry man, and he's fought everybody, and I know he went to prison for beating a guy to death with a hammer, and he came at me, and if I knew all that, sure, that could be part of my mental state is why I fear imminent death or a serious bodily injury. But if I didn't know any of that at the time, and it just turns out I fight a guy who's a big asshole, you have to know it at the time. It has to be facts known to you. And at this point, nobody knew anyone, so it doesn't work that way.
That's interesting.
His Snell snitching has me wanting to convict based off that. He lost his school and made those kids learn a lesson. Well, it happens. And I fit the description, says as an attorney, would you recommend doing what Nick did, standing there and knifing some people? Apparently it's cowardly to try to extricate yourself. Well, what I would recommend is when you're dealing with people out in the world, you're like, oh, I'm looking for a phone. You go, hey, guys. You go, hey there. Oh, yo, hi, buds. You're on your tubes drinking some brews? Well, I'm, gosh golly, we just, like, hey, we lost a phone. Do you guys seen it? Like, anybody know about it? Anybody see it in the river? Like, I'm just looking through. Just going along and, like, scuba diving and, like, running into people and, like, just fuck you, I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, yeah, you could do all that, but it's easier to go, hey, guys, I haven't seen a phone. Have you guys seen it down here? That goes a long way. And yes, you should always try to get out of a situation. Avoidance and de-escalation and deterrence are your friends. The best self-defense scenario is one you don't ever have to, like, get arrested for. I mean, you don't ever have nobody got hurt. That's how it needs to be handled. You should always be looking for an out. You should always be looking for an out. Yeah, Nick walked away, but it's like you got, like, if he could have kept walking, I mean, yeah, I think ultimately he was probably going to get his ass kicked and beat to death. No, but I understand that situation. He didn't think that. So
I think you can only judge it on what happened. I mean, we all can say what we,
Yes, avoiding city legal fees, and yes, doing it a little differently. I'm sure when he ran into those kids, they were dickheads back and forth to each other, so it didn't help. And ultimately, I'm sure Nicolae, if you ask him right now, is like, if you could have, like, hold on, hey, get out of there. Out. If you could have avoided stabbing up everybody, I'm sure he's like, yeah, I really would rather not done that in hindsight.
Yes.
He's like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have been an asshole myself. So that's the thing.
Yeah. No one comes out of this looking good.
It's like the dumpster bros. It's like the dumpster bros. I'm sure that guy's like, wow, yeah, my dad didn't take no shit. I'm sure he's like, oh my God, I miss my dad. He's in prison forever. So.
Yeah.
Mr. E says, I think he said looking for a girl's phone and turned to looking for little girls. Who knows really what happened there, but I kind of get the feeling like he's like, I don't talk to nobody, or I ain't telling them what's up. Like, I don't know. Either way, everybody can handle themselves differently. That's the one thing we all know.
Yeah. So we got a bit of a debate coming up here now. So it'll be interesting to see your thoughts on the conclusion.
Hold on,
of this
I gotta move on.
No worries.
We are outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys and Mr. Miu are present. At the beginning of trial, Mr. Nelson submitted a letter with a motion of sorts objecting to a portion of Deputy Thompson's body camera footage. Mr. Anderson, you've received a copy of that letter?
Yes.
Who's arguing the motion?
I can.
Okay. Are you intending to play the portions that he's objecting to?
Yes.
All right. What's the basis?
So Miranda only applies if it's a question likely to elicit an incriminating response. They said, you're under arrest for homicide. It's homicide. Okay. And he says, okay, that's it. They're not interrogating him. They're not asking him questions about the incident. They're just asking if you heard what they said. He says, okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Respectfully, I disagree with that recitation of the facts. It's a very short video, and I don't see any reason why Your Honor couldn't watch it right now. They do tell him he's under arrest. They do say, okay, and he doesn't respond. They then say, we're next going to essentially bring you to the police station, and there's going to be an investigator there to speak with you. And then they ask the question, all right. And it's to that question that he responds, okay. So it is not in response to the information that he's being charged with the crime. It's in response to a question about what happens next and where you're going to go.
So you're objecting on Miranda?
I'm objecting on relevancy, and I'm also objecting on Miranda.
What's the relevance?
So he's acknowledging he's hearing what the officers are saying, and then he acts surprised in his interview, like he didn't know somebody died. There's a lot of that's going to be argued in closing. The chaos at the scene, all the victims there, everybody else seeing what's going on. That would be one of our arguments. But then also, he's told he's under arrest for homicide, and then told there's going to be somebody's going to talk to him. He acknowledges he hears them, and then he acts like he's surprised in the interview.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
If the state wanted to introduce testimony from a law enforcement officer that said, I told X to Mr. Miu, I think they get to do that. It's the response that we're worried about. And so,
yeah, that would be a fair
answer. The officer says, I told him he was under arrest for X and Y. There's no, I don't think what happened next is the cutoff, but I think they get to do that. And I think that addresses whatever relevancy there is to it without having to get into Mr. Miu's response.
I guess I don't understand what the prejudice is.
Same token, what's the relevance?
I think I just outlined it. That's our position. I haven't.
Because it's a question about what is he saying okay to? You're arrested with murder. Okay, I'm okay with that. Or we're taking you to the station. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need him to say that. You could have an officer say, because it's in a statement from a party opponent. Show it in the video, like they don't need to do this. This is not necessary.
You get to see the video as well, so.
Yeah. Why I know, but I'm just saying, like.
No, I get
yeah.
for other people just in case they think,
yeah,
oh, I got you. I was confused though when they were doing this. I was a bit confused
because they think it makes him look bad. I mean that.
Yeah.
They weren't doing this if they thought it would help him.
They don't want that to come in because it's obviously wrong.
But why? I haven't heard it articulated why it's prejudicial. Not wanting it to come in isn't prejudice.
So a couple of things.
He's like, oh my God, bro. Oh my God. So here we go.
I don't have to prove it's prejudicial. You have to prove it's relevant. If it's relevant, I can then argue it's unfairly prejudiced. That's not my argument. I'm saying his answer is not relevant. If you want his answer in, which is what you, I think, are trying to do, that's a different relevancy analysis. And first, that's a Miranda violation. Second, I think his answer is the probative value is outweighed by the probative value of his answer is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So the question, I think, really is, what's the relevance of his answer? Not his being told the information. We get that. We can see that.
So if it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has.
Well, the relevancy is fine. Everything has relevancy. Every bit of evidence is relevant. How much relevant? How relevant is it though? That's an issue. The probative value, that's what he's trying to talk about. The probative value, does it make it more likely or less likely that Nicolae Miu committed murder is what they're arguing about here. And he's, Nicolae's attorney's got it right. It's the probative value is then what you have to assess. And it's highly prejudicial. So it's got to be immensely probative. And even then you still that's the breakdown here. So the prosecutor's not, I don't think prosecutor really answered that properly, but let's see where it goes.
If it has any tendency to make it more or less likely it's relevant to be excluded, this prejudice has to substantially outweigh the relevance by statute. And I still haven't heard an articulation on how it's prejudicial.
He just said, look at this motherfucker. That's basically what he just said. Like, fuck this guy. I've had that argument before where I'm like, you sit down and you're like, you want to say, you son of a bitch. You're not doing it right. And they're going to have to say it again in a second. So he's trying to restrain himself.
Judicial.
Okay, let's turn this a different way. What about the Miranda analysis?
It's not a question likely.
And so the Miranda analysis is it a question of interrogation, something meant to elicit a statement that's inculpatory while he is in custody? He's obviously in custody and he's being asked questions. But does that question, you're like, who are you? What's your name? That's not a Miranda issue. But what happened? That would be a Miranda issue. Or this, depending on how it's interpreted, could be a Miranda issue. Saying, okay, like acknowledging you're okay with being charged with murder. Like that could be interpreted as a Miranda issue. And we talked about this before. I don't know if you've ever looked into it, Dylan, but it's the statements meant to elicit a response. So if I ask you a question and I know or I make a statement that I know is going to elicit a response from you, there's a Miranda warnings. Like there's famous cases of this where, for example, a guy got arrested and he was in the back of a car and he had done a robbery. and he had thrown the gun away. And the cops are driving. They're driving back to the station. They're like talking to each other, but it's meant to get the guy in the back to talk. And like, that gun's out there. God, I hope a kid doesn't find it. You know what's going to happen? Like, that kid's going to hurt himself. And the guy in the back seat said, wait, I'll tell you where it's at. And then they used that against him, and the Supreme Court said that was unconstitutional. Oh my God, they have a big smear on there, and I thought my monitor was broken. So that's it. There's a bunch of cases like that. There's also a case where, for example, the police catch a guy in the middle of a robbery, and the gun's missing in the middle of a store, and they're screaming at him, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" And he tells them, and then actually, and that became that was an exception to Miranda. The first guy in the car, that wasn't an exception to Miranda, and that statement was suppressed about like finding the gun and finding the gun itself. So that's what they're getting to now. I know you already know that, but I'm just saying for everybody's benefit.
Oh, that's good.
So here we go.
Or meant to elicit an incriminating response. It's just
They're using it to prove he's guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
it turned out to be, but at the time they're just asking if you heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
What? No, what?
Just lastly, Judge, again, his answer.
Wait, let's hold on here. If he later learns that somebody died, you can't then backtrack and make that statement incriminating. If he didn't know at the time the other guy's dead, how is that? He's trying to backfill, and it doesn't work that way. What? Let's listen to that again. Because that's not how that would work. Because the judge says, well, you're using it to show his guilt then. Because remember how he's saying, well, it's all got relevance. Like, well, you're showing it because you think he's guilty. And he's like, well.
It turned out to be, but
Using it to prove guilty. So isn't it an incriminating response?
it turned out to be, but at the time they're just asking if you heard. But it's only useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
See, that I know.
Shady.
You're being charged with it. Well, that doesn't well, how do I know the person's not dead? Like, hold on one second.
I love that he's got a dog going.
Well, the doggos are being doggos.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think later you could try to impeach him with this, but for right now, I don't think it would work. So, yeah, let's see here. We'll write a bit of a second here. And yeah. Oh, hi 2.0. Hi, sweetheart. So, all right, let's listen, Clyde. Help me, buddy. Help me figure this out.
Useful to the state because then he later acts like he didn't know somebody died.
Just lastly, Judge, again, his answer isn't to the information about his arrest. His answer is in response to they're telling him they're taking him to the police station where he's going to meet with an investigator.
I saw the video once during motion practice. So I have a vague recollection of the sequence, but if it's short, let's take a look at it so I can make a fresh decision.
I guess we're going to watch it.
Yes.
Also, got Clyde here. We're going to watch it, Clyde. Tell me, buddy. Help me.
How old is Clyde?
He's 5, we think.
Oh.
That's what
happy
the shelter
days.
says.
Oh, that's nice. Shut the door.
Yep. And he's almost. We saw him 1 year ago. Yesterday, and on the 10th is his gotcha day. He got dropped off, and he was literally there for like 5 days when we found him.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I respect everyone that does that. Goes and gets a shelter dog. I wish more people did that.
Mm-hmm.
Than just puppies are cute, but sometimes other dogs need homes as well.
Well, they all do.
They all do, yes.
It's okay, Bubba. Bubba, you're okay. Come on, let's get this. Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, chat, here we go. And I'm real quick. I'm going to see if you guys got any questions here. Say probative 3 more times. Probative. Just all probative, Garrett. You like being probed. That's a shame, says the Christian burial case. Yeah, that's another famous one where the guy murdered a girl, dumped her in the woods, and they're like, we just want to know. He's like, I wish we could give that girl a good Christian burial. And the guy's like, oh my God, I'll tell you now. And they violated Miranda rights by doing that because, cops this is back in like the 80s and whatever, because cops break the rules all the goddamn time. So. Yeah, so let's see. James says they keep holding the goalposts. Yeah, he keeps moving them. And the defense keeps kicking field goals, so. Let me see. I'm just making sure you guys don't have any questions. Brimstone says you have to put 2 and 2 together that being charged as homicide means somebody died. He wasn't told somebody died. Yeah, and he doesn't know. He's not acting like he doesn't know someone died. Yeah. And he's like, he could say, I didn't know he's dead. You're telling me that, but I didn't know. So there's, but I guess we'll have to see his thing here.
Yeah.
So, how do you determine a dog's age? You cut him in half and count the rings. So, yes, it's probative, Janelle, as Vince McMahon would say. Yes.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Also, guys, you have there are Vince McMahon. Well, I covered the Vince McMahon lawsuit. I read through the whole thing.
Oh, I saw that, actually.
Yeah. So, guys, there's a Vince emoji and all kinds of stuff now, if you remember. But anyways, here we go. Let's go.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for a homicide and attempted homicide. And that's all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely, an investigator will come talk to you at the jail. All right? Okay.
Yeah, see, oh God, that is such bullshit from the prosecutor. That's what you're gonna. Oh yeah, he said okay, like he was acknowledging it. No, he clearly said okay at the end of everything. What a scumbag.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you've watched. You already know what happens. I don't. I'm like, that is such bullshit. This should not be allowed in.
That's why I keep quiet. See your analysis of it. I'm interested in it, to see what you think about it. So
that is clearly at the end. He is clearly acknowledging the okay. Do you understand that? Yes, I do. You could make the argument he's understanding the whole thing, but that's not what the prosecutor's saying. The prosecutor's trying to argue he knew that he was getting arrested for murder, but he clearly was acknowledging 2 things. If I was a prosecutor, I would have made the argument that it's all coming in because he's acknowledging the entirety of that conversation. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He tried to focus on the murder part. What are they?
For the next time.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got some, babe. I've got a couple of these still, too. Oh, I thought these were for me. Oh, okay. It's like little jerky bites. Well, no, I don't really want them. But anyways, yeah, like I if I was the prosecutor, I would have made, I wouldn't have charged this, but if I was, I would have made the argument he's acknowledging the entirety of that. So he's saying, yes, I understand you're taking me to the police station. Yes, you're charging me with murder. But he didn't make that argument yet, which I think is a little bit of something he probably could have done better. And this has been coming for a while now, so I think he should have had time to think that out. And also, if you didn't know, that guy in the middle who's been doing all the questioning, that is the prosecutor. And he's only been practicing since 2016, so that's pretty impressive that he's the prosecutor in this county.
He's been doing everything up to now. Every hearing, he's been on his own, basically doing it all. So.
Well, I mean, this is one where you're the county prosecutor. Generally, you try these. These are the ones you try. Because it's the big one, but also because it's your face out on there. That way the people see you doing the work.
Yep.
So here we go.
Further thoughts? Anything else? No. All right. The video, in my judgment, has evidentiary value to a point. If it is the state's contention that Mr. Miu acted like he didn't know what was going on or acted surprised during the jail interview, I think it's relevant to show that he had advanced knowledge about the circumstances of his arrest. So clearly the portion of the video where he's being taken into custody, the deputy tells him the reason for it, I think is relevant for that purpose. We can see on the video, Mr. Miu appears to be alert, he appears to be paying attention. So I think that will feed into the state's argument. That much is relevant. The portion where Mr. Miu acknowledges what was being said had to do with the investigator coming to see him. That does not have the same relevance that you're describing here. It has nothing to do with Mr. Miu being told about the charges. He's being told about something else, which is not relevant to the jury's task.
Oh, he's splitting
So
the
I'm
baby.
ruling portion of the video
You
after
puss.
the reason for the arrest is announced is irrelevant. I don't know what mark that was in the sequence, so I'll have to go through one more to identify exactly the point where it's going to stop.
Okay.
So the last prosecutor quit. The head DA
Oh,
quit,
can we
he
get the
got
screen?
appointed.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. That's
the point.
2036. Obviously, if it's a second or so off, as long as I'm not getting the part that you understand, I know.
Continue playing. Let's see how close it is.
all we're going to discuss with you right now. More than likely an investigation.
236.
See, I think though the bigger point is the other officer said, "Oh, he was in shock when I found him." Well, then he's not alert. If that's already come out, I don't know. I hope Sheriff Fossey and them make that argument real quick, but we'll see.
236 is the spot. All right. Anything else we need to address?
We made for Sheriff Knutson, given Your Honor's order on the suppression motion, we actually clipped it. So we didn't, because that one happens really fast, the follow-up. So we clipped it down to 23 seconds. So I was just going to play that to make sure that Your Honor agrees it's in line with the order defense does. So there's no surprises.
You've seen the clipped version?
We,
Okay, let's play it. Then if Knutson is next, let's play it. We can roll right into the next witness.
and we actually are doing Thomason first. So it'll be Thomason, then Knutson. Okay.
Knutson, that's such a Scandinavian name.
And I imagine their defense doesn't want a suggestion that there's more than this body cam. So I was just going to ask, is your body cam on this flash drive? Ask the publish, play it, and not go into detail or ask if it's only a portion, et cetera.
Sounds fair.
And just for the record, this has the full one on there, but I actually want to pull up the screen so we can see it. The reason we have both of them on there is because in the event Nicolae testifies, the rest could potentially be used if your court, Your Honor, agrees that it's not coerced. I don't think we've ever, it was mentioned in briefing, but I don't think there's ever a ruling on it. But
Just so my understanding is when that exhibit is marked and that exhibit is published, we're all agreeing that for now, it's the digital file titled 23 seconds for court.
correct.
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's my understanding.
We can have the screen back.
Play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here? Okay.
Somebody,
All
I hear somebody got stabbed.
right.
And I think the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
We tried to end it too on a spot that seemed like it's not cutting off and it feels natural.
I agree that that.
Well,
portion
English is
of
pretty
the video
good.
is consistent with the court's ruling. So other than our previous objections, I understand. Don't object that anymore.
I agree. The 23 seconds portion is consistent with my ruling as well. So that would be admissible and played to the jury when the time comes.
Only we're outside of the presence of the jury. When Mr. Thomason is called, I understand this, they're going to play this clip. Mr. Thomason has another video. I don't know if the state intends to call that portion of the video. I intend to play a portion of that video in which the presence of the baseball bat is discussed in front of Mr. Miu. So it's on the route. I don't know if they're going to have an objection. If so, I just wanted to let everybody know right now. It's on exhibit number, or it's on previously marked discovery video number 105, at approximately the 3-minute mark. I'm happy to pull it up right now. And you can,
I have the actual exhibit here, so. We didn't have advance warning that they wanted to do that, so I have not watched that portion recently.
so I don't know how long they're directed. You can deal with it now. We can sort it out over the lunch hour, whatever Your Honor wants to do.
How long's your direct?
Short,
So we'll probably get to your cross.
Okay.
How much cross do you have? Do you have a lot of cross?
Depends on your definition of a lot. But no, I don't think so, Judge.
So potentially we could get to your portion of the video before noon.
Yes,
All right,
potentially.
let's take a look.
I am.
You could start it at 2:55, just so I know exactly what's, I think it starts at the 3-minute mark.
You can turn it on. When the jury's out, we can.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep. The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
3:05.
Mr. Smith?
I don't check.
All right, solves it. All right, let's bring the jury back in.
You look shocked there to me a little bit.
What's that?
He looks a bit shocked there in that video.
Oh, he does. I mean, he just all that happened to him. Like, it's going to be shocking for anybody. And yeah, the judge kind of split the difference on that. And I don't know. I hate it when they do that. Just make a decision.
It's up to you guys.
No, we're not going to be objecting to body cam foundation.
All right, so jury.
Would I suggest a client to make a statement to the police? Only other than I acted in self-defense, I probably wouldn't make you say anything else. No. Leave it at that.
So I was sent a video of yours actually by Aaron Hack today, Sean.
Please be seated.
And the first 10 seconds was you ranting about
Members of the jury, thank you
do
for
not discuss, do not talk to
Yeah.
the police. And I stopped it. So I'll play it one day just to let
Are
everyone
you
know.
talking about the one where it's about the aliens?
I don't know. I haven't watched it. She sent it to me. I was like, I'll play it on my stream one day. But apparently you go off on one. I was like, right, okay.
Yes.
I will play it.
Yes, if it's a self-defense situation, you might want to say, hey, look, I did what I acted in self-defense, and leave it at that. My attorney will address other issues.
Yeah.
Or, or if you just don't want to say nothing. I mean, sometimes there might be value in it. Like I've said, like, for example, you might be able to say, like, hey, this guy, the guy had a knife, but the dude in the green shirt over there, that dude over there picked up the knife, and then this lady came and stuck the gun in her purse. Or if these guys all saw it. If these guys were in cahoots with the dead guy, or there's nothing wrong with pointing out information and evidence to the police so they know. That might be helpful. I mean, like, let's say that happened. Like, people might, like, his buddies might steal the weapon away, or they might hide something. Like, you're gonna have to say, like, yo, guys, come on, like, because otherwise they won't know, and all those people are like, oh, he was crazy. But yes, generally speaking, you don't explain what you did to the police. Yeah, very rarely is anything you get to say helpful. So, yeah. So.
Well, I look forward to watching the whole clip. You should send me 2 clips of yours, so I will share both.
Well, there's a bunch of them, so. And apparently people on Twitter are crying and juicing their panties over the fact that, like, I think the people of Pittsburgh are godless, and I hope an asteroid hits the city of Pittsburgh. So.
Okay.
We're crying over that.
Oh, Jesus.
Patience, we are ready to resume.
Yeah.
Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Mitch Thomason.
Deputy Thomason, please approach. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Yes. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
How do we state your name, please?
Mitch Thomason.
How do you spell your last name?
Thomason.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 20.
What are your duties as a lieutenant with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Department generally?
Supervising the patrol unit.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you get called out due to the Apple River stabbing incident?
Yes.
Were you out in the field doing work?
I was not working that day. I got a page out for our SWAT team was paged out for that incident.
As a lieutenant, is that something that you're typically involved in?
Yes.
All right. Did you get dispatched to a particular area?
the page had the initial incident location. So when I responded to the sheriff's office to grab our drone. And then while I was en route, I forgot the drone, while I was en route to Somerset, the updated location of near the rapids is where I responded to.
And when you say the rapids, is that by Village Park?
Yes,
You said you were off duty, but when you responded, were you in uniform,
correct, yes,
carrying a sidearm?
yes.
Where did you first go?
I responded to basically the east side of the river underneath the walking bridge, which is accessible by vehicle by turning off a Main Street or Highway 35 to the south and following a trail.
Had you been given at that point a picture of what the suspect looked like?
Yes,
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what he was wearing in the photograph that you're given for the picture?
the initial description was a 50s something, white male, no shirt, swim trunks with a gold or a necklace chain. The picture was similar to that.
At the time that you arrived to the area, had the suspect been taken in custody yet?
No,
Because of that, did you use caution when you approached?
yes,
Did you draw your firearm?
I did.
Explain what happened once you got to the Village Park area.
So I parked my squad, exited. I had my handgun drawn but pointed down. There was a group approaching me, walking on the footpath. What struck me as odd is one of the people in that group was wearing a long sleeve button-up shirt, hat, and glasses. Didn't fit in with the rest of the group. I could see just a little bit of a necklace. I felt that was possibly the suspect that we were looking for. However, I knew a large portion of officers were coming down behind me. So I passed that group to make sure there wasn't, just to rule out that there wasn't anybody else that matched the description. And then behind me, I heard someone yell, that was the person.
Was the defendant part of that group that walked past you as you were going down?
Yes, he was the one wearing the button-up long sleeve shirt, hat, and sunglasses.
Did he make any attempt to flag you down or talk to you?
Nobody did. Nobody looked at me as I walked past with my gun drawn.
How many seconds after you walked past did someone else, some other law enforcement person, recognize him?
Probably within 5 to 10 seconds, because at that point it was a civilian with a baseball bat that yelled, that's the suspect, or that's the guy.
Did you see the civilian with the baseball bat?
Yes.
Did he attack the defendant in any fashion?
No, he just pointed at the subject.
I'm sure he just wanted to play baseball with Nicolae.
Yeah.
At the time this happened, did you have a recollection of how many law enforcement personnel were in that general area at the Village Park? I mean,
Everybody was still responding as the suspect was taken into custody. It was one of our deputies, Deputy Ben Trebian, and a Polk County deputy, and then I was standing there. So in the immediate area surrounding the person himself was 3 of us, but it was constantly people showing up. So I don't know the static number of the initially.
once he was strike that, were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes.
Was it recording your activities at Village Park?
Yes.
Did you at some point make contact with Mr. Miu after he had been arrested or detained?
Yes. After he was handcuffed, I escorted him to my squad, placed him in my squad, grabbed my transport belt, just knowing with the incident that this would be a timely process, and then switched out his handcuffs with a transport belt so his hands were handcuffed in front of his body instead of behind, and then placed him in my car.
Yes. Last drive their offices have been pulling onto.
Yes.
I told you it was marked as Exhibit 9. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
We're going to be playing a portion of your body cam from Exhibit 9. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. I'm not going to have you comment about it. We're just going to play it. Okay?
Okay.
And we're starting at the 2016 mark.
License under arrest? Are we done with that?
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for a homicide and attempted homicide.
Is that your body cam?
Yes.
That's your voice in the background? Correct. And we stopped Judge at 2036. Thank you. After informing Mr. Miu of what he was charged with, nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Thomason. Morning. Morning. I'm going to ask you some questions about your arrival at the Village Park where the exit is there, okay? you observed, let me. Can I get that exhibit one time again? Yes, please. 11, maybe, both of them. Thank you. When you observed, we saw the video here, just a 20-second clip when you were, do you remember what he looked like there?
Yes,
He didn't have sunglasses on in that picture, correct?
correct,
He didn't have a hat on in that picture, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 110, and it's been published before, okay? I want to ask you some questions about that. Permission to publish that. You've seen this photo before, sir?
I don't think so.
And I know that, Elmo, there's a bit of a glare. Are you able to see it, or you want me to give it to you in your hand?
That's fine.
Do you see to the left there, a person you now recognize as Nicolae Miu?
Yes,
He's in that photo wearing the shirt that he was wearing when you arrested him.
yes.
He's wearing the necklace that he was wearing when you arrested him.
Well, without confirming it, but it appears to be the same. Yes,
He's wearing a necklace.
yes,
Agreed? He's wearing sunglasses. Agreed.
yes,
He's wearing a hat. Agreed?
yes.
I think you see the sandals. Agreed.
Mine is cut off on the bottom, but
Miss. You see it there just on the bottom.
it appears so.
So in the photo, exhibit 110, he appears to be wearing the same 6 items of clothing that you saw him wearing when you saw him walking up from the river. Is that right?
In a different manner, but yes,
The shirt was buttoned up, correct?
yes,
But other than that, it's the same clothing, correct?
yes, that appears
And obviously, he has a different expression on his face at the beginning of the trip than he does at the end of the trip, right?
correct.
You, when you're approaching back to the village park where the exit is, okay? When you approach there, you said you drew your gun out, correct?
Yes,
Obviously, that's for lots of reasons, but particularly safety. Agreed?
yes,
Your safety first, correct?
yes,
And then the safety of everybody else around there, correct?
yes,
Whether they be victims, witnesses, suspects, citizens, you're concerned about everybody's safety, correct?
yes,
And that's why at that point, even though there's not an immediate threat to you, you have your weapon out, correct?
yes,
That's what you've been trained to do sometimes, correct?
yes,
Be prepared, correct?
yes,
Did you in that moment, you had information, correct?
yes.
Did you have a particular fear, or is this just in that instance, were you fearful? Is that why you drew out your weapon?
If I understand correctly, I wasn't responding to how I felt being in danger. I was responding to what the information I was given and to conduct my job properly.
There might be danger. The safest thing to do here is to have my gun drawn.
Yes,
And when it was drawn, again, I'm just trying to gather the facts, not being critical of. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
How, when you draw it, do you know, we've all watched shows, and so sometimes I see somebody pointing a firearm, sometimes I see them holding it down by their side, sometimes it's with one hand, sometimes it's with two hands. As you come down and you make visual assessment that Mr. Miu is there, you don't know at the time that he's Mr. Miu, but now we do. I want to ask about how you're holding the gun then. Does that make sense?
yes,
Can you tell us that?
yes. It was pointed down towards the ground.
Okay, one hand, two hands?
One hand.
And then as you had it, one hand down towards the ground, you're walking past people.
One
correct?
hand.
Yes. And one of those people that you walk past is Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And about how far are you? 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet?
I'd say within, let's call it 8 to 10 feet.
Okay. And do you see him standing, walking, jogging, running? What do you see him doing?
So the group that he was with, there was maybe 1 or 2 people between him and I, but they're all walking straight from where I came from, past me and all looking straight ahead.
Okay.
I look at them, see him, and then I'm scanning the area.
So Mr. Miu was with other people and they were all walking at the same pace, correct?
Yes,
Fair to say it would just be a normal human walking pace?
yes,
You, when you walk past, your thoughts are, that might be the guy, correct?
yes, somewhere.
Yep. But you also knew that other law enforcement was coming, correct?
Yes,
And in that moment, you made the choice, not critical again, just you made the choice to say, I'm going to keep walking to see if the guy might be down the river and we'll let the next group of law enforcement deal with this person that might be the guy. Fair to say?
yes. So my decision was predicated purely on the fact that I knew more officers were arriving.
Yes.
If I knew I was down there by myself, what I believed him to be more than likely the suspect, I would have taken him into custody right away.
Sure. Or I imagine if you believed that he was in that moment posing some sort of immediate danger, you'd address that, correct?
Correct.
But for what you were like, that might be the guy, that your danger assessment wasn't heightened based upon your observations of him, correct?
I was not being attacked or threatened to be attacked. I think that's what you mean.
Just, you didn't find a reason at that point to say, even if I think that's the guy, I need to address him right now, right? I'm imagining that's because you're like in that moment, even if he's the guy, you didn't think he was so dangerous that you needed to address him.
Well, based on what we're told, there's the danger of what was reported.
Absolutely.
But I also need to make sure that I don't mistake somebody else and get ambushed or miss a potential another suspect. So that's why I was looking just to double check. If that makes sense.
Doesn't, but I'm not a law enforcement officer and it doesn't need to. So I appreciate that. There's lots of factors that you're considering, correct?
Yes.
In whatever reason, in that moment, you decided to walk past him and let the next group of officers deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then they did deal with him, correct?
Yes.
And then you turned around and observed that, correct?
I turned around and assisted.
And by the time you turned around to assist, they were dealing with it, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Miu was not running away, correct?
Correct.
He was cooperating, right?
Yes.
What from what you saw, he complied, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you decided, you saw that he was cuffed with his hands behind his back, correct?
Yes.
That can be an uncomfortable position for some people, agreed?
Yes.
And because of that, you were like, this might be a long time. I'm going to go get, what'd you call it, a belt?
Transport belt.
What is that?
That's a name for it, but it's a Velcro belt, has a D-ring in the front. So then the handcuffs go through the D-ring. So basically for any extended period of time that someone's restrained, their hands can be in front of them, but then they're secured at their belt line. So if someone wanted to resist or try to do something, their hands are locked at their waist, but it's more comfortable position for a longer duration.
And you knew essentially he was going to be placed inside of a squad car where he would be sitting down, correct?
Yes.
And sitting down with your hands cuffed behind your back can be painful, correct?
Yes.
So that was the purpose, and you're putting him in this belt is for safety and comfort, right?
Safety and then comfort, just knowing that the investigation might be lengthy.
Sure. And I'm not critical of you're considering both. I just want to make sure that it's not just safety, agreed?
Correct.
It was an additional, you're wearing these things out and saying, I got to do this, got to make sure that he's comfortable and can sit there that long, correct?
Yes.
During that time, when you go get your belt, you come back, you're up close with Mr. Miu, is that right? You assist with putting the transport belt on him?
Yes.
You're like in his personal space? Correct?
Yep, correct.
And in that time, he doesn't do anything to you, correct?
No.
You agree?
Yes, correct. He did not do anything.
It was a poor question on my fault. And because of your job, you have to be essentially in his personal space, right?
Yes.
And when you were in his personal space in that setting, I'm sure you're trying to both keep everybody safe, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, you want to make sure that the person whose space you're in is comfortable, correct?
It's one of the considerations.
You don't want to get in somebody's personal space without kind of making sure it's safe for everybody, right?
Yes.
And part of that is you're making that person feel safe even though you're in their space.
Correct.
And you did that, right?
I believe so.
And you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Miu didn't do anything to you, agreed?
He did not.
And when you're in that space, you have an opportunity to make observations of him, correct?
Yes.
Including to smell, correct?
I can, yes.
Because sometimes in cases you've involved investigation involving matters of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you can use is your nose to smell if it seems like somebody was consuming alcohol in some way, correct?
Yes.
And if you gather that information, you document it in some way, correct?
Yes.
And you might pass it on to another person, correct?
Yes.
And you might do further testing, correct?
Yes.
You didn't document, pass it on, or do further testing regarding Mr. Miu's alcohol use, agreed?
I did not, no.
And the reason you didn't is you had no reason in that moment to suspect that he was somehow intoxicated, right?
Yes, and it was also not a detail that I was concerned about or part of something that I would have been a part of at that point.
Sure. If you smelled it, you'd have noted it, remembered it, told somebody, right?
Yes.
So what we can gather from you're not noting it, telling anybody is you didn't smell it.
Correct.
During that process, there's also you gained information about there's a citizen out there with a baseball bat. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the citizen that essentially pointed out Mr. Miu to law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And do you know if that citizen, we understand he wasn't attacked. I'm not trying to imply that. Do you know where that citizen was in relation to Mr. Miu?
His group hadn't approached that citizen, but they were walking in towards that direction of where the citizen was. But that citizen was also near law enforcement as well.
Was that citizen approaching Mr. Miu?
I heard him yell. When I turned, he was just standing and pointing. And then I was only probably 20 feet away.
Did you come to learn that that citizen's name is Carl Schilling?
I never spoke to the citizen or identified him. Somebody else did. So I don't know who he was identified as.
Okay. There was information exchanged between amongst law enforcement in the presence of Mr. Miu about this guy with the baseball bat. Is that right?
I guess I don't know.
Okay. On your body cam, there's a time when I think we hear you and others talking about the baseball bat while Mr. Miu was right there. Make sense?
Okay.
let me just play that, all right? I think it is Exhibit 9 at the 248 mark. Permission to play Exhibit 9. I actually paused it at the 247 mark until the 305 mark. Oh, I'm not hooked up. That's why it's not working. Sorry about that. Yes. Can you press play, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about this.
Bear in mind, lunch is here, so.
I got, okay. I'm pressing pause because I didn't have the volume on. Pressing play.
The guy with the baseball bat was just responding to the sighting. Yep.
I just played from about 247 to 305. That was your body cam?
Yes.
And that was you again doing the transport belt on Mr. Miu?
Yes, I was securing the handcuffs.
And that was Mr. Miu looking around, correct?
Yes.
While the police were talking about the guy with the baseball bat.
Yes.
That's all.
Can I say anything else? All right.
He
Thank
looks
you, Lieutenant.
scared
You're free to go.
shitless, guys.
We're going to break for lunch.
Like, what
Same
the
warnings
hell
as
is
before.
going on?
Please, no independent research or investigation. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case.
I mean, he looks terrified. Like, what's going on? Oh my God. These mofos are trying to kill me.
Did you read did you read the criminal complaint as well for this?
I think I may have a long time ago, but as my people would say, it was many moons ago. So
That's fine. I can post it to you now anyway. But
yeah, if you want to bring it up, share it. We'll read it real quick.
Okay, if you're all right. Okay, hang on.
Also, apparently tonight, just so Chad is aware, I'm going to be on Flashcast tonight at 10:30, or well, 10:30, or whenever Flash starts the stream. So, but I'll be on with apparently Quarter Black Garrett and a couple other people. So, we'll be talking about P. Diddy among other things. So let's see here. Okay, all righty.
So it's
Sorry, I got to dump some stuff off here so we can read better. All right. So State of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. Okay.
Standard stuff.
Okay.
So those are the charges. Obviously, it's the 5 charges.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Oh yeah. Here we go. So the probable cause. All right. Yeah. Here we go. St. Croix County. Is it Croix or Croix or Crows? I don't know how they pronounce it out there. It's a bunch of, well, you heard me making jokes about their accents. You know, hey there, and they have a very distinct accent out that way. I don't. Have you ever seen Fargo?
I have, yeah.
That's a real accent. That's a real accent.
That is a real accent.
Yes.
The first bits are just standard stuff. There's
Okay,
nothing, you know, that you don't know. Gives you the times and stuff like that.
Russian looking. Every Russian man out there is going to be well, you could argue he's bare chested wearing a big chain. You could have been like, he looks like Armenian or Persian, and that could have been like, maybe. But okay, so
his wife speaks here, so you might want to read that.
His wife, okay. I spoke with Sandra, who told me she left her home prior, like, right, her husband, Nick, and Sandra said the vehicle was parked at River's Edge Campground, and that none of her group were camping and only floating the river and leaving. Okay. So, okay, in case you guys were wondering, how do they return the things? If you looked on the map, that's like a big horseshoe bend as far as the river goes, and they just pick up all the tubes and like drive them a couple miles over and redrop them. So they took advantage of the river bends. She explained that Nicolae donned some scuba gear and was in the water looking for a phone. Sandra explained Nicolae did this in the area in the river near a bridge. She observed a group of guys where Nicolae was looking on their tubes. For returning to her briefly, Nicolae stated he was going to go back over where he was looking for the phone again. And the second time he went back over to the group of males near where he was looking for the phone, The guys got out their tubes and started hitting Nicolae. Okay. Sandra said seeing this, she yelled to two of her members, their party, Ariel and Ernesto, started running toward Nicolae in the fight. Sandra stated all she heard was screaming. And then Nicolae, Ariel, and Ernesto came walking back. Sandra stated she didn't know what happened. Stated that Ariel and Ernesto were never involved in the confrontation. By the time, asked if Nicolae was known to carry a weapon. Sandra stated Nicolae had a knife in his pocket. It wasn't very big, and stated Nicolae told her those guys grabbed it from him. Ooh, boy. Well, that's spousal privilege there. That's spousal immunity. Good thing the indictment is not a. This is not evidence. The charging document itself, because that's not good. Okay, so those guys grabbed it from him. Okay, and then they swung the knife at him, and he grabbed it, moved it away. Nicolae only mentioned a group of people were calling him pedophile and attacked him. She thought someone was getting CPR performed on him. She didn't think Nicolae was there long enough to harm anyone. And estimated for about 5 minutes. Nicolae's knife was clipped into her pocket. Sonia rubbed her left thigh while describing where Nick's knife was. Okay. Through the investigation of witnesses and victims, a male was bothering a group of juveniles on their tubes. The group of juveniles were yelling for help, but that's not exactly how it broke down. Okay. Yeah, he's punched by a male. Okay. Yeah, that part. Okay. Yeah, it was a 3-inch silver folding knife. Yep. Located. Yeah, that sounds. I mean, it's not flattering, but like, oof. Like, it sounds like Nicolae spent some bullshit out here trying to cover his tracks a little bit. Which, guys, like, that's the thing. If you're going to, lie, lying is never a good idea. But if you're going to lie, you better be able to make the lie cover up. And, when you start being unable to prove your lies, well, that's an moment on your own. So, oof. Is that what you wanted me to see there? Was that part? Because it's like...
No, I'll be honest with you. I'll drop down to the part that I wanted you to see, because I've got a question for you. This is the question I've got for you. Okay. Most of this is just the narrative. Most of it's covered. It's fine.
This is really weird, because in Ohio, you wouldn't get this. You would just get that top part, and that's it.
No, there's shit. There's about 9 pages.
Although it sounds like he wasn't indicted. This is an information. And in Ohio, this would not be legal, so this wouldn't exist.
So, right, this is a paragraph I wanted to read, because they're all on about the intoxication, because Nick says in it that he was intoxicated, and the police are saying, she's saying
Nick said he drank a lot of beer today. However, I couldn't smell the odor of intoxicants coming from him. He said he didn't drink. Well, see, and that's the thing. Like, is that on video? Him saying that he was intoxicated, or that he'd been drinking that day?
We don't know. This is the only statement we got. She's paraphrased it. So I don't think it, well, unless there is a video, I'm not aware of a video. I just find it interesting why he said he drank a lot, and now all of a sudden they're trying to say that he only drank 1 or 2 drinks. I just found that interesting.
Well, I think and I think there's going to be some issues. There's probably some issues with what got, remember, that's an initial filing, so that can change. Everything in that can change at one point or another. That's not all of that's locked in stone. So I don't know what happened there, but Dylan, that is very weird. That they, especially for even the state to say, like, they asked Sonia, like, how much does he drink, or Sandra, how much he drinks, and yeah.
There's another part here as well, which I was really pissed off with this part. Where is it? Shit. Sorry, Nick told me couldn't. Basically, she's asking him for consent for DNA. Here we go. I asked Nick if he would consent providing me a DNA sample. He asked if he should wait and ask a lawyer. I told Nick that a colleague of mine was in the process of applying for a search warrant, so I would obtain his DNA either by consent or by warrant. But that bothers me in the sense of, like, as soon as you mentioned about should I ask my lawyer, for me it's a case of, well, that's your prerogative, it's up to you if you want to do it. And I just didn't like the fact that she's like, well, I'm going to get it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, and I agree with you there, but I also, at that point it becomes more of a fait accompli, it's so. But that's how the cops act. They're like, look, if you don't help us, man, I'm just going to go get a warrant. I mean, they do that all the time. Like, so the cop, that is a normal, the cops are trained to do that as a tactic. Like, look, if you make me go get a warrant, you understand, like, I'm going to go get one. I'm going to tell the judge whatever they need to hear. The judge is going to grant it. So, that's just cops being cops.
And the only other bit was that after she left and
Yeah.
they did all the checks, this bit then that I was
Yeah.
notified that Nick wanted to speak to the investigator.
Yeah.
I went to the jail and Nick told me that he was in pain in the abdomen and lower back from being attacked.
Yeah.
On the river, Nick told me that he received whatever that is,
Tylenol. Yeah.
for the pain,
Aspirin.
but wanted me to document
Yeah.
it. So I just think, did he then maybe click and go, shit, I need to document, because obviously they were asking, are you in pain? Is there any injuries? And he was like, no, nothing. That could have been because of the shock, but also it could have been like he was
Adrenaline
in
wearing
pain.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he only came afterwards. So it is noted. I just find those little intricacies a little bit interesting,
Well, those aren't just those aren't little intricacies. Those are big things, because
yeah.
notice they're going to try to say, like, oh, well, he wasn't all beat up. And the good thing that Nicolae's got, and his attorney, Sheriff Fosse's going to be able to make, whoever gives the closing arguments, like, oh, Nicolae didn't get hurt. And you're going to say, and he could work with that whole, like, nobody has to take a punch. We all have to take a beating sometimes. Like that whole shtick Lunchbox did for Kyle. Yeah, fait accompli en français. Yeah. En français, it'd be on, but
I don't know where you are. Like, as in, I don't remember where some parts of this
Yeah.
was, but they do make a big deal about him not being injured. So that's why that's, for me.
Oh, I'm sure they
relevant
will.
then.
Of course they will. But
They-
that's
they ha-
why.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't this guy already on the stand? Yeah, but they're introducing multiple 911 calls, it sounds like, or radio traffic.
Yes. Yes.
So yes,
they are.
yes, and yes, from another language, although
There's 5 more witnesses to go after this guy.
yes,
So just
French, French, the one language that the English hate more than Welsh.
That's true, though.
Yes,
That's true. Because they can't understand the Welsh.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why the defense question to Sandy was like, "Why did you wait until they like drowned him? That was a good thing to get out." Yeah. She said, "Yeah, that would have been dumb." So, but yes, we're gonna have guys. We'll try to do a big meetup at the Apple River, and we'll do a reenactment. And I'll play the role of Nicolae. And who wants to play the role of Isaac? Tom, you could join us. You could play the role of Isaac. Good to see you, Tom. All right, guys, let's keep going. But thank you for showing that. I appreciate it.
Fine.
That helps a lot. All righty, here we go.
Please be seated. We are back in the presence of the jury. All 14 members are present. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We're ready to resume the afternoon session. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness? Terry Anderson, you said?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath from this morning. Carl Anderson.
Thank you, Judge.
May begin.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Can you identify what that is?
It's the CAD report, the command log for the incident.
What is a CAD report?
It's a record of the location of the incident and then any notes that the dispatchers would make regarding what's being said on the radio or told by callers. And it's a log of the change of status for any units or officers that are involved with the incident.
So if an officer says, I'm on scene, that gets logged in there, things like that?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 7? Does the CAD log on that page have the time for when the suspect was detained?
1649.
Well, why are you writing this out? Like, what's your big theory here? You're trying to
4:49 p.m.
Oh my God, I've been in courts before where somebody's writing and you can hear the whole pad bouncing off with each stroke of the pen. And that just makes me want to scream. That noise.
And could that be off by a little bit?
It could be.
And
Nobody's contesting this.
So it's noted on the audio recording of when it was said. But if the dispatcher was busy at the time when the transaction occurred on the radio, there might be a delay depending on what all that dispatcher is doing. It could be a few seconds to maybe 15 seconds, maybe in that area, depending on their activity load, because they're multitasking.
They're dispatching.
Any objection? Yes.
Like, what are they trying to show here? That he was arrested? That these guys used the radio? Like, I don't know what this is about. Do you know what this is about?
No.
Okay.
It's very irrelevant.
I mean, yeah, this is not critical to the case, I think,
All right.
ultimately, but
You have more questions for Mr. Terry Anderson?
I do not.
All right, Mr. Nelson, to you. You're excused.
oh, Tom, have a good one.
Who's next?
Sheriff Pennington?
It's Wilford Brimley.
Sheriff, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Nicole's going to play the role of Madison.
Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Scott Knudsen, Knudson.
And how are you employed?
The sheriff for St. Croix County.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
In my 29th year,
How long have you been sheriff?
since 2017.
And as sheriff, do you have, what can you just briefly outline what your duties are?
A number of administrative duties as well as.
I am the Shire of the Reed.
Overseeing the jail, tending to the courts.
Do you typically get involved yourself in patrols or investigations, or are you more administrative?
Not often, more administrative and ensuring cases are assigned out.
Do you work Monday through Friday business hours essentially?
Yes,
Do you get called in often too?
I do.
Did you get called in to the Apple River stabbing?
I did.
And where did you respond?
From my residence right in the Somerset area.
And did you go to the scene of the stabbing or somewhere else?
I originally went to the bridge, the Sunrise Bridge, which was very close to the scene of the stabbing, the closest access point.
At some point, did you end up going to the park where the exit is?
Yes.
And what was the overall response, law enforcement response for this case?
There's a large response from not only internally with sheriff's office and coordination with getting people called in, but also surrounding communities. It was outside of the village limits, the original incident, so Somerset was involved. Richmond was coming over. I believe I was on the phone with Washington County, just trying to get staff and resources to come our way.
And were helicopters called for also?
Yes, I believe there's a helicopter en route as well.
And was that specifically a law enforcement helicopter?
Yes, I believe it was a Minnesota State Patrol that we were trying to gather.
And what's the point of the State Patrol helicopter?
At that point, we weren't aware of where the suspect was and that he was not in that area. So because of the wooded nature of the river and the long banks, that a bird's eye view was going to help us tremendously.
And was the sheriff's office trying to set up a perimeter?
Yes, there was a perimeter that had been set up from the hideaway on 170th towards County Road I.
And at some point, did you hear that the officers believed they had a suspect in custody?
That is correct, yes.
And did you respond to the area?
I did.
And did you end up making brief contact with Nicolae Miu?
I did, yes.
And were you wearing body camera?
I had my body camera with me, yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit and publish the body camera.
What's the exhibit number?
7.
The objection to number 7?
No.
7 is received. Please play the portion that you wish to play.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay. Temperature? Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now.
Judge, it's 23 seconds. I'm gonna ask if I can play it again. I was a little quiet at first.
Volume was turned down. I'll let you go one more time since the audio is perhaps relevant.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Okay.
Somebody, I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now.
God, that is not flattering to his defense right there. Completely playing dumb. That's just ooh boy.
How do you even get over that?
I mean, you can get around that. You can get around that because he's like, because what do you expect him to say? Oh my God, yes, I did it. Throw me in jail right now. Like, I mean, that there's some arguments you can make, but that's not going to be the ultimate issue here. That's just one more. That's another brick. But there's like some big foundational stones I think are bad. That's a shame since most people aren't smart enough to thread that needle about talking to the cops, including attorneys. Yep, that's why we just say don't. And Bella says, "Come on, all the people know. All the people know is a guy with a knife stabbed somebody and gutted kids. If I had a bat, I would have had it out too. But honestly, I would have left." Yeah, and like I said, that's a fair argument. But remember, it goes towards his state of mind too. And then Kelly R for $20. Let's go. Thank you. Is saying, I think you need to watch a video about 5 times loud. I think he had every ability to defend himself, and I think he had the right to defend himself too. And honestly, I think he could use deadly force if need be. Those kids were a pack of wolves. Yeah, I agree. I think he was faced with a bad situation. Coupled with all those morons coming over, like that one guy who got stabbed and split from top to bottom. His stupid little story about like, well, when I break up kindergartners, he's like, I did what I do. I wanted to ask him if I was Sheriff Fossey. I'm like, so when you break up kindergartners, do you pin one of them to the ground and make the others get away? Is that your way of stopping a fight?
Yeah.
Would you agree? Like, because then he kept on trying to lawyer his way out of it. Well, he turned his back, and it's like, yeah, and you know what? If you tried to make that argument about like you tried to punch a guy in the face and he turned his back and you hit him in the back, you're not going to be saying, oh, he turned away, so it's therefore not my fault. No, you're responsible for your actions. You come up and put your hands on a dude. He's just like, I didn't realize he would have stabbed me over it. I didn't think people would fight over that. It's like, well, if you weren't aware of that, now you know, and it's sad you had to pay such a price.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks
that was
for
a very
doing it.
expensive lesson. Maybe from now on, like, he won't come run up and, like, his idea of pinning it down instead of going like, whoa, everybody chill out. Instead, just like, keeping a guy on the ground. It's like, but Kelly, no, I think at this point, I agree. He was justified. Do I think he could have been better off? Like, discretion is a better part of valor. Always. Anytime you don't have to use force is the best day ever. Walking away and
yeah. Do you think that people in that area now, parents, are just going to play that video and say to their children, "There is no way you are going on that river," or if you do,
maybe a word
do you
will
know what I
be
mean?
parents saying you're not going out. Like, that's why people going out and drinking and doing goofy shit. Like, that's why parents like go out drinking and nothing good happen. Like, you hang out with the 3 S's: stupid friends and stupid places with stupid people. That's, you don't hang out with those, and that takes care of a problem here too. I hear I fit the description. Yeah, we just read through a bunch of it, so
I can send it to you though, mate. I'll send it to you in private anyway, so
yeah,
you can read it another time.
Danielle says diabetes Rex. Thank you. Yeah, don't go out drinking on the river, or else Nicolae Miu will get you. Some guy named Stephen Fenner. Apparently, is this your one of your viewers?
Yeah. Well, he's around.
Okay, he's like, I thought I heard you while I was driving. Oh, there you go.
No, he's one of your viewers. I mean, he comes on mine sometimes from Boston for Karen Reed and stuff. So
yeah. Garrett says you live and learn unless you're Isaac. Well, I mean, he did live for a little bit. And Porcelain Thunder says Romanian equals Russian, which equals Polish, which equals Ukrainian. Yes, they're all the same to us. Us Americans. You know, whereas in Britain, you'd be like, "Oh, he's not Polish. He's not my plumber. He didn't look like a plumber."
He doesn't look like one though.
No. Carrie says, "I don't scream, let's go," and I pay him. I only do it for like 20 and on up. That's my new rule. Live to die to Baby Shark. Yep. Do. So,
I never knew that. I've learned something as well. I didn't know you could do it to Baby Shark.
no anything. Well, basically, were you watching when I showed the CPR machine going?
No.
Okay. Well, they have these machines that, like, if you Google on YouTube CPR machine, you'll see how fast you have to go. And
Okay, yeah.
Dum 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 dum. So yeah. So that's it's you've really got to be doing a lot of effort. And we were talking about that for a little while earlier. So and Ghost Street is not the question, but for a bunch of guys in Wisconsin, if he's not from Britain or Germany or France, it's somewhere in the East. Okay, they're gonna be like, yeah, he's a Russian looking dude. You get east of Germany, Poland, Romania, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. It's all Russia to most people. So
I see the comment by Drew saying "Staying Alive." That's the song that I.
Staying Alive is the other one. Yeah,
that's the one. The Baby Shark one. I was like, that was new to me.
The Baby Shark is very brand new. So yeah. So no, I agree. Based on that argument, we read through that part where he says, like, yeah, taking the knife and fighting it back. Like, yeah, it's cringe, but I hope he really didn't say. I hope that's not coming in. So, why are we defending a gypsy? Not the Romanian, not Roma. Big difference. Big difference. And a Romanian, I'll let you know that. So, I was at school, I was in college once, and a guy said, like, Romania, is that where the gypsies come from? And the Romanian guy was like, he got fucking angry. Yes, the Roma are gypsies. Yes, and the Romani, yes. But call a Romanian a gypsy, you will get fucking stabbed. Nicolae Miu will stab you. He'll leap through your mirror and stab you. So, anyways, here we go, guys. Scandi Pride worldwide, yeah.
I just have one more question. So if earlier the jury saw a body camera of Nicolae being told he's under arrest for homicide, was that actually after this contact? Where he's transferred from one squad to another in the parking lot?
No, not transferred from one squad to the other. That was after this contact.
Gotcha. Okay. So this happened, then transferred squads in parking lot, told he's under arrest, happened after your contact.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify it because we went a little out of order with the testimony. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're familiar with the Apple River?
I am.
I think we've seen some maps and talked about Village Park. Are you familiar with Village Park?
Yes.
That is essentially the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Miu left the river at the designated exit spot for tubers, correct?
I would believe so, yes, from where he was standing.
You didn't personally observe it, but you saw him there at Village Park, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see him get out of the tube and walk up, but that's where you first saw him, correct?
That's where I first made contact, yes.
And obviously you're not aware of any
He
other
didn't hide
evidence
and run away.
that he exited somewhere before that, correct?
No, I'm not.
As the sheriff, I would imagine you are aware of cases in your county, correct?
Most of them, yes.
Yeah. And some cases maybe draw your attention more than other cases, correct?
That's correct.
Certainly this is a case that you were aware about from the get-go and you've paid attention to, correct?
Correct.
Because that's your job, right?
Yes.
It's your responsibility, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, there's investigators and other law enforcement officers that are assigned specific tasks, right?
Yes.
But you, as the sheriff, ultimately you supervise all of that, right?
Yes.
So I would imagine you are occasionally updated about the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Updated about evidence gathering, correct?
Yes.
There might even be times when you meet with the investigators to talk about what the status is about some piece of evidence or what other evidence you might want to collect or other things of an investigative nature, correct?
Yes.
Because as law enforcement, there's lots of things you want to do. I understand there's safety and there's all of that, right? Correct?
Yes.
Just gonna put that aside for a second, okay? Talk about the investigative role of law enforcement. Are you with me?
Yep.
And in that role, it's essentially your role and responsibility is to collect any and all evidence that you can that you have reason to believe might be relevant, correct?
Correct.
And that's something that there's policies on in your department, correct?
Evidence collection, yes.
Yeah. And I'm sure you played a part in those policies. They've changed over the years that you've been the sheriff, right?
Yes.
And
I'm unclear what the relevance is. Where are you going?
well, I mean,
Actually, why don't you come on up? You tell me.
They love sidebars. I think Sean's just chilling. You just got me now. If anyone's switching in. Yeah, Sean's gone. Happy days. I can't see the chat, so I don't know what the chat's saying.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
I don't want to get into the particulars about policies, but in general, there's policies. You play a role in forming those policies about making how investigations go and how evidence is collected, correct?
Correct. And best practices, yes.
Yeah. And probably even before you were a sheriff, but certainly since you've been sheriff, the value of evidence from phones has increased, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly aware that lots of information can be gathered from somebody's phone, correct?
Correct.
And you, as a standard in your office, I'm sure it's, your officers, deputies, investigators, they collect phones, correct?
When applicable, yes.
And when applicable, they then do a forensic download of that phone, correct?
Yes.
To gather anything and everything that they can from that phone, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you were, again, I don't want to get into the details of what somebody told you, just your general awareness about a particular part of the investigation.
Oh, what happened? People are talking about you, Dylan, here. I said, well,
I was trying to keep you going whilst you were well.
Yeah.
Oh, young. Well, the Englishman's here. Thank you.
Young, if you go to Wales and say that, they might beat you.
Yeah, I think she's aware.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure.
No,
Okay.
so
I didn't know if I missed something. No, I was talking to the lovely 2.0 and she says hello to everybody. She's working today, and she also says hello to you too, Dylan. So
say hello back. She's lovely. She's been a great addition to the chat over this as well, and I generally mean that because her insight's been good, and she's kept people under control, which has been good.
Just because she listens to me act like a lunatic when we're offline, so that's why
she's the opposite. Yeah, she's the ever since she's the opposite view.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I still think she is my. I think the federal government has placed her in my life to be a handler for me, because the federal government's worried about me and what I might do. So if she keeps me occupied, then nothing can happen, but nothing bad can happen. So I think she's my handler, so the government controls me. So. But no, I did hear the part. So they point out like he had I had to check the dogs to check out on everybody, to quote someone. But no, I do think that was a good point to point out. He did show up, like they found him at the end. He didn't run off into the woods because they thought that happened, but it turns out, yeah, it didn't happen, which I think is something that goes very heavily in Nicolae's favor. He did run away. Like he sat there at the end. So we'll see what happens from here, though. I know I missed a little bit of it, but I doubt it was bombshell worthy.
They had a sidebar, and it's all
okay.
It's all good.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, you were aware that there was going to be a factual issue in this trial about whether Madison Cohen was or wasn't punched. What happened to Madison Cohen, correct?
If that's the lady that was punched.
Well, that's a factual issue that the jury's going to decide, but you understood that there...
I don't know the name.
That's all you meant.
That's what I meant.
But that there was a witness, let's put her name aside. There's a witness that was there, and you're aware that there was a factual issue about whether that witness did or did not get punched or slapped or pushed, or how there was some contact with her. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that investigation, there was your department was trying to see if there was or there wasn't a photo of her face that might document an injury. correct?
That sounds familiar, yes.
There's been testimony that I want to give you a chance to see if you have a rebut to that, right? There's been testimony that perhaps a phone was offered up to the sheriff's department with a piece of evidence, and the sheriff's department said, no, we don't want that phone. We don't care about that picture.
Yes.
What
They
did
discussed
I
in the-
just miss? That was the big boom.
Yeah, go back a little bit. They're discussing about the slap, the punch, and stuff. So
Okay.
you might want to know that.
All right, here we go.
About documenting it and everything.
Okay.
So they're part of the investigation, okay? You were aware that there was going to be a factual issue in this trial about whether Madison Cohen was or wasn't punched. What happened to Madison Cohen, correct?
If that's the lady that was punched.
Well, that's a factual issue that the jury's going to decide, but you understood that there.
I don't know the name.
That's all you meant.
That's
Well, you should just say, "Was you were?" And it's easier to say, "Did you understand a lady had gotten punched?" As part of your understanding. That probably would have been a neater, tighter question.
But that there was a witness. Let's put her name aside. There's a witness that was there, and you're aware that there was a factual issue about whether that witness did or did not get punched or slapped or pushed, or how there was some contact with her. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that investigation, there was your department was trying to see if there was or there wasn't a photo of her face that might document an injury, correct?
That sounds familiar, yes.
There's been
That's
testimony
interesting.
that I want to give you a chance
There we
to
go.
see if you have a rebut to that, right? There's been testimony that perhaps a phone was offered up to the sheriff's department with a piece of evidence, and the sheriff
That's
in the sheriff's
that's a big deal. That is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it's helpful. Yeah, where's all this damage? So okay, so 2.0 stepped out of the house for a second. Now we're watching some dogs, and everybody's losing their mind right now. So that's what. If you
Everyone
guys-
cares more about the dogs in the case, man. It's all good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone loves the dogs.
department said, no, we don't want that phone. We don't care about that picture.
Yes.
Carlson.
Okay.
Let me start over. There was a witness whose name is Quentin Carlson, and he testified that it was his understanding that there was a photo taken of this witness, Madison Cohen, and that the phone that took that photo was offered up to your sheriff's department, and your department said, nah, we don't want the phone. We don't need the photo. We don't want anything to do with that. Are you aware that any such phone was offered to the sheriff's department?
I'm not aware of that, no.
I would imagine had a phone been offered up to the sheriff's department, the best practice, the policy would have been for them to collect the phone, correct?
Best practice would be, if applicable, yes.
Certainly if somebody in a homicide case said, I've got a photo of the injury to one of the victims, that would be applicable, right?
Yes.
And so in that scenario, the best practice, the policies that you've helped write and establish within the county would be for your sheriff's investigators, members to collect that phone, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they did collect the phone, right? Or you may not know.
I don't know.
Okay. You would, if they did not, that would surprise you, right?
May or may not, depending upon everything surrounding it. There was a lot of evidence that was collected. I don't know where.
Mute.
This sheriff's like, they better not have screwed this up. So, yeah, that's our little dog, guys. That's Lainey howling now. So,
How many dogs have you got?
well, we have 2, and then we're watching 2. So, a lot of dogs in our house right now. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's very much like, well, they better have done their job right.
This one you're
100%.
referencing fell in.
Okay.
Or at what time?
Maybe I should just ask you this. Based upon your position as the sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that it's true that a piece of evidence in a homicide case was offered up to the sheriff's department regarding alleged victim Madison Cohen, and that your department just dismissed it and said, we don't want it? Do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I have no reason to believe or not believe it. That's all news to me. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to a different topic now. Okay. I would imagine in your 29 years, you've had lots of different roles within the sheriff's department or as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
Probably like lots of people, you in the sheriff's department, you started out on the road, eventually moved up in ranks, and now you're the sheriff, correct?
Correct.
As part of that training, you have training to and experience to detect alcohol, right?
Correct.
The use of alcohol by people, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know that sometimes whether somebody has or has not consumed alcohol, that's going to be important and relevant to an investigation of a crime, correct?
It very well could, yes.
And so when you're in those situations, even if you're not looking for it, if you happen upon evidence of alcohol consumption, you would note that, correct?
Yes.
If you were arresting a suspect and you were in their personal space close enough to them to smell alcohol, you'd have made a note of that, correct?
Correct.
Or if you heard slurred speech or something along those lines, you'd have made a note of it, correct?
Yes.
Any sign of intoxication, you'd make a note of it and you could figure out the relevance of it later, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes if you made observation of it, you might decide to do further investigation, give a test of some sort, whether it be a chemical test or a field test, correct? It's not cumulative with this witness.
What's that?
It's not cumulative with this witness.
It's not, but we've heard this before. Let's just cut to the chase.
You agree?
Can you repeat your question again?
And there's some times where if you did note something that you smelled or you heard or some other observation, you might continue and do further tests, either a field test or a chemical test, right?
Based on the crime, yes.
In this case, you had contact with Nicolae Miu, correct?
Yes.
We saw the video where you was sitting in a closed, in a back of a squad car, correct?
Yes.
Closed space, right?
Yes.
Hot day, right?
Yes.
And you were there to check on the temperature for him, right?
Correct.
And when you opened the door, you had a brief conversation with him, correct?
Yes.
And then later at a parking lot, sometime later, you also were there when he got out of one car and got into another car, correct?
Yes.
And you had contact with him there, correct?
Yes.
Throughout all of those contacts, is it fair to say that you didn't see any signs of intoxication?
I did not detect any, no.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson? Nothing else. Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Thank you.
Who is the next witness?
That's very helpful. The most experienced cop in that department. I didn't detect alcohol. No siree.
Yeah. It's a theme. It's a theme. And that's why I want to point out
Mr. Sheppy, please come forward.
the criminal complaint where he says
State's clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Yeah. Okay.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Was this another detective?
Investigator.
Oh, it's the prosecutor's office investigator.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Mitchell Sheppy, SCHAEPPI.
And how are you employed?
As an investigator at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
since 2016.
And were you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
Yes.
Did you also respond to the scene on the day of the incident?
Yes.
And at some point, were you alerted by other officers that a knife was located?
Yes,
Did you respond to the area where it was located?
I did.
And can you just kind of tell the jury what you came upon?
Yep. So when I was notified of where the knife was located, me and my partner walked through the river back to the scene. When we got there, we noticed officers from the Richmond Police Department up on a ledge and pointed down to where a knife was in a muddy section of the shoreline. Just above that shoreline, there was sort of a wall that had dried dirt on it and some green moss. The knife was located, laying there closed on top of the muddy portion of the shoreline.
And were the officers who alerted you to it, were they still standing there at the scene where it was?
Yes.
And did it appear the knife was undisturbed, meaning no footprints leading up to it or anything like that?
Correct.
And you said you took photos?
Yes.
Permission to approach? Showing what's been marked as exhibit 50. Can you just look through that and then identify what they are?
These are photographs of the knife and the area around the knife as I walked up to it.
Should I move to admit and publish?
Any objection to 50? No.
Let's show them digitally. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And just before we go into these, did you take pictures from different distances and also?
Yes, sir.
So I'll just say this is the part I hate, the waiting and get all the exhibits up and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. This is, I mean, it's like I keep giving them shit for not getting it done, but this is a pretty smooth working courtroom. Their IT stuff works pretty good, surprisingly. Like it's actually well run. I wish courtrooms I was in they worked this well.
I just want to complain about something.
Oh, I know. I don't blame you. Like, because now it works good. You're like, now you want to complain about something else, and now we gotta.
Come on.
You know, what's the next
Make
thing
it
we're
better.
bitching about? Yeah, yeah. So here we go. Let's. All right.
So of around the area with. Okay, I'm ready. So what are we looking at in this photo?
That's a picture from me out in the water. As you can see, the officers from the Richmond Police Department are up there, and that's the overall area of where the knife was located.
I'm gonna zoom in and see if you can see the knife in this photo, just for context on the location. Is that it right there?
Yes,
The branch on the zoomed out picture is almost pointing to it.
correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Just a different angle of the knife itself and the area around it.
This photo?
This photo is to show the undisturbed nature of the sand.
Same thing, other direction?
Correct.
What's this photo?
Photo of the knife.
What are you trying to document here?
In that photo, I'm trying to show the vertical facing wall and how the dirt on there is not dry and the green moss that was on the knife as it was laying there.
And now I'm back at, for the record, the digital file, and this one ends 1938-46. Can you elaborate on that while looking at this photo?
Yes. So as you see, the knife here is what I observed is the dirt on top, what I believe to be dry dirt, different than what's wet on the bottom below it. When that, I concluded to believe that the knife was tossed or placed up against the back wall before it fell there.
The dirt the knife is sitting on, was that, and that's a hypothesis, you don't actually know that, fair?
Correct.
But the dirt it's on is wet, is that fair?
Yes.
The bank behind it was dry?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So it's kind of hard to see terrain in photos. Agree?
Yes.
So obviously not to scale or anything like that, but if this is the river, can you just, is this what kind of the, why don't you describe it?
Yeah. So if this was the water, the river, where the knife was located would be right here on the washout. The little rock wall that I was just trying to describe is right here, and this is where the officers from the Richmond Police Department were standing.
Okay. And can we have the screen back, please? Close up on the knife.
Correct.
Then is that you holding it?
I don't know if that's me or Deputy Kelly at the time.
That's actually probably not you. How do you know where it's coming from?
Correct.
All right. And was the knife, you can mute it. Was the knife secured? Was the knife secured as evidence?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I provided the knife to Deputy Bolt, who was up top. He put it in a paper bag and walked the knife back to land to the evidence collection point and secured in a vehicle.
And who was the evidence tech for this case?
Deputy Kelly.
Commissioner Broach? Yes.
Anything that's been marked as Exhibit 64. What is that?
It's a list of the evidence collected in this case.
And is that this knife on that list?
Yes.
And how do you use some sort of numbering system to differentiate between evidence items?
Yes.
What evidence number is the knife?
Number 10.
Judge, I'll offer 64.
Any objection to 64?
No.
The exhibit's received.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
All right. Handing you what's been marked for the case is exhibit 4. What is that?
This is a box containing article number 10, which is the knife.
Can you open it up for me? You can put on gloves.
Christmas.
Judge, while he's doing that, I move to admit.
He really should make a
Exhibit
joke.
10
Oh, you said Christmas. I thought
publish,
he did. I'm like,
on the
wow.
Oh, that was me.
Exhibit 4.
This
Sorry,
guy's sitting
evidence
down
item
with
10.
his jacket button, guys. That's not how you do it.
Once he opens it and it's confirmed, no.
Might be gone.
Oh, the oh so dangerous kind. Yes. Hi, David. I'm making a lot of stuff. I hope you're doing well, man. Yes, it's a knife. A knife. The scourge of Britain, the knife crime.
He uses a knife to try and open the box with a knife, but fails to open the box
Yes.
with a knife.
Well, let's use scissors, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he's scissors, yeah. But it's quite complex to try to open this box, honestly.
Was it an assault knife? I mean, it did assault a lot of people with it. Heyo. Got all the evidence tape on it, so they sealed it
Is it
up.
sealed all around with evidence tape?
Yeah.
It's like pass. Do you have the American pass a parcel? Where you go pass it around during your birthdays and stuff. That's why you take it.
The Benchmade? I had the feeling it's some garbage gas station knife.
That is article number 10, the knife.
Can you?
Because what's that? What were you saying, Dylan?
He got it open. You got it open.
Yeah, he does. But yeah, like I don't know if but in America, you can go to a gas station and buy like a pocket knife, a folding pocket knife for like $5. So like I don't know what kind he used, or he could have bought like a nice $90, knife, but who knows? I don't know. I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
Mission. All right. Exhibit 4 is received.
Are you able to take it out of the box?
Yes.
Can you bring it over and set it under the Elmo here? Can you open the blade also?
Oh, that doesn't look impressive at all.
They open it now.
Yeah, well, no, I meant like it's still not an impressive looking knife.
No.
Yeah, like I've bought and lost
You can
100 of those.
put it back in the box.
Over my years. I'm not joking. I lose those by the ton, so I don't buy nice knives anymore.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Stroffelson?
Thank you. Investigator, did you have an opportunity to watch the video of the incident?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so to be fair, on the video, you see Mr. Miu walking in the direction. So, investigator,
Objection overruled. You may answer.
so investigator, you tell me.
Sheppy. Yeah.
So you said you've seen the video. On the video, do you see on the video where Mr. Miu walks over toward the area where the knife is found and then walks kind of away from that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, if I can, about another part of the investigation that you did. Okay.
Okay.
You are an investigator, right?
Yes.
Do you also do forensic downloads of cell phones?
No.
Do you collect those cell phones to be forensically downloaded?
Yes.
And can I ask you on September 2nd of 2022, do you remember being brought into a meeting with Investigator Williams and Madison Cohen and her mother? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Did you write a report on that?
I did.
And there was, in terms of what you recall, there was a hope of trying to locate a potential photo of Madison Cohen on her cell phone, right?
Yes,
Right. And if you recall, there was a question on whether that could be done because Ms. Cohen had told you that it was deleted, right?
correct.
Okay, so she had said, I've taken my phone and I've deleted that off of my phone.
Yes,
Do you, as you know what type of case it is in September, right?
yes.
Do you ask her at all, why would you delete you're the alleged victim of a crime, why would you delete the picture in a case like this? Do you ask her that?
I don't recall.
If you would have asked her, would that be in a report that you prepared?
It should. Yes.
And she's with her mother in this interview room, right?
Correct.
And once she says, meaning Ms. Cohen, once she says that it's deleted, you explain to her that there's potential ways to recover information that's been deleted off of a phone, right?
Yes,
And you explain to her that there can be what is known as a forensic download of a phone, right?
yes,
And what that would be, kind of in layman's terms, is whether it's your department or some law enforcement department, has the ability to kind of go through someone's phone, finding information that the user believes they've deleted off of the phone, right?
yes,
Okay. And you explained to Ms. Cohen that it was possible, if she would provide her phone, for your department to do that forensic download, right?
yes,
You ask permission for the phone to do that, and she provides you permission. Is that true?
correct.
You review the download of that phone. True?
Yes,
Your review of that download, and let me ask you this, you really try to you tell her, and you want to narrow the time frame that we're dealing with here, right?
correct.
Okay, so there might be, somebody might have 10,000 photos, but the forensic download can narrow it down to a specific day, right? You can search for a specific day.
Through the entirety of the download, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the forensic download information, and would you agree?
I guess I'd just object on, I don't think that's been asked yet.
Well,
Let's get the question out first.
okay. Would you agree your report indicates I did not observe any photographs that appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame?
Correct.
So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
Object on foundation, speculation. Can we approach?
Yes.
That's not really
Object on foundation, speculation.
Information that
speculation for him to know what he.
appear to be taken of Madison's injuries during the time frame.
Correct.
So based on the information that you have, it wasn't deleted, right?
Object on foundation, speculation.
It's not. It's on his own information. So that's not speculation upon your own information and belief. It's not speculating his own thoughts.
Either knows or not.
Well, no. It's to your knowledge, basically saying upon your information.
Yeah, that he.
Yeah, to your knowledge, was it deleted? No. So it's not speculation, but.
Can we approach?
Yes.
So investigator, in terms of what you did, in terms of it says your review.
No,
of
it
the
got
download. Can you explain
sustained.
what you did in that regard?
Yes, sir. So I don't have any part in physically downloading the phones. I don't have training for that. However, I'm able to review what a person that is trained on that, downloading the data that's in there.
And what does that consist of?
Can consist of photographs, call logs, social media accounts, text messages, etc.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this quick and get rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. So when you're looking at this download, are you seeing photographs that you're not interested in?
There may have been in the consented time frame that Ms. Cohen had given me, but I'm looking for specific photographs of our conversation.
Okay, and that was, to be fair, that was in reference to these injuries that she says she had documented, right?
Correct.
And Is there information provided in this, I'm going to call it download report. Is that fair? Is it like a download report?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there information in that download report as to whether or not, in this particular case, there were other deleted, I'm not interested in what they were, but other deleted pictures?
I don't recall if there were other deleted pictures in the consented time frame of what I was looking at.
Does this report, so this report indicated to you, or what was in this report is, there's no photographs that appeared to be taken from the injuries during that time frame, right?
Correct.
Is there information in there as to whether or not there were any, you don't know if there were any deleted photos from that time frame?
Correct. I do not recall.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, whether or not deleted photos can be recovered?
I don't have this alibi training, but in my experience, I know that sometimes deleted photos and messages may be recovered in a download.
Do you recall speaking with Madison Cohen and her mother about this injury that you said she had?
I recall the meeting, yes.
Okay. And the meeting is recorded, is it not?
Yes.
I'm going to ask if you remember. If you don't, I can show the video. Do you remember Miss Cohen's mother directing a point on her face where she said she saw the injuries?
I recall that incident, yes.
Okay. And what she recalled, to the best of your recollection, is she was pointing to the left side of her face, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Recollection. So just so I have it, you don't have a recollection, if I heard you correctly, of where Miss Cohen's mother pointed on her own face that she saw the injury to Miss Cohen. Is that fair?
Correct.
Show that. That's it. Investigator, if I show you a still photograph, it's a still of the video interview, might that help refresh your recollection as to where Madison Cohen's mother said that this occurred on?
Yes.
Can you see that?
Again,
I can't see that. You'd agree that in that photograph, she appears to be pointing to the left side of her face, right?
correct.
Okay.
Also, thank you, future Mrs. Smart 2.0 for 5 memberships.
Further questions? Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Mr. Anderson?
Did Madison's mother confirm she saw some sort of injury on Madison?
I don't recall.
She's pointing to the face. Is that what she's been doing?
That picture, she was either pointing, scratching, it was on the left side of her face. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even know what the context of that is just from that still shot?
I mean, no, but
Okay. So Madison, the forensic download, was it just photos or was it the whole cell phone, text messages, photos, everything anyone has personal on a cell phone?
in my experience, that's what a forensic download is the entirety of the phone.
And you didn't do a search warrant, you gave consent for that?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Mr. Prophecy?
You told her to get a search warrant though, right?
I explained I could apply for a search warrant.
Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. I'm sorry? Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I just make sure we have a?
Yes.
Call Charles Coleman, Judge.
Charles Coleman? Lieutenant Coleman, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I understand they're trying to get in all this issues about Madison getting clocked and not telling anybody. Because I think that they're trying to get them to the point of like who threw that first punch, but I think they really need to get that point home soon. Unless they can really ring it home on defense, because I feel like people think they're just playing the game of like actually to this stuff. And jurors don't think like that when they think you're doing that. So I know what they're trying to do. I hope they're able to like bring it home fairly quick.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Wait, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Oh my God, what a putt.
Oh, I missed that.
You can't even he won't even carry his gun under his fucking jacket. What a fucking toolbox. What a toolbox.
What a spot by you.
What's that?
That was a good spot by you. I didn't even
Oh,
notice
you said I said what a spot spot. I'm like, is that a Welsh term or something? But yeah, like he just looks like a tool. And like his suit's all bunched. I'm like, what the hell? Don't tell me he's got his gun on the outside. That is just cheesy as hell. I think he's like, yeah, I got my gun on. Hoo-wee. Is that his holster or a Merce? That's a big holster as well. What the hell is homie carrying? Is that like a Desert Eagle? .50? Like, I don't know what he's got, but that's monstrous. Like that is a that thing is huge, man.
Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your...
And he sits, guys, when you sit, if you don't wear jackets, when you sit down, unbutton them. It feels better. It looks better. You sit down buttoned. You don't do that.
But I don't know about you. If I sat down button, it just burst. So
there's that too. There's that too. But even when you're skinny, that could be a problem. But also, it just doesn't look good.
No, I agree with you.
First and last name for the record.
Charles Coleman.
And how are you employed?
I'm the patrol lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a patrol lieutenant?
Administrative and supervisory in nature. Make sure that our deputies have the training and equipment that they need. We oversee their regular day-to-day duties and make sure that they're providing the service that the county and our sheriff expect.
And do you also assist sometimes in investigations if there's shorthands?
Yes, any major felony case or critical incident, I will assist with the investigation.
And did you assist in this investigation?
I did.
And what role did you have?
My main role was to forensically map the crime scene or incident scene on the Apple River.
And as part of, why don't you just tell the jury generally what that means?
When you forensically map a scene, you end up taking an instrument or a device out there and you try to gather up all the physical evidence with the instrument to transfer over to a digital system, allowing you to view the scene days, weeks, or years later. The instrument is accurate and helps preserve the scene for you to see after the fact.
Once you have the scan, is it kind of like a video game where you can move around inside of it?
The scan ends up creating a 3D rendering, kind of like a 3D printer, only with data points. And then you can change the angle in which you're looking at that scene. So you're allowed to either do fly-throughs, like you said, still shots, or different perspectives at the scene.
And in order to, you did that in this case?
I did.
And where did you do that scanning?
The scan was at the Apple River near Highway 64 overpass and towards upstream, further into the river.
And did you prepare, as part of your testimony today, a PowerPoint to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
Judge, I move to admit that PowerPoint.
What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit 51.
The objection to 51? It's received.
Can we have the screen, please? What's in the image on this first slide?
The image on the slide is the Trimble SX10 total station scanner.
That's the device you used?
Correct.
And what are we looking at on this slide 3?
You're looking at a side-by-side comparison. On the right is the drone fly-through video. On the left is a similar fly-through that we did with the 3D mapping from the scene.
Where did that drone footage come from?
From Deputy Forrest Hendrickson and Sergeant Chase Duran.
So they flew the river, and is that a sheriff's office drone?
It is.
These are videos, right?
Correct.
And so what are you trying to document here? Show
the accuracy of the total station scanner compared to the drone video footage. As an overview of the Apple River, the drone footage and the fly-through on the digital video are showing it going from downstream upwards upstream.
So flying away from the bridge?
Correct.
And then what is this one?
It's a different video showing the drone flying upstream, now downstream towards the bridge. And on the left-hand side is a video fly-through from our forensic data showing the similar aspect.
Just trying to generally document the area of the river?
Correct.
Now, when the video stopped, do you see that shadow going across the river at the right image? Across the water?
I do.
Would that be the bridge?
It is.
What's this?
This is a legend explaining any future still shots, explaining what each item represents. On the right-hand side, it's not easy to explain the cardinal directions of many of our still shots and photographs, so it's easy to represent what's upstream and what's downstream. If you compare it to pouring a glass of water, as the water fills up, you get more blue down towards the bottom, so the water is flowing downward. Each circle represents an initial point either for contact, attack, or witness groups, as well as a knife recovery location.
How about slide 6?
On the left-hand side, you have a drone still shot photo overview of the river. As you see what the arrow downstream is at the bottom of the photograph. On the right-hand side is a still shot rendering with our forensic data utilizing the scanner showing the same viewpoint.
Slide 7.
Again, on the left-hand side is a still shot from the drone footage on the left side, excuse me, and on the right-hand side is a 3D rendered still shot using the total station scanner data showing the same perspective.
Same thing, but now facing upstream?
Correct. Upstream would be at the bottom and the river is flowing downwards towards the top of the photographs.
Slide 9.
Again, an overview photograph from the drone footage on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is our forensic still shot using the data collected from the scanner. The water at the lower left-hand corner is upstream and it flows downstream towards the bridge in the upper right-hand corner.
Slide 10, what are we looking at?
This is an overall still shot that we created with the scanner data. Included in this are locations of the initial contact in the white circle. The yellow circle is the attack location. The pink circle is the Carlson tubing group, and the orange circle is the Miu tubing group. If you can see on the left-hand side of the middle of the river, there's a large white pole that extends from the tree line. That is the knife location. If we were to put a circle down on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the tree overhang from the 3D drawing.
And so the bridge would be above this area of the river?
Correct. The bridge would be further forward on top of the photograph.
I'm just going to end the show quick so I have my pointer here. Is this what you're talking about, the vertical line of the knife location?
Correct.
I'm just going to zoom in. And Do you go through in later slides on how you estimate these locations?
Yes, with the assistance of Investigator Schultz, we were able to take direct data points utilizing a prism pole. He had an estimated location of each incident. And so we took direct shots to create that circle.
Similar diagram, but looking upstream now?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
On the left-hand side is a drone photograph. On the right-hand side is a similar perspective using forensic data. In this still shot that we took, we included the initial contact location, the Carlson group, Miu tubing group, and the right-hand side, you can see the long pillar where the knife location was at.
So that orange circle in the background to the right, in the scan, it looks like a kind of a green spot it's on, but that in the left, would that be that sandbar?
Yes.
Same diagram facing towards the bridge?
Correct, different perspective.
Same thing?
Same thing, different perspective.
What are we looking at on this slide, 15?
On the left-hand side, we have a more focused still shot with the forensic data. With the instrument, we're able to get accurate measurements. And with this, we were able to determine the width of the river at different points along the river. As you can see on the left-hand side, the lower portion, it's 155 feet, approximately 155 feet across, then 150, 147, and then 155 feet across. On the right-hand photograph, you see a more overview of more of the river. And again, the measurements are included there, 155, 150, 147, 155, and the river narrows to 123 and 110. And those are all in feet.
And is this, the technology for this, is it similar to kind of the 3D scans maybe some realtors or construction companies use now?
So the Trimble SX10 scanner is a total station scanner that utilizes infrared laser beams. It also takes panoramic photographs. And so you are able to take a scan in 360. Everything the infrared laser hits or reflects off of returns to the instrument. It creates a data point for that. It uses the pictures that it takes in order to create a color for each individual data point. It collects approximately 26,000 data points per second in the scanner mode. The instrument is good up to 600 meters, and at accuracy at 100 meters, it's approximately
Hello,
14
Hella, on
millimeters.
your Hella
This
raid.
instrument's used by land surveyors, building contractors, and in law enforcement, we utilize it
Thank you
for
for being here,
forensic
guys.
gathering of scenes, whether internal or
I
external.
can't see chat.
Do anything to make
but-
sure that when it's giving you
Oh, you
data
should be
points
able to
that
see
it's
some chat, right?
recording?
No,
the
it's
distances?
no, I
Let's
can't.
do a
I can
distance
see you putting chat
accuracy
out.
check at the beginning of the scan.
Oh, really?
We'll end up laying
It's-
out a tape
no, it's
measure.
me.
We'll do a direct
It's
shot
me.
instead of a scan of that tape
Well, I
measure
can see
and
it.
measure it from there.
No,
We'll
I
go
understand
into
what
the
you're
computer
saying
software
normally,
system,
though. That's all.
measure those
No,
two
no,
same points and
it's
make
on
sure
me
Saying
though,
all nice
not
things
you.
about you.
So if you had
It's
this,
not on me,
oh,
not
sorry.
you. Don't worry.
EU raid, I mean, depending on, that sounds a little concerning
If
that
you
the
had
EU's
this
trying to come
program
over.
open on your computer, could you click
Not
between
that
two different
EU.
points and get a measurement of the distance between them?
any individual dot that's on that drawing, we could get an X, Y, and Z measurement for it. So measurement across, height, and slope.
And then in the next few
See
slides,
chat on my
what are you
phone though.
showing
Your
me?
Dave
So this
says
is,
my scanner's
since we're
80
able to view
grand.
from different
Yeah,
perspectives,
geez.
this is the perspective if you're
These 3D
standing near the
scanners are
new
not
group
cheap.
location by the island sandbar that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. The circle ahead of you is the initial contact location. On the right-hand side, the purple circle is the Carlson group.
I'm going to back up. I forgot to ask you a question here. I'm going to end the show so I can use my cursor.
Nosy Rosie, why is this part important? Because as the prosecutor, they're trying to establish for people how things are set up and give the jurors an idea of how this river looked, because not everybody might know about it. This guy's a boomer for doing his presentation in the worksheet, the working part of PowerPoint. He should be doing it in PowerPoint, clicking through slides. But this is the boomer way of doing it.
Oh. All right.
But Hella, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for
So
stopping by.
in this slide, I just went back to 15. You have two dots representing where the Issacs group was, right?
Correct.
And then for the Carlson's group, there's just one dot, but were they also drifting?
Yes, the location of the Carlson group was based off of Investigator Schultz's knowledge. We took a direct shot of it, but it was the stationary location, not them progressing down the river.
And what are we looking at here?
So with our drawing software, we're able to put in mannequins or models. In this case, we were able to put a 6-foot tall person into the river to show the perspective from Miu's group to what a person at that distance would look like. Again, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Again, with this one, now we have the yellow circle as the initial contact, progress further down river to the attack location. The 6-foot tall person is placed in the general area of that attack location.
Slide 19.
This perspective is from the Carlson group, and here they're looking across river. So to your left will be upriver, and as the water flows to the right downriver, you'll see their perspective of the initial contact and their perspective towards the attack location.
Slide 20.
Again, in the drawing, we just include a 6-foot tall mannequin to show visual perspective of what a person would look like at that distance.
21.
This again is a 6-foot tall person now near the attack location, as witnessed from the original location of the Carlson group.
And these approximate locations of the groups, did you get that from comparing it to the video of the incident?
I did.
So what are we looking at on slide 22?
So on the left-hand side is our perspective of the initial contact is facing upstream towards the Miu tuber group. This will show on the right-hand side the still frame extraction from slide 0196. I ended up cropping the perspective to compare to what the phone video looks like for that still shot and showing the background with the trees and where the Miu group is at, putting that approximate circle there.
Slide 24.
Again, to help confirm with the initial contact location based off of the video still shots from the cell phone, 0462 is on the right, and on the left-hand side is our crop perspective from the initial contact looking at that same bridge.
26.
In this still photograph, we compared still shot 2961 and created the perspective on the left using the drawing software program. It's looking back upriver. On the left, you see this purple circle for the Carlson group, and you can barely see it in the middle, the outline of the Miu group in orange. We cropped up perspective to match similarly to the phone still shot. And in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the light green grassy area just outside of the Sandbar Island area.
So just to simplify it a little bit, is it fair you're looking at the video and then trying to do a fly through of your 3D scan to find the same perspective of different clips in the video?
Do your best to go into the 3D drawing and zoom in or get to the exact perspective. And there may need to be some manipulation of just your viewpoint, not of the data, just of the view of what you're looking at inside the drawing in order to create the still shot on the left-hand side.
And 28, what are we looking at?
On the right-hand side is the still shot of the cell phone video 2995. On the left-hand side is the same perspective. This is now the attack location and showing the Carlson group straight ahead at that perspective, as you can see with the trees on the top of the photograph matching the rendered drawing on the left-hand side.
Can we activate his screen, Judge, so you can kind of trace what he's talking about the trees?
It should be a
Cursor on there, Your Honor?
just use your finger.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm looking at here is the same tree line that I see here and then I see there to show the same perspective.
And then what are we looking at in slide 30?
This is an overview of the river. Upstream is towards the top of the photograph, downstream towards the bridge is on the bottom. We have the initial contact location is the white circle and a measurement between that circle and the attack location, which is in feet.
So about 62?
Approximately 62 feet, yes.
Same thing, but looking the other direction?
Correct. Now the bridge is at the top of the photograph and upstream towards the islands at the bottom.
Slide 32.
This is a overview, the distance between the attack location and the knife recovery location, which is approximately 114 feet.
Slide 33.
This is the attack location to distance to the Miu group, which is 233 feet. And the approximate distance from the attack location to the Carlson group, excuse me, which is approximately 132 feet.
And that would be 132 feet from the ultimate spot, but if the Carlsons continued to drift downriver, they would have been closer, fair?
Correct.
Sustained.
Let me go back. So how many dots do you have for Isaac's group in this one?
2.
And what's the white dot?
The white dot's the initial contact location,
Yellow dot?
the attack location,
And then the pink dot for the Carlson group, what's that?
the initial location that Investigator Schultz told me where the Carlson group was at.
So no subsequent location of the Carlson group is identified in the diagram?
No.
And slide 34, what are we looking at?
On the left-hand side is a photograph from the drone footage. On the right-hand side is the still shot perspective.
I'm just
towards-
gonna zoom in. Actually, let me focus you here. On the left, how about just on the left photo, what are we looking at?
So it's a photograph from the drone footage showing deputies or investigators there. I believe Investigator Sheppy is on the left-hand side, walking in towards the tree line location on the south shore.
To identify where that knife was found?
That's where I was informed the knife was found, yes.
And on the right, same location, but from the scan?
Same perspective.
And so the bridge from here would be to the right?
Correct, downstream.
Same thing, but now there's that white bar.
White bar signifying the location of the knife recovery. Now just a zoomed out perspective of the knife recovery. And then an overview of the knife recovery location.
And then the bottom left of that right image would be that sandbar?
I do.
Did the chair's office measure the water depth?
We did.
And so what are we looking at in slide 38?
So with the rec shots, we're able to utilize a prism pole. We measured the height of the pole, and then the bottom of it, the instrument will measure where the sand ground is underneath the water, since the instrument does not reflect off water. So we're able to take direct shots in different areas of the river. And in this area, near the attack location, the approximate depth of the river was 0.83 feet, or approximately 9.96 inches.
And was this measured the same day as the incident or later, if you recall?
Approximately 1 month after.
Okay, so if the more rain, less rain, it could have been different?
Could have been.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Regarding the depth. You said the depth was measured 1 month later, correct?
Correct.
The date of the incident was July 30th, correct?
Correct.
And so August 30th, roughly?
September 1st.
Okay, so more than 30 days,
Correct.
32 days, 33 days, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
You would agree that you've lived in this area for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with the river?
I am.
You're familiar with the trends of rivers in this area throughout the year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that typically speaking, rivers depth goes down between the end of July and the end of August?
Typically.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not the amount of rainfall that we had from July 30th to August to September 1st?
I did not.
So you have no idea, to some extent, how deep it was on July 30th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, maybe this would be a good time to break.
Sure, that's fine.
Taking a break in between examinations, but it is 2:30. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 2:45.
So, yes, guys, that is a very good point. That shows how far these kids heckled and followed Miu. But we'll see what that ultimately does. I don't know what that's going to do. But yes, we don't know how deep the water was at the time. Yeah, so it was deeper on July 30th. Maybe, maybe not, but they just don't know.
We're out of session until 2:45.
Chimney, you're saying the lawyer needs to stop saying correct. It's stupid. That's a leading question. Do you agree with me, right? You agree this happened, yes? Because you're limiting the person to yes, no answers.
We'll fill the day, right?
Correct, incorrect, yes, no. That is the plan
Sounds
here.
like
That's
the
how
other
you do
thing is it
this.
Sounds like the state agrees that
So
whatever Spanish-speaking witnesses they don't call tomorrow, they have no objection to our calling those Spanish-speaking witnesses.
This is
out of
fine.
Order, since the interpreters are available and are intended.
but yeah, Chinny, that's how you do it. Like if I'm asking you questions, correct, yes, no, incorrect, correct. I'm asking you because I'm trying to hammer the points home. So it may be annoying, but that's how you do direct or cross-examination. So
This part, just to explain, this part they're just discussing about taking witnesses out of turn for day 5, essentially, and that's all it is. And there's going to be one witness next week
I'll
that
return as well.
individuals that were here before and are ordered to show up on Friday.
Yes, we have interpreters available all day tomorrow. So let's get all of the witnesses done tomorrow. We need Spanish interpreters.
Then my only request is this, we explain it to the jury that giving interpreters, normally be state defense, but.
Yes, I'll do that.
And just also, Mr. Anderson had indicated that he may have a potential problem with one of his medical witnesses next week. And if he needs to call that person out of order, if he finishes and we start calling witnesses, we reciprocate.
Very nice. Excellent. Thank you. I'm recessed.
No, guys, that's normal. That happens all the time. We need to call stuff out of order. The interpreter issue, that's a critical thing. The judge doesn't want to fuck around with that. Having medical witnesses who might be out of town. Even if he said we don't agree, the judge is going to be like, I'll let them call them out of order because it's not their fault. Like, shit happens. So it's just, if part of this is if you go out of your way to look somewhat collegial about it, the judge might think, okay, well, my guys aren't being dickheads about stuff. And that judge might give you a little help here and there. So that's why you try to not be complete assholes when you can avoid it. So here we go. Back with that detective.
As we flip out the screen.
All right. Thank you.
That's all.
That's it.
Yep.
I was bracing for something important.
I think it was important.
No, I used the wrong words. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Something much more monumental. Whatever. Let's move on. It's late in the day. I'm getting tired.
Yes.
Bring a drink.
There's one more witness after this witness, and then they're done for the day. So.
All rise for the jury.
Well, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Please be seated. We are back with the jury, ready to continue. Lieutenant Coleman's on the witness stand. Mr. Nelson.
Sir, I believe I was asking you questions about the water depth when we last spoke. During your testimony, I think you had said near attack location, and you said approximate. Can you tell the jury precisely where it was measured on the river, the depth?
Yes, there was a direct shot location placed in that point of the river.
Okay. Did you just measure it in that one spot?
Yes.
Did you just take a sample, like a foot here, 2 feet here, 3 feet over there? Did you do any kind of sampling in that general area?
Yes.
Do you have those numbers?
I have a log of them, I do.
For whatever reason, you chose this number.
That was the number Investigator Schultz told, or the location Investigator Schultz told me to take the shot.
I understand. And so this is the river, right? You measured it from this spot, correct?
Correct.
You measured it from this spot because that man told you, correct?
Correct.
What I'm asking is, did you take a measurement over here, or over here, or over here, any place else around that area, just as a sampling of the area where Investigator Schultz told you to?
Yes.
Do you have those measurements?
There's a log measurement of the of the depths in those general areas.
And fair to say that it varies depending upon where you measure, correct?
Correct.
The location that Investigator Schultz chose, that's a human choice, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you've done accident reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And you've done accident reconstruction on terra firma, on ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you're on the ground, not on the water, it's easier to have a particular landmark, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the difficulty about a river is it's fluid in every sense of that word, correct?
Yes, sir.
No pun intended.
So for you to establish the landmarks that you mentioned, you were again using land, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any river marks or water marks, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Investigator Schultz, how he made that human decision to say that's the spot?
He did not explain to me why he chose that spot.
And when he chose that spot to you, were you out on the river with him?
Yes.
And he was like, this is it right here.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever take that spot that he pointed to and compare it to the video?
Yes.
And what we know is, so we have that spot based upon the human choice that Investigator Schultz told you, right?
Correct.
Then you also have what I think you called initial contact, correct?
Correct.
And was that based upon a human choice that Investigator Schultz told you or something else?
Human choice.
So he told you, here's where the initial contact was.
Yes, sir.
And then that was compared using landmarks to see whether the perspective is accurate. Is that what
Correct.
You're basically telling us?
Correct.
And what we know is from the initial contact to that yellow dot that you call attack location, that's like 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from that, can we deduce that Nicolae Miu walked 62 feet in that direction?
He was around the generalized initial contact location and the attack location, so an approximate distance of 62 feet.
He got there by walking, correct?
Correct.
And had that initial location, had that group of teenagers stayed there, he's walking away. I mean, if he's standing at the yellow dot and the teenagers stay at the white dot, the teenagers are 62 feet away from Nicolae Miu if they stay there, correct? Should we draw it out?
Yes.
That's huge, guys. 62 feet. Not 5, not 10, 60 feet.
Okay. This is upstream. This is downstream. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
You had a mark that you called initial contact, and I think it was white. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I just use pink for this?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a mark that was more of a yellow. Is that fair to say? Or an orange?
Yellow, but you can use orange.
You call this one up here attack, right? Correct.
Correct.
My understanding is that, again, this isn't in perspective, right? But the distance from there to there is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
So Nicolae Miu, I'm making this, he is initially here, correct?
No.
All right. Nicolae Miu is not at the initial contact.
He is not in that location.
Okay. So when you said initial contact, who's contacting whom?
When two groups converge upon each other and they are in physical contact with each other, whether by tubes or persons.
Who are the, there's.
So that's
Nicolae
where
Miu,
he would
agreed?
be.
Correct.
I don't get the
There's
point.
The teenager group, agreed?
Yes.
And there's
For
the Carlson group, agreed?
Agreed.
And then there's the Miu group, agreed?
Agreed.
In this part, we don't have the Miu group, correct?
Correct.
And in this part, we don't have the Carlson group, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the initial contact is between Mr. Miu and the 6 teenagers, agreed?
Agreed.
So Mr. Miu is, I didn't put it in here, but he's in this general area at the initial contact, correct?
Where you put the X is not the correct spot. I don't mean to be a semantics, Mr. Nelson.
Put it where it needs to be.
Initial contact, because you're upstream, not up here. Mr. Miu made contact at a diagonal, and he was above upstream.
He had it wrong. The upstream and downstream were wrong sides with him. That's all it was.
That really doesn't make it any better here, Detective.
Other than I don't have the X showing towards the shoreline, but in the general area, yes.
What do you mean by the, where would Mr. Miu be here?
Mr. Miu approached from this angle, so I put him here at the top upstream of the tuba group.
Okay, all right. And when you say he approached from this angle, you don't know that, correct?
Looking at the video, we came from upstream.
What video were you looking at? Is there a video of Mr. Miu walking from his group over to there?
Why would he come from upstream? He'd be coming from downstream. He'd be coming upstream. But he'd be coming from the downstream angle. Because they already passed and lost the phone, so he went back. Which means he's coming upstream. This... they fucked this chart up 8 ways from Sunday. This detective is like... I'm not wrong, am I?
Oh, they fucked this up massively.
This turns into a fucking mess.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I'm
wait
screwing a
for it.
lot in it. I'm sure he's going to take Diddy's side on it. If he's upstream, why would he be going down? Going downstream is going with the flow, guys. Why would he be going ahead of where he was going? Like, you guys are looking at this wrong. If you're upstream Miu, you're floating downstream. They lost their phone, and he went back upstream to get it. Which means he was coming from the downstream angle. This cop thinks he came from the upstream angle. So
That's why I challenge it.
Do you understand what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, this is what he's challenging now.
And this cop is getting all fucking defensive, and it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he went down then back up, and this cop's saying he went up then back down. This is not. This is retarded. So
he was upstream at an angle going towards the tuber group.
Okay. This is 62 feet, correct?
Correct.
The video that you watched, you're saying you walked more than 62 feet?
I don't know where he walked from. I just know he was upstream of the tuber group when he had initial contact with them.
So we've got two different, I'm not confused here, okay? Have you seen the videos from Joanne Cockfield's phone?
Yes.
There's a video that's been admitted that's 9 seconds long in which Mr. Cockfield yells out the word rape. Are you familiar with that video?
No.
There's a video that's 3 minutes and 20 seconds long that involves the incident that we're here to, the jury's here to determine. Are you familiar with that video?
Yes.
Any other video that you're talking about?
No.
And the video then that you're talking about, which is an
you know what? Hold on here. Hold on. Time out.
That's the only video you've seen, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw because here's how I understand it. Here's how I understand it. Oh, well, let me draw here. I need to find a. Well,
I want to be artist.
I mean, here's how I understand it. We're just gonna use this here because it'll work. So here's the stream, and here's the stream. Okay, the river is flowing this direction. Okay, this is upstream. This is downstream. Downstream means you're down. It's just like being upwind or downwind. If you're downwind, the wind's blowing towards you. If you're upwind, the wind's blowing away from you. So the idea is, the way I understand it, you know, because he's the defendant, here's the defendant, and here's the victims. They're in their tube group, and the phone gets lost somewhere over here, somewhere in this area. Nicolae gets out of his tube and starts walking this way. While that's happening, these guys are floating downstream like everybody else. Like, here's the Carlson group with all those fucking weirdos. There's other groups of people, like, you know, randomly here. And everybody's going this way. That's the way I understand this. This cop is not making any fucking sense. Like, chat, are you with me? Yes, water flows downstream. Yes, I also say he's downies, maybe. I don't know. Even in the morning, downstream, upstream in the morning, downstream in the evening. Oh my God, stop. Am I wrong so far, chat? Is this making sense to you?
So the Miu group though are upstream.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta move you out of the way.
Yeah,
move you out of the way, honey. Here you go. Yes. So here's Miu. He's the defendant. D is the Delta. It's the defendant. They're going this way, but he gets out and walks back. Yeah, water doesn't flow uphill. Exactly.
I think that the Miu group are behind these guys though. Further
That doesn't.
back.
I get what you're saying there. I understand that part, but here's the issue. The water flows down. Okay, so let's erase all this here. Okay, I'm gonna erase all this stuff.
Yeah, no, I got you.
My point is, if I start erasing all of this, and oh yeah, 2.0's got a better idea. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna do better. I got a better one. We're gonna make the river go horizontal. Okay, and then you have upstream. And you've got downstream.
Mm-hmm.
Also known as the current of the river is this way. It's the current. You know, it's like, you know, like Enrique Iglesias said, you know, let the river take control. And it's a rhythm, but let the river take control in Baltimore. So everybody in their tubes and their little tubies in their little tubes, and they got their coolers in their tube, and they're all going this way down the river. You don't tube upstream. You tube downstream is the point. Now, why am I saying this is an issue here? Oh, God, I lost it. Damn it. All right, hold on here. We'll redo the lines again. Actually, hold on. I'll make these. We'll have big, thick boy lines for the banks of the river. Okay. So far we agree, though, right? That the river's going this direction, right? The river's going that way. And well, because that's the current. That's, hold on here. Fuck. Also, this is just called a draw-on app for Chrome. So if you ever need it, this is helpful to draw things.
That's good.
Oh, I love using it. And people love arts and crafts time with me. So here's the deal. So this is up. This is down. So everybody's heading this way. So where the river's carrying everyone. So the idea is if this is Nicolae Miu right here, and here are the victims, right? This is what some people are trying to argue. They're all heading this way, right? If they're all going downstream and he's behind them, they're heading this way. How would they have lost the phone up here? They wouldn't have. They would have lost the phone here or back behind themselves, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
If my direction of travel is going east, I don't all of a sudden turn around and start going west. If I want to go west, I'm going backwards. So the way I understand it and the way I think he's trying to show how fucked up this is that instead of this, we have victims coming this way, Nicolae and everybody's here going this way, and then somebody's like, oh, fuck, I dropped my phone, and it's like right here. So Nicolae gets out, and he goes, boop, 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 and he's like, I'm going to look. And in the meantime, the little moron brigade ends up coming here, and, we have, we've got our big kerfluffle. That's the way I understand this happening. That's the only way that makes sense to me. Because you don't lose items you don't lose items downstream.
You're making sense, but you're also wrong.
How am I? How
so? I'm not saying you're wrong, but right. How I understand it, you said makes complete sense, right? But
that's dumb, Sean. This is how people get killed. What? How does this kill me? The phone floats. Okay, but here's the idea, Steven. If the phone floated, let's say the phone was floating. Like here's the thing, guys. Let's say the phone's floating. Let me just. People are bringing this up here. Hold on. People are saying I'm wrong. How am I wrong? Okay, because here's the deal, and I'm willing to be a retard about this. That's fine. Because here's the problem with this some of you guys saying this, that they went back. If I'm sitting here on the river in a group, so this is Nicolae's people, okay? This is Nicolae and his people right here. And they're floating down the river, Yahoo, and they're having a good time, okay? If I drop my phone out, where does it go? And if it floats, where does it go? It's going to go downriver, right? Okay. Is all of a sudden it going to go like, yeah, before I catch up to it? I mean, like, is it gonna take off downriver faster than me? No. It's an item that's it's basically a parachute. The river can't make you go faster than anything else on the river. Like if it had a little motor on it, yeah, it could get all the way down here first. But otherwise, where did the phone's not magically going to take off on its own? Because if the river's fast enough to move the phone that far ahead, these guys would be flying too. Like it can't go any faster than you can go. Because it's not like you set your phone down in the water and it's like a conveyor belt and just shoom, and it's gone. Is my point. Does that make sense?
No, what you say makes sense. However, what they're saying
Yeah.
is that the group was behind upstream. I know logically it does not make sense, but when he walks back from downstream to upstream, he's
Mhm.
waving to his group. So it could be possible that they lost the phone where you said and maybe got out, whatever, and the others passed him, past the group, possibly. I don't know. But he is making his way from downstream, upstream, and waving to the group. So these guys are past their group. Is how
Well,
I
here.
understand it.
Tell me how you understand. Tell me where to draw this because I'm trying to. I think visually. So tell me how you want me to draw this. Where
So
do you?
you know in the middle, right? So as we look at the screen, left hand side.
Okay, right here.
So yeah, so say that is the group. Let's say that's the Miu group, for instance.
This is
right?
Nicolae and the gang. Okay, and
The
then where do you
gang
want the
there.
V for the victims?
So the victim, say by his year, during
Okay.
one by the year and the other one opposite it down.
Well,
as
I'm
well.
only worried about the kids because that's how this all kicks off. So let's just focus on them.
The kids is by the year somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Like, you want
Whatever.
the-
I don't know what I don't know what the distance is. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the
Yeah,
distance
well,
is.
let's just pick this. Let's just assume this is whatever distance, okay?
Yeah, that's
So here are the
absolutely
kids.
fine.
Here are the kids.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah. So he was obviously there somewhere. Then Nicolae was somewhere around there.
So and this dotted line's Nicolae.
Yeah,
You're
walked it.
saying he
Well,
walked up to here to these guys, right?
in the middle and then up to them. Yes.
Okay. And then from there, when he tries to walk away, which direction is he going?
So he carries on
So you're telling
downstream.
me Nicolae just keeps walking on his own
And he
down
stops.
that way?
Stop. Well, yeah, he stops. He turns around
And they come back at him.
and he goes back upstream. He walks upstream.
So you're saying now he goes like this, and he's trying to get past them,
Yes. And gets
and
blocked.
they block him,
Yes.
and then they block him, and then everybody shows up.
Yes. Now, I get your point though, because it doesn't make sense how his phone was downstream. I get your point though. Do you know what I mean? So which makes it believe, was there a phone down there? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. But he definitely walks back upstream because everyone is facing downstream. If you look at the video, the kids are all facing downstream, and he cuts across into the middle. And the deeper it goes down, the deeper the water goes downstream. So that's when he turns around back towards his group.
Okay, yeah. So okay, and you know what? I'll work on some different colors real quick. But yes, if I'm confused, how the fuck is the jury not confused right now? Is a concern of mine. All right, so here I'll switch some colors out. All right, so there's a super chat. All right, hold on. We'll do the victims in blue.
Yeah.
And then we'll do in green over here. The riverbanks are green. There, does that make it easier for you guys to look at? Because I understand. I know what I'm looking at. So I just think, and I understand what you guys are trying to say. But my thought was, because I just don't see how you lose something ahead of you.
No, that makes sense. That does make sense.
Yeah.
That
Does that
does
make it easier,
100%
Young?
sense.
Does that make it easier? They aren't moving. Well, they have to be. Okay.
But remember, they
Muse
stopped
group
for
was
food.
stopped. The phone fall, float down.
So they stopped for
Yeah.
food. So there's a campsite where they probably were. Now I'm speculating here, but there was a campsite that they stopped at for food or drinks. So I'm presuming they were stopped. That's all I could. But also, they didn't find the phone, so potentially he thought that it would float down, but it didn't. It probably did float down, as in straight to the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, sunk. But they didn't think about that.
Yeah.
They thought it might have floated down the river, so that's why he continued going down the river. Is how I read it, because they had stopped to get some drinks and stuff and take the photos and things like that. So they're on the side. Then he went snorkeling thinking the phone has floated down the river, even though it would never float down the river. And that's when he got in the faces of, obviously, saw all these groups then.
Yeah. Charlie's now more confused. I'm sorry, Charlie. I think we're kind of split on this.
I'm pretty certain on this one, if I'm being honest, because they were 100% stopped for drinks and things, and that's where I believe was a time period of when he then went off on his own with a snorkel and things, because they were resting and looking down, because they were relaxed. They weren't obviously tubing, so he went off on his own then. And you were 100% right. The phone was sunk down. But for whatever logic they had, they must have thought that the phone had, floated down for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I
that's
think
why he went to look in.
okay, fair enough. There are
That's how I do it.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just saying if I'm this confused, then holy shit.
If you're a lawyer and you're confused, then what chance has the jury got? Yeah.
Yeah. So Thunderstruck for $5 says you can't hear punch to Madison nor any reaction, but you can hear the splash slap delivered by Dante to Miu 1 second later, although further away. Very good point. Very good point. And when somebody gets slapped, you definitely hear a crack. And then Valas for $2 says, yes, red, more blood. Yes, John Coleman for $2 says, what's around the river bend? Intoxicated pricks. And then Ariel for $2 says, Miu's group was not moving, they were stopped. Okay, and my argument still stands, though. They lost the phone while they were moving, so now they're trying to look for it. But either way, they had lost their phone in previous travels, or somewhere in an area. Like I said, I still the argument, but anyways, the most accurate of what is happening to be from Nicolae himself. It will be, but for now, we gotta work with this. Senor Spielbergo says the funny thing is this doesn't change whether or not it was self-defense. No, but remember, this is a story, and the story has to make sense for us to understand it. So if it doesn't understand the group, if the story doesn't make sense, it makes it hard for people to figure it out. So yes, overall, this isn't a big deal, but it's critical more or less. So here we go.
In that video, Mr. Miu is walking towards the teenagers, correct?
Correct.
He eventually jogs for like 3 or 4 steps, agreed?
Correct.
That's what you're talking about is when he reaches his hands out and puts his hands on the tube. That's the initial contact, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now that we got that down, from that initial contact point until where whomever attacked whomever, that's 62 feet away, correct?
Correct.
So for Mr. Miu to get from here to there, he had to walk 62 feet downstream, correct?
Correct.
Had the teenage group stayed where they were, he'd have been 62 feet away, agreed?
Correct.
The only way that they got there is they followed him, correct?
I just know they ended up at the same location. I don't know who followed who.
Well, you watched the video, right?
I did.
Ooh, he's got him now.
And at some point, do you see Mr. Miu then walk towards the Carlson group?
Yes.
Do you know how far Mr. Miu walks from the place where he walked away from the teenagers to walk over to the Carlson group?
No.
Do you know how far the teenagers walked to follow him over there?
No.
Fair to say that in determining the locations, you determined the Miu group based upon the sandbar, correct?
Correct.
That's a landmark, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're very confident in that determination of that position, correct?
Yes.
Because that's not dependent upon a human saying it was here. It's a landmark, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've done accident reconstruction on roadways, correct?
Yes, sir.
On roadways, you're often asked to determine where the lanes of the road are, correct?
Correct.
Who's in which lane, correct?
Correct.
A river is completely different, right?
It is.
Because there's no designated lanes, correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, there's a law enforcement officer, there's no place that a person can or can't be on the river, correct?
Correct. I barely heard you.
Can we approach if we're gonna have
Yes.
speaking objections?
Oh, guys, you're wondering about that? That looks like an officer who died, like 8835 or something. I don't know, but it's something probably for like an officer who died.
Next question.
Just so I want to be clear, his answer stands. I'm moving on.
Fair enough.
At some point, you showed on there also the width of the river. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think the distances were ranging in that general area anywhere from 147 feet wide to 155 feet wide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plenty of room for a group to go around one man.
Yes.
You talked about, again, on the drawing legend, we have, I think it's pretty obvious, initial contact. We've talked about what that is, right?
Correct.
And then the Carlson group and the Miu group. We talked about the Miu group is on the sandbar and that never changes, correct?
Correct.
The Carlson group is based upon one moment in time, correct?
Correct.
That may have changed throughout that 3 minutes and 20-second video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in that 3 minutes and 20 seconds, for lack of a better phrase, Mr. Investigator Schultz picked a space and said, let's put them here.
Yes.
And then the last location we talked about there, the term used was attack location, correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer. You've been in this position here testifying in front of a jury, correct?
I have.
Right. You're here to give facts, right?
Correct.
You're not here to make determinations, right?
Yes.
You're not saying who attacked who, correct?
Correct.
It's just that's where this event happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not meaning to imply one particular person attacked another or somebody attacked somebody else. You could have used the word event location, correct?
I could have.
Incident location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you given some direction by the district attorney's office to use that term?
No.
That's a term you chose on your own.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, it's meant to be neutral. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. You talked about we had some slides up there about viewpoint. Is that right?
Yes.
And the viewpoint that we showed in the slide, there was no, I think exhibit 104 and 105. There's no human beings in between, like the Carlson group and the location that you were looking at the view. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same thing for the Miu group, correct?
Correct.
You're obviously aware that sometimes if there's a human being in between the person who's looking and what they're trying to look at, that might obstruct the view, correct?
Correct.
Showing you, if I can get the screen. So this is exhibit number 104, which witnesses have testified is the approximate location of people at about 149, okay?
Yes, sir.
You would agree, depending upon where somebody is at G2, there may or may not be people obstructing their view to Mr. Miu, correct?
There you go.
Sorry, can you repeat?
So
sir?
before you.
If you were trying to, you at some point,
Check on relevance and speculate. I mean, speculation, we've been testing.
You could see downstream, he's facing up towards upstream. If you see that. If you use this, Sean, as a plan, the downstream obviously is there, upstream, he's facing towards upstream.
Yes. So here's my point. That the groups that this actually this I feel like this helps me here. I'm not trying to tell y'all I'm right, but I think I'm right. Because when you look at this, here's downstream, here's the bridge. Okay.
Yes.
And then we got the riverbanks.
Oh fuck, here we go.
Well, I'm serious. Oh, fuck,
Yeah, that's
really.
fine.
Well, as the great wise man Steve Quest says, you're about to get learned. So, as the man known as Montegraph said, you're about to get learned. So here you go. We got the bridge. I got the bridge. Here's the bridge.
Yeah.
Woohoo. Okay. Now here is the riverbank. Why is god damn you fucking colors, stick around. There. So, woo, color. Why is this being retarded? Hell in killer mode right now. Here's the riverbank. Here's the riverbank. Okay, so the travel of the current is which way? That way.
Yeah.
Okay. So G2 is the Carlson group. G1 is the kids.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Miu's group is somewhere. That's them down there, isn't it? That circle, that's
No.
them, right?
No.
Okay, well, my point is either way, wherever they're at, they would have lost the phone. So because if they were sitting in, because like if they were doing whatever it was, like shining dildos or fitting tampons or whatever it is they're doing, let's say they picked a spot and they're hanging around, right?
Mhm.
If they're sitting like right here doing it, you wouldn't
They're
fucking
not-
wander over here to look for the phone.
They're more.
If they're sitting, I'm just saying, wherever they're
Yeah,
hanging
no, I got
out
you.
at, where's where you'd look. So my point is, where they looked, he's out here looking around, and guess where all these guys came from? They came from way back here, and they came this
Yeah.
way.
I agree.
So my point is, it's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. The phone never went downstream. Like they lost the phone. They're like, oh shit, we lost it. They stopped. He went to go look for it. And as he's standing here looking, here come the kids and everybody else running into him. So they were coming from upstream. And as Miu tries to go away, he tries to walk that way. He's going downstream because he's not going to walk upstream. He walks downstream. Because if he tried to walk, but if he tried to walk upstream through them, that wouldn't work. He's going downstream because that's initially where he was headed. The kids all came this way. Everybody came this way. G2 was going in this direction. G1's going in this direction. And they ran into him.
That's fine.
Okay.
In my opinion, his group is back where the exhibit is.
Okay. Well, I don't understand why. I guess I don't know.
Because, as they said, the phone's floating down wherever that was. They were stopped. They were stopped at the campsite, getting shots and stuff like that. That's how I interpret it.
Okay.
But the long story short end of the story is, if we can't even agree, how the fuck are the jury going to agree?
Fair enough. So the kids were on the river. The kids were not on the river before the guys group. I'm assuming they left later, because otherwise it wouldn't. Did they mention where they found the phone? Well, it doesn't matter where they found the phone because it's. Anyways, we're gonna move on. Yes, we should have subpoenaed. We should have subpoenaed Old Man River. Yes, we should have subpoenaed Mother Nature. Explain us how your river works, or Pocahontas. That's who we need. We need Pocahontas.
You see the pen pointing at G2 there?
I do.
I was to tell you that's the Carlson group. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
At least one of your slides was the viewpoint from G2 essentially over towards, what you called the attack location where Mr. Miu was standing, correct?
Correct.
That pen would, again, generally speaking, that viewpoint, correct?
Correct.
And we agree that depending upon where a person is in relation to this G2, their view of Riley Madison, Madison Cohn, Dante Carlson, Nick Miu, it may be obstructed by other human beings, correct?
Correct.
It all depends upon where they're standing and who's in their way, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to do any modeling by the district attorney's office how to view if there were people in these positions?
No.
In the view that you had in your presentation, that was what we would perceive of a 6-foot model, correct?
Correct.
How tall was the person looking? Were they also 6 feet? Where on the?
From their head level, yes, 6 foot tall perspective, looking
So it was
across.
a 6-foot person looking at another 6-foot person.
Yes.
Obviously, that would change again depending upon their height.
Correct.
And depending upon their height in comparison to the humans that they may or may not need to look around or through or over or under.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Anderson?
Attorney Nelson asked you 150 feet is enough room for a group to go around one man, and you said yes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is it enough room for one man to walk around a group?
Yes.
And Attorney Nelson asked you about this drawing. That if If the initial contact was here, 62 feet later is the attack location. If the group would have stayed there, Nicolae would have been up here and they would have been 60 feet apart. You recall that?
I do.
The beginning of the videos were the boys in their tubes
Yes.
and Nicolae was walking.
Yes.
The boys would have been floating in this direction.
Yes.
We should have used a water table and
You
some
actually
floaty
know
toys.
exhibit 104?
That would have been a better demonstration.
Do you know if this is where people were at some point at minute 49 in the video?
I don't know.
Do you know if this is even close to scale, the size of the circles for a person versus the distance between the groups?
There's no scale.
Thanks. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
In your determination on yours, you relied upon a human being telling you, here's where it was, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there on July 30th, 2022 at 1:49 into that video, which would have been about 3:45 in the afternoon, were you?
I was not.
You agree it's reasonable to rely on the people that were there?
Yes.
If the people that were there say that that accurately reflects where the human beings were in relation to each other, that's the same as you're relying upon Investigator Schultz, correct?
Could be.
Right?
Could be.
In fact, they were there. Mr. Schultz, Investigator Schultz wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
So if you have no information, are you going to rely upon eyewitness information about people's placement or just speculation?
And to take all information into account.
And certainly one of the things you take into account is the people that are there that say, this accurately reflects where everybody else was and I saw them.
They'll be taken into account, yes.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Coleman. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
Detective De La Cruz.
Last witness.
Yeah, well, it's either model painting or stream painting. Yes, we're trying, guys. But yes, we should have set up get one of those little kids' water tables. They should have. Sheriff Fossey should have set up a little kids.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward.
Yes.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
My kind of cop.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name as well?
Last name? My name is Carlos De La Cruz. I'm a detective with the city of New Richmond. And you spell my last name 3 words, lowercase DE, space lowercase LA, space capital CRUZ.
One more after this.
And Detective De La Cruz, were you asked to assist in doing some interviews in this case?
Yes.
And why were you asked to assist?
I'm often requested to assist with Spanish speaking witnesses or victims or suspects to help with interviews.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Did you grow up bilingual?
I did. I was born in Mexico. I spoke Spanish as a primary first language. I've been in the US for roughly 46 years, so I went through school here and learned English and grew up speaking both.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Well, actually, can I have?
That's right. Actually, Jeff, are you out there? Jeff, we need you. It's a maritime case. But it's not a defamation case, guys. Remember, this is not a defamation case.
Put exhibit 12A up here. Do you recognize some of the folks in this photo? Maybe hard to tell, but we probably weren't wearing the same thing when you interviewed them.
Yes, I can identify a few of them that I spoke with.
Okay. Did you interview with Sergio?
Yes.
Tatiana?
Yes.
Elba?
Rosie or Elba, yes.
Did she introduce herself as Rosie with you?
Yes, Rosie.
Oh, because he speaks
And then,
Espanol. That's
the two
why
on
they
the far
have him.
left, Ariel and Vilma?
Yes.
So you interviewed 5 of the people from this group?
Yes.
What language were those interviews done in?
Mostly Spanish. They did interject some English from time to time. I think they understood a little bit, but they were more comfortable in Spanish.
Okay. I'm handing you, it's been marked as exhibit 44. Were those interviews recorded on body camera?
Yes, whatever investigator was with me, whether he Dusty, investigator Geisness or investigator Sheppy, they had body cameras.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to look at the contents of exhibit 44?
Yes.
And the body cam footage for those 5 interviews on exhibit 44?
Yes.
Judge, I move to exhibit 44 for foundation for some transcripts only.
Any objection?
Can we approach this so I can make sure I understand?
Yes.
He's wrong. There's one more after this. One more witness.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson? All right, thank you, Detective.
Speaks illegal. Yes.
Who's next?
Sally Nichols.
Yes, guys, he's not interpreting. He's just being able to say, I spoke to these people. But for court tomorrow, these are going to be certified interpreters for day 5. Yes, because they have to introduce it. Remember, guys, they have to tell a story. Half these witnesses aren't going to be speaking English tomorrow. So they're going to say, how did these people get interviewed in the first place? You say, like, we got a detective from the next town over who speaks Espanol. You know, his habla Espanol muy bueno. And he comes in there and habla Espanol, and they're like, sí, comprendo. So, President-elect says they should have recreated the scene with the 40K minis, using yours for the 13 people and a space wolf for Nico. It would have helped soothe my tism. Yes. Guy from Mecklenburg, dude, says Law Daddy is always right. Well, I'm not Law Daddy, so I.
It's always right.
Only one person's calling me Daddy, and it ain't any of you. Only one person has the right to do that. Robert's like, nerds. Let's see here. Clyde calls me Daddy. No, Clyde's not a person. So let's just keep going, guys.
5 minutes.
Mr. Clerk?
What the heck is this?
Sally Nichols.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Sally Nichols.
Court reporter.
Sally Nichols. I apologize. I have a very bad cold, so I apologize for the sound of my voice right now.
Okay. And Ms. Nichols, what do you do for work?
I'm a certified court interpreter, so I do that pretty much full time.
And are you certified in both Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yes, and also the district court.
Okay. And as part of your translator duties, do you often create transcripts translating from Spanish to English?
That is correct. I've transcribed and translated many transcripts in different cases.
Permission to approach? Were you asked to, by the sheriff's office, to translate some recordings in this case?
Yes, I was.
And was some of those 911 calls?
Yes, there were some 911 calls.
I'm handing you what's been marked as exhibit 46.
Ah.
Do you identify what that is?
Yes, this is a transcript that I prepared. It's a transcript of one of the 911 calls.
And can you keep flipping through and see if there's some more? Another train.
Oh, yeah. This was the short one. And then there's another one right behind it, which is slightly longer.
So
That's correct. 2 of them.
2 separate phone call transcriptions included in exhibit 46.
That's correct.
Judge, I moved to minute 46. I imagine the same.
Just as the honor reserved it on our previous discussion. Okay, 46 is reserved.
Ms. Nichols, did you also receive body camera from the sheriff's office to transcribe?
Yes, I did.
Guys, this is just to authenticate the transcripts.
Oh, I grew up in Puerto Rico. I was raised there, so my parents are from the United States, but I grew up speaking Spanish and English because when I went to school, obviously, we spoke Spanish and so on. So I was able to go to some Spanish-speaking schools and some English-speaking schools and eventually a bilingual school.
This is kind of neat because I've never dealt with a court reporter who can translate into Spanish.
Transcript of a body camera for an interview on August 3rd, 2022.
And do you include the file name on the top? You don't need to read it, just do you include the file names on top of the transcript?
I don't have the file name on top, but I do see the name of the person who was interviewed.
And then do you see numbered some dash numbers?
It says 20-23-36.
Then, okay. Is that a transcript you prepared from one of the
That
body
is,
cameras?
that is correct.
That's
Yes.
pretty cool, though.
Okay, here I'm handing you exhibit 58.
That she did all that shorthand that translates Spanish.
Is that also a transcript that you prepared?
Yes, yes, it is.
Can you just read the numbers on the top of that one?
Yes, it says transcript of body camera 8/21/10 main camera.
Exhibit 69.
Yes, that's also a transcript that I prepared, and it says transcript of body camera 21/11/31 main camera.
Exhibit 70.
Yes, I recognize this one too. This is transcript of body camera 19/01/12 main camera.
Exhibit 71.
And this one also, transcript of body camera 18-10-01 main camera.
Did you transcribe these as accurately as possible, as close as you can get to a direct translation?
Yes, I did. What I do is I transcribe it first, just so I listen to it many, many times and decipher as much as I can hear. There are always a few words you can't completely hear, so I just write unintelligible when that happens. But yes, I transcribe it first, and then I go through and translate it into English.
That's not easy to do.
Same reservation, I moved to make exhibits 71, 70, 69, 58, and 45.
This time I'll reserve on those exhibits.
I don't have anything else.
Nelson, no question. All right, thank you. You may step down.
You're welcome.
Nichols, see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Done.
So we're done, guys.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, we've actually exhausted the witnesses we were able to get in for today.
All right.
Dunsky.
Yes.
Kelly R for $20. Let's go, chat. Says forgetting
Okay.
Nicolae had his snorkel gear on looking at the bottom of the river. They came up on him. He grabs her tubes, probably trying to divert himself from the kids. The kids immediately call it pedogate. Yeah, well, the kids are just being dumbasses. And that didn't help. If those kids weren't punks, we probably wouldn't have had the issues he had. But also, if Nicolae probably wasn't a bit of an asshole, we probably wouldn't have had the problems we had.
Yeah.
So, yes, finito.
No, I agree.
Yes, it's water under the bridge. So, but thank you so much, Kelly, for that super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, so that's been a heck of a day, guys. We're all caught up for now. Yeah, I don't know about starting like day 5 right now, but I mean, not really feeling it. I'm probably taking a break. We do have at 10 o'clock, at 10:30, I'll be doing a flashcast. I guess we're talking about P. Diddy, among other things. So I'm sure Lofty will be contrarian about whatever position I have. Say P. Diddy should be in jail. P. Diddy's like, they'll be like, no, I love P. Diddy. I want to go hang out with him. I don't know if you've been following what's going on with him, but
No.
P. Diddy's going the way of R. Kelly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw he had a raid or something, but I'm not following.
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
to be
he's
honest.
good he's going down the R. Kelly path. So
No, cool. Well,
yeah.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you having me today.
Yeah,
So,
guys, Dylan over in Alternate Corner, check him out. And if you ever want to have me on, just shoot a message to me, okay?
I definitely will, 100%.
Thanks for
I
hanging
will.
out. Gosh, it's like what, 3 in the morning there for you?
No, I've just gone 2, but
Hold on 1 second. Okay, so hold on. Apparently, my producer's telling me something here. We gotta go. Okay. 49 minutes in of day 1. Okay, 49 minutes in day 1. Hold on, if you don't mind humoring us for 1 minute here.
no, absolutely, it's fine.
2.0 is suggesting I go somewhere here. Okay, so day 1. God, it feels like it's been so long ago. It's only been like just a short little while. Live. Nicolae Miu, day 1. All right. You said 49 minutes in, honey? Okay. All right. Okay, so she found something, I guess. Okay. Oh, we got something good here. Okay, this will be helpful. We are definitely going to show this, guys. Apparently, we're going to settle some stuff here, chattel.
Oh no.
What's that? You say, oh no?
Yeah. Oh no, yeah.
Okay. So the drawing legend downstream. Okay. So the initial contact. Okay. The Miu. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Wait. This doesn't.
So the first one is the attack location.
Hold on here. Yeah, but I'm okay. So the attack location is here.
Yes.
Carlson Tubing Group here.
Yes.
The initial contact location's here. And then the Miu Tubing Group, they're fucking up here. So they were up. So he comes. So Nicolae fucking walks all the way down here.
Yes.
But that still means that means the boaters, the kids came down this way too.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
But it's like the idea that he runs into them from behind, that was a big, I think, the thing that hung me up more. He didn't run into them from behind; they ran into him because they were already ahead. This still makes no.
So they stopped. They stopped there. You see. So
okay, so yeah,
okay,
that's fine. That's fine, but it's still the idea that Miu was already traveling this way, and the kids came up later. Okay, I can buy that then.
So.
And then when he tried to turn around and go back, everybody's blocking him, and I get that. Okay, that makes sense. But it's this idea the kids were coming up, like the kids came up on him. He didn't come up on the kids. Is all like that. That's the bigger thing here. I'm trying. Like I guess I was kind of confused about the way people are arguing about this. The kids are coming down and they're going to be green. The kids are coming down the kids come down like this. The kids come down the kids are following after them. They started later. And then they run into him right here.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I can't believe the fucking phone floated like that, but okay.
No, but apparently I just read up on it. It's in the bag. Sorry,
it's in a bag? Okay.
I was on chat and it says it was in the bag.
Okay, so
bag.
Sean's close to drawing a gentleman's sausage, yeah. Yes, the kids were moving. They had moved past Miu's group. They were already done. Dave's saying wrong. It's like, no, I was partially wrong, but partially right. No, I mean, seriously, I am. Guys, the link for
no, I'm not saying it on.
The Flashcast link will be in locals and on Twitter. But, I mean, it's just the idea that he, that's how it would have gone. And I'm okay with that. It's just this idea of the way some of you guys were not necessarily, well, I don't know who it was. You guys are trying to tell me, no, he ran into the group. Like the kids were already here and Nicolae flies right in and runs into the back of them. Like, no, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Because if they were ahead of him, they would stay ahead of him. He was out on his own and like looking, and then the kids landed on him.
Essentially, yes.
And that's an argument I could buy. It's just the way some of you guys were arguing, saying I have it wrong that the kids were upstream, and that's the thing the detective was getting fucked up with. The kids couldn't have been upstream; they had to be down. Like the kids had to be upstream; they couldn't have been downstream. And I think the detective got confused by that because down here is the bridge.
Yes. Yes.
But the way the detective was arguing it, the detective's arguing it all happened going this way, and it's like that doesn't make any sense.
We got there.
Yeah, we got there.
So,
hold on one second. Yes, mon chéri. Yes. So, anyways, Dylan, thank you for being here. We figured this out.
Yeah,
we made it.
We
did it, Reddit.
Yes. No, but honestly, I have enjoyed myself. Sorry about the chat. I can't see the screen. It's not the chat.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, sorry. Sean, you're
wrong.
wrong.
No, it's on me. It's on me. It's on me.
No,
but-
we'll have to fix that for you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's on me. My laptop burnt out earlier on,
Oh, okay.
overheated. So I'm using a second one, which has just a tiny screen,
Oh,
which means
no.
I can't see. That's why I can't. The chat's there. I just can't read it.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying. So it's all good. I'm on my phone. But thank you to chat. Thank you to you, Sean. Thank you to your lovely fiance. She's always welcomed me with open arms, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So. Thank you. I'll definitely have you on the channel. We'll do a review of this at the end, and also we'll get you on for Matthew Moore as well, because I spoke to him today about you, and he has fond memories, and he said, "Oh, I'd love to chat with him again." So,
what's that, honey? Yeah, and guys, Dylan is doing this live all week, and I'll be watching it throughout the week as we go. But I pointed out last week. I probably have a trial. It's going to start Friday, so Wednesday's probably the last day I'm going to be covering things for a little bit, just because I am going to be in trial Friday, and then I'll be in trial on Monday and Tuesday. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. So, if you guys want to see it live, Dylan will be your man.
yeah, more than welcome. And we got Erin Hack as a mod, so you know that it'll be a mess of a chat. So it's all good.
Yeah.
But no, thank you. I'll leave you on that one. Enjoy day 5. I think you will enjoy it. There's a few intricacies there, there's a few back and forwards. There's one new witness I think is fantastic,
Yeah.
and the rest, imagine, whatever. But
Mhm.
yeah, so I'll leave you on that point. Thank you, Sean.
Yes.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody.
Take care, Dylan.
yourself.
Get some rest.
Ta-ra now. Thank
Yep.
you. Ta-ra.
You guys saying towers, guys, you need to ask for you need to ask if you need. You probably need zoning permission to build towers there, so I would recommend not doing it. Dylan is a nice guy. Don't shit up his threads. Don't shit up his streams. This is a tower. This is the land of towers and land of what you want to do. Do it here. Don't go to other people's places unless they give you permission. He is from Wales. Amon Rez is saying, I was asking. I know, that's why I'm just saying ask. Where is Warren, Ohio? Warren, Ohio is outside of Youngstown. Why do you need to know, Garrett? Yes, the Tower of Power. And then real quick, Selena gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Selena. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. And I know 5 people are going to be very happy to get that gift. Wales is tiny. It's not that small. What does that mean, towers? Like N-word towers. Yes, the biggest of towers, starting with the finest of ends. Yes. Are we still watching F1? Maybe a little late, depending on how late Flash goes. Hopefully we start at 10:30 on time. We could be done in time for F1. But if it starts already, guys, I don't know. We're going to have to figure something out. Yes, Alpha Fox. He said entire country that's part of Great Britain that's Wales that live on the land and farm. Yes, Men of Harlech. You know, the song Men of Harlech, Stop Your Dreaming. Can't you see their spear points gleaming? No, it was about the whales of Harlech. You know, stop your... That's what it was really meant. Yes, Wales is a member of the United Kingdom because it's one of the kingdoms that was united. Bye, Franz got that joke. A good little Zulu stuff that forms good little Zulu trivia there. Fiddler on a Roof is filmed in Wales? What? Also, Men of Harlech is a pretty dope song, by the way. So, what do you guys got here? Aaron says, I have no idea. I'm in Minnesota in the Twin Cities. I only go to Wisconsin anymore if I absolutely have to. I'm like 40 minutes away, you betcha. Hey there. Chadwick says it's in my grandfather's hometown, Harlech is? Cool. Say Wisconsin, big. Great flick, pretty accurate. Yeah, Zulu is a very good movie. Zulu. Stacy says 40 minutes too far. 40 minutes is a long way to go if you're just gonna go float on a river. If you're in if you're in the Twin Cities, the Mississippi River runs through your town, so you can go float on that. Aaron says, "No, I was answering a question in chat." Yeah. Chaucer says, "I'm in Colorado. We do not have an accent." Yes. If we build the towers, I hope they don't come. I know. Yes. OMG. Well, actually, you have to be like, oh my gosh. Is the Mississippi River clean in the Twin Cities? I mean, unsubbed. Aw. The Trump brand N-word towers. Oh. The perfect American Standard English is still an accent, yes. But it's a clean accent. It is a clean accent. The Midwestern news speak accent. That's why the newscasters sound that way. Yes, they don't have like a nasty Cleveland accent when they talk about my mom and my dad. Right over my cat. When they went to go get some pop. Oh, geez, Aaron is gone. I guess she really did leave. What are you guys? MP2 what? You guys are... Oh, rump? Oh, okay, Trump 2024. I was like, wow, everybody chop that up. All rivers have your shit dumped in them, friends. Yes, they all do. I have a model train I call the Cleveland Steamer. Yes. Well, I'm going to just call a steamship that. Is it going to be cloudy there for the eclipse? They're kind of saying no. Let's see. Monday, it's going to be partially cloudy. It's 64 for a high. So we will do a stream, guys. We will do a stream when the eclipse is out. Well, if it's time. If not, what we'll do is we'll stream with a pack of gum in my hands or something. So hold on one second. What was hold on here. Who's asking about Loveland, Ohio? That's like 5 hours away from me. That's down in Cincinnati. Wrong end of the state. Well, Erin really is gone. I haven't seen her. She's gone. Whoops-a-doodle. Court TV Addict, thanks for covering this trial. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the super chat. Very, very much. Nothing. I just said it like in Minnesotan. Like, yeah, I live like 40 minutes away. Like, don't just stare at it. Eat it. Stream during it, yes. Oh, I'm right. Oh, yes. I'm right here. Yeah. Hey there. It's a long way to say hey there. She's bad. It doesn't do shit. Just look at it. Yes. I'll be at work during the eclipse. Roads will be busy with nut jobs. Apparently out here, like all the kids are getting off school, which I remember there was what year would it have been? Eclipse is in the U.S. Let's say solar eclipse is visible from the United States there would have been. It would have been, May 10th. It would have been Yeah. Okay. You know what? That sounds about. Hold on. 94. I would have been 9. Yeah. I was 9. I was in the 3rd grade. We didn't have school let out. They just marched us all outside. And they said, basically, I remember it because they were like, if you go outside and look up at the sun, you're going to go blind. So don't look upside. Don't look up, you little fuckers, till we tell you. And basically, we all walked outside, like looking down, and it was all dark. It just lines of us. And a bunch of teachers, they had like welding goggles or welding shields. And they were holding it up. And they'd say, here. And they'd say, close your eyes. And then look up. You look through it, and you'd be like, wow. But they had to get through all the kids at once. So they're like, okay, 10 seconds. You're good. Go back. So, yeah, that's why we're all set for this time around. So it'll be fun. It will be fun. Yeah, we got to watch it from school. We didn't get off, but yeah, all the kids are getting off for that day. People are very worried. Vosh is gonna be like, I heard the kids are getting off today. They're not here, sir. Aw. I peeked at the last eclipse and my hair went white. Within the next couple of years, it started going white. We all got eclipse glasses for the 2017 eclipse. Yeah, I remember that one. Because I was actually had to go to court when it came through, and I remember because I didn't have any goggles with me or glasses, so I did the thing where you take the paper and you punch a hole in it, and you can do like the paper thing. That actually works. It's pretty freaking cool. It's pretty cool. I will tell you that much. It is a lot of fun. Then the next annular one that Ohio's going to see is in 2093. I don't think I'm going to make it that far, chat. And then a total eclipse will be in 2099. I ain't going to make it for that one either. So. Oh yeah, guys. So hey, what other kind of merch are you guys thinking about? Any other good ideas for merch right now? Have you ever seen the snow glasses so you don't go snowblind? Yeah, I've used snow goggles. They're interesting. So guys, there's a bunch of stuff for I don't know if you guys have all seen it yet, but we have new merch out right now. We put up a bunch of different things. I'm gonna show if you guys want to see them. I'm gonna kind of at the Teespring down below. We finally got some stuff put together for you. Some newer things. We got some different stuff that's out there, and we can share that right now. We've got a whole new selection of gear, and there's going to be some more stuff coming, but just now so you can take a look at it, we have great things out there. The best, only the best. Do we have Glock switches? No. I wish we did, but we can't. Yeah, buy it off Wish and I'll sign it for $20. So we have great things like we have Meemaw Shark from the trial with George Kelly. We have Meemaw Shark and she's up on the stand. We have the defendant as an experienced bondage master. The defendant and experienced bondage master as shirts. We have a great shirt, guys. Clyde approved. And if you don't like that one, you could merely get Clyde you can get a Clyde approved sticker. You can get a drink. So you get a phone case with Clyde's face on it. If you don't like that, you can merely just get Clyde approved like that. I might get rid of the potentially criminal part down below. You can also get a nice shirt the fat guy Nick Ricada yelled at. A couple different colors. And yeah, that's some of the new stuff we've got right now in the store. Is there BDSM trial coffee mugs? Yeah, there should be a mug here too. I don't know why it didn't show up there, but there will be. Do they do can koozies? I gotta check. I don't know if they do. And then Carrie for $10. You don't get the loud let's go, but you'll get a let's go. Thank you, Carrie. You will live forever. You are our daddy. Like I said, there's only one person who gets There's only one person I'll allow to say that, and you guys are not any of them, but I appreciate it. What about GGP? I'll put that out tonight. I'll work on that. So, yes, branded bump stocks. Yeet cannons, that'd be great. Oh. Who wants a hoodie? I'll work it. What does he want a hoodie for? I didn't see it. Brandon says you want a hoodie of what? Some of that stuff should all, guys, that'll all be hoodies. Those are all the things there. I'll work on getting that all set up that way. I just kind of floated the initial stuff to see what you guys like or thought was interesting and see what it looked like. Maglite fleshlight tubes, yeah. Well, how small? That's not really something to brag about if you're using a Maglite tube as your fleshlight there, bro. Just saying. You want one of those massive, like, multi-D-cell battery handles. Refrigerator magnet so we can make towers at home on the fridge. You know what? I might do that for you, porcelain. I watched a BDSM trial and all I got was this mug. I could do that. That's a good one. Give me today. I can actually knock that out pretty quick. So, are those cups ceramic? Won't they break through the mail? No, they ship pretty good, guys. Like the glasses. Like, so here's what happened if you were, you know, for example, everybody for Christmas got a pint glass, okay? And I shipped them, they survived. And those came to us fine. A couple other people got coffee mugs because I owed them. And I've given some other people some gifts here and there for their appreciate their help with me on the channel for things. No, like this stuff comes through the mail pretty good. They're shipped pretty well. Teespring guys, I've sold a bunch of those coffee mugs for Daryl Brooks, the grounds. Nobody had their mugs break. One person's did because the post office screwed up and we got it fixed. So there's actually nothing wrong with it. They take care of it pretty good. A shirt that says Caucasian. Okay, we can work on that. Oh. Yeah, Tilly says I bought 2 mugs and they were well packed. Oh, well, thank you. Magnets only come with 1 letter, except there's 2 G's, presumably a printing error. I'm gonna have to put that in the thing. We have a printing error. There's only 1 set of doubled letters. All right, guys. So yes, that is it for tonight. I've got to go. I got to go take care of some personal business, including sending Hillary a fax. So I am gonna have to step away. I will see you guys at 10:30 on Flashcast. If you guys want to come over, check out me trolling Lofty. Tonight, if we get done early enough, we will do the Japanese Grand Prix. If you guys watch it on your own, just remember, Forza Ferrari. Long live the Scuderia. They'll come back tonight, chat. Just you watch. Tomorrow, probably around the same time, noon, we'll start up, actually, maybe a little earlier. We'll try to do Nicolae Miu, burn that out, and get George Kelly going. And probably be on with Hella around 4 for Hearsay for Days, though, about the Nicolae Miu trial. So, in the meantime, guys, and then Monday, I've got court in the morning and some stuff to take care of, so I'll be busy. We'll be doing a stream right around 3 o'clock for the eclipse, and that'll be great. And I'll put that information out a little later, too. So take care, everybody. Good night, and I will see you later on Flashcast. What's that? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's actually a good idea. Hold on here. Good night, everybody.